to Esports Fantasy League, and that's yours truly. Kind of a freaking big deal. Not Garrett O'Toole. I'm just saying. Only one of us undefeated.
Well, it starts today, baby. It starts today. I'm going crazy, Tony. And let's take a look at these teams, because we have some of the best in the HCS today. And I'm really excited to see how Esports Arena Blue does today in particular. And Tony, I want you to maybe run down who are your players to watch. What team are you? Which team do you think is going to come out on top today?
I mean, we got EUnited in the building. I think this is really interesting to have EUnited, Fnatic, and Pioneers. Reason being is that Pioneers were able to get a big win onto EUnited at pools at Anaheim. The Pioneers were actually one that were undefeated in there, as opposed to EUnited, who were the favorites in that matchup. Then later on in the tournament, not in the upper bracket, but in the lower bracket, fighting for their tournament lives, EUnited and Pioneers matched up, and EUnited were able to take them down, ultimately when it mattered most. So I think that's really interesting to see them coming up again here. And then we got Fnatic, the ultimate underdogs, besides Esports Arena Blue in this situation here. Fnatic is a squad that, when they're firing all cylinders, let me tell you, they're some of the best players that we ultimately have in our league. They were able to take Cloud9 all the way to a game number 5, and in a way they kind of remind me a lot of that Pioneer squad. They play fast, they play together, and they really are able to throw off teams with their timing in order to beat some of our top 4, or elite 4, as some might say. You got to be able to play at that speed. So Garrett, I'm really excited about today. Why don't you talk about the format? Talk about a little bit of prizing here.
Oh boy, guys, you don't know. Well, this is single elimination. We only invite the best of the best 4 teams today. And well, you seen that earlier, you know that it's going to be action packed, because every game counts. You can't afford to lose one, and only first matters here, Tony. $500 winner takes all. Essentially, if you're this team, it's only 2. You only have to win 2 games, but man, those 2 games can be so tough. And you can see our best of 5 for our round 1. ESA Blue going up against EUnited. We're starting our match off on Oddball on Recharge, Tony. One of my favorite game type mode combinations. Couldn't ask for a better start.
Yeah, Oddball Recharge is going to be really good for, I want to say both of these squads. I know they both can go off with the shock rifle, but come on. EUnited got the big dog. I'm talking Sparty, the dog. And if there's any player that we've seen go off when it matters most with the shock rifle, it is him. He is constantly posting clips of these highlight reels, and sometimes I'm casting them, go check them out. But Sparty's always posting these clips and these highlight reels of him going off with the shock rifle. And if ESA Blue don't get it out of his hands right off the rip, they might be yet another clip.
Right, on Recharge, the shock rifle does reign supreme, but it's also about the rotations on Oddball. We're seeing this new meta develop, and how do players choose to rotate? Are they going to go A to C rotations? Maybe try to go into that back pipes hole that we saw so prominent early on in the game. Players like Ryan Noob are going to be the players to watch out for making those kind of play calls. Who are the IGLs? Who are going to be making the macro plays that matter at the end of the day? Because yeah, you can go off of that shock rifle, keep them at bay, but if you aren't playing the correct macro setups, well, it's Oddball. Anything can happen, especially with the new rules in the HCS rotation.
Look, I know you're not going to come into my house talking about some EUnited, talking about some ESA Blue with your bright yellow space station gaming. Your team is in shambles right now. I hate to break it to you. I don't know what happened. They were rocking Flays this siding, and they're going to have a fantastic career. Both of them phenomenal players, but obviously it's going to be different. They want to change up the style a little bit, and they're looking for 2. But as of right now, Space Station Gaming don't even got a squad. Are y'all going to Kansas City? I don't know what's happening.
Hey, Tony, I had to come back. I knew I was casting with Yasuo today. I was like, had to let Yasuo know I had to come out with the yellow. You know what I'm saying? I had to let him know he's gonna fear the yellow. You guys don't know. If you know, baby. But man, I'm with you, Tony. Space Station in shambles. What teams are in shambles? The 2 on our screen: ESA Blue, EUnited. who will reign supreme. We're starting off a hot start from EUnited. They find two right away and getting the ball right into Spartan's hands. And I like this rotation from them, Tony. Get this towards the A setup. This is where it's so deadly, and especially when you have a player like Spartan able just to dominate the crosses with the shock rifle.
Sparty had the ball, he had the shock rifle. The only thing was missing was a headshot. It looks like he's finding two. Takes down EUnited and JK. EUnited gonna come off a spawn and go right back to it. Three quickly go down for ESA Blue, and EUnited Sparty already going off with the shock rifle. Garrett, I said in the beginning, if you don't get the shock rifle out of his hands, you are gonna have a really tough time. And looking at EUnited already set up watching the cross. Rain now getting a turn with the shock. I don't know what's going on.
Oh man, Rain picks it up. He's not going to be able to dominate for long, but that must be Spartan dropped it, right? Because he has, or did he die? I guess he must have died. Tony, I'm all jumbled up here, but JK, he's going to make the break, and now they have to make a decision. Where are they going to rotate this ball? You saw the C spawns come in, so JK going to opt for the pipes push. Now, I'll tell you, with the pipes, this is where it can get a little bit precarious in my opinion, right? If you can keep EUnited at bay, it's a great hold, but if you're going to die early on in the feed, you really don't have any play options or rotation options. It's a very easy place to get killed, and you see JK, he goes down right away. EUnited recapture that ball, and they're back to scoring.
Two down for ESA Blue, and that gold setup still in effect. A lot of players like going for that gold setup, at least to start things off, because the ball literally is right there. But like you said, eventually you want to rotate that ball out of there. Maybe get it towards the A side of the map. Maybe even try to get it towards the C side, especially when the spawners are coming up. But that's the one thing about EUnited. They always know how to adapt to any situation. When you have an IGL like Ryan Noob and a high IQ player like Sparty, Rain on your squad, you know that they're going to be making those play calls ultimately to find out where that ball should be going. But now, JK on screen, camouflage in hands. Ryan, who ends up getting a double kill on the feed. We're seeing a bit of the setup start to get broken here as Sparty wins yet another gunfight, putting them two down once again. Ryan, who's saying, hey, over here to the ball. And now we're seeing more ball time in favor of EUnited.
JK, this is your opportunity. He comes in to fight the ball. Not going to be able to win that fight. Spartan comes over the top on it. Oh my, Spartan been heating up. This is my main fantasy pick right here, Tony. If anyone wants to intel, I think you can still get your teams signed up now. But Spartan, if he's not on your team, baby, I don't know what you're doing, because this man is an absolute monster on Halo Infinite.
Ryan Noob having the shock rifle in hands, looking to take a turn with it as well. Meanwhile, King Nick chilling out towards the bat ledge, finding a couple heads to click on. Beautiful shots go in, meets Fluriously, ends up going down. And now JK gonna wait for his teammates to kind of come up here. Actually, hold on. Eli Lee was actually pushing that by himself. That could have been a very good flank, but sadly ends up getting taken down. JK just sitting towards top control, watching the cross for a little bit. He does have a forward player coming in, so now he wants to get aggressive, but ends up running right into a grenade, Garrett.
Tough loss over there, but you can see this whole just EUnited have done an incredible job just keeping ES Blue at range, not letting them get comfortable, not really letting them fight for this ball at all. And Spartan, yeah, he has close to the most amount of ball time for his team, but he's also dropping it periodically to make sure he's on top of those slays. And ESA Blue just having a tough time jostling them out of this position. You can finally see Ryan Noob's gonna fall, Rain will follow. This is finally opportunity for ESA Blue to make a push.
Fluriously getting behind enemy lines, but ends up catching that grenade. Luckily, there's no hit markers in, so they're not sure that he took that damage. Meanwhile, EUnited do end up going two down, so a great setup as far as being broken here by ESA Blue, and you're seeing the shots go down. You're seeing the pings go down as well, but Fluriously not able to take down Rain. Rain makes it to the bat ledge, currently one shot, but has a teammate with them, and somehow that ball is rotating all the way towards the long haul side. Look at EUnited. Two on one side of the long haul, two on the other. There's no way that ball is getting out.
Flurry trying to find this pick on Ryan and will be able to get it, but Rain still getting that ball time for the squad. And Tony, let's take a little detour from the action and take a look at that assist column from EUnited. Really, in my opinion, the reason they took round one so dominantly all of them climbing up in the assists. They always had each other's help. There was never just one player who was like, I'm gonna win this piv and that's how we're gonna win the game. No, they always worked in tandem together. The assists come through, and that's why ESA Blue just had such a tough time at breaking their setup.
And, you know, I got to give a shout out to Esports Arena, because, you know, where a lot of other leagues and you know, and other tournament organizers focus on just the NA talent, just, you know, just that, you know, the USA in specific. You know, we've brought in teams like Latin America's finest, Pittsburgh Knights, and now this week for the Pro Knights, we bring in Europeans' #1 team, EUnited, the only European team to be competing with the NA. I mean, they're so good that they literally can't compete in their own region, so we have them competing with the NA teams. But let me tell you, man, and it's really this guy right here, Spartan McFly out of Dublin, Ireland. This man really goes off. It's absolutely insane how good. Literally the best player in Ireland. Easily the best player.
It definitely helps that 3 of these players are from the UK, right? So the connection's not too bad, but always the question mark is Rain, right? He's Norwegian. It's a little bit tougher on the internet for him. How does he connect? You know, being all the way across the world, but they were so dominant, right? They knew that they had to compete in North America if they were going to get the best practice, and it's shown at the Lens, right? They were able to take a top 2 finish at Raleigh. Incredible, the first time a European team's been able to do that, and because they competed in North America for so long, they are even able to compete in the regional, which was incredible, right? They flew in, had an awesome tournament, you know, maybe not going the exact way that they wanted it to go, but still just such an impressive impressive launch from this European team.
And we're on board with Norwegian's finest, Rain, holding down the top A, raining down shots onto the whirlpool. All 4 members of ESA Blue are gonna go down, and that's gonna be some early ball time coming in once again out of EUnited. They already had a slight lead, and now they're just simply going to add to it. Meanwhile, ESA Blue spawning on the opposite side, being long haul. They have a long rotation to make if they want to put pressure on the ball.
And Rain, he's gonna have to take the one-on-one. No help to be found. He needs to win it, but oh my, Mortally with the movement, able to find that kill, and that will alleviate some pressure. But you can already see Spartan straight up in the kill feed, gonna find the kill right away and get the ball back. And honestly, I feel like we're seeing a little bit too many of these one-on-one pushes. I want to see a team-oriented collapse on the EUnited hold, but with how EUnited's been slaying out in the feed, it's just so tough to accomplish that.
JK getting the shots on the ball carrier, forcing EUnited to play the ball towards the middle of the map. If EUnited would have dropped that ball over towards the A side, that would have been easy time coming for ESA Blue. So what does he do? Gets the ball towards the middle of the map, put it into a baitable position, and now EUnited once again going for the slays, and maybe they'll be able to get that ball right back in their hands and right back to either an A side setup or even a C side setup as the commando coming in out of the King of New Jersey, King Nick.
Actually, Tony, it's just Jersey. It's the original Jersey, baby. Jersey, England.
Oh,
sorry to correct you right there. Sparty, he has the shock rifle. We've seen him do some action, have some incredible success with it in the first round. This time, going to be able to be able to get some damage down, but no kill. Spartan missing his shots in round 2. You know, that's an unexpected. You know, whenever I see Spartan with the shock rifle, man, I always think every shot's gonna hit. I'm not gonna lie, Tony. I just feel like every shot's gonna hit. But here we go. Only 30 seconds left for this EUnited squad to take round 2 and game 1. Esports Arena Blue have to figure out a way to push in, break this ball, and then be able to recover on the back setup. And Mortally, well, he's going to try to lead that charge. Unfortunately, Ryan who sticks him with the blueberry to go. And the ball is reset. 20 seconds needed for EUnited to win.
Ooh, Eli Lee gonna catch yet another shot coming out of Sparty McFly with the shock rifle in hands.
We are trying to hold down his lane, able to get one on Mortally. Now you can see the push from ESA Blue. We're starting to really see this game slow down quite a bit. And it's gonna be up to ESA Blue to finally hold the setup for a prolonged period of time in order to win this game.
Ooh, okay, good shots coming in from Eli Lee. Sadly, Sparty coming down with a bit of better shots here And now we're on board with Mortally, excuse me, the substitute player coming in out of ESA Blue. Normally it is Gold Star BR that rounds out this roster, but sadly Gold Star BR had a prior engagement, so Mortally gonna come in for a sub. Mortally, a very talented player, so he should be able to hold his own. As I say that, 3 down go ESA Blue, but EUnited going to equalize the situation a bit, taking down one, getting himself the shock rifle, but not able to connect with the shot, and he's gonna go down to 1 shot, and Ryan, who comes in for the cleanup kill. Only 13 seconds needed here for EUnited. Do you think ESA Blue can come back in the game?
Man, anything's possible, right? Especially with the new rules of Oddball. You know, it's just about getting one good hold, having your setup. 9 seconds and 4 go down. Tony, I spoke too soon. I should have said what was on my mind. No, it's not possible. EUnited looking so dominant. Rain, oh, thank you, Rain, picking up that last kill. Oh, Tony, I'm kind of nervous. You have King Nick on your team, don't you? Ooh, King Nick just absolutely popped off at the end of that round. 17 kills in that round alone. Yeah, just absolutely dominating in the Oddball today.
That he did. Big win coming out of EUnited, up 1-0 in the series here. I mean, let's be honest here. When you look at EUnited versus ESA Blue, I think on paper, EUnited definitely would probably, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you asked 100 people who's going to take the win, they would probably say EUnited, and most would even say in a 3-0 fashion. But, you know, to me, if I'm on ESA Blue, I'm saying, like, you know what? No expectations, baby. Let's just come out here. Let's just have some fun. Let's just play together. Hey, we're here for we're pro night. And hey, maybe we steal a game. Hey, you know what, Garrett? Maybe we get lucky. Maybe we steal 2. Maybe we go to game 5, and hey, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen here. So I want to see ESA Blue leave it all on the line. I want to see Mortally step it up. I'm not sure if Mortally is on a 4 squad already. I've seen him stepping up in 2s. You know, we've seen him kind of being a journeyman throughout HCS, but now I want to see him find a home. And if he can show off and show out against a team like EUnited, oh, you know, hey, that opens up doors. Maybe even SSG give him a call and say, hey, well, let's try him out real quick. I'm a big fan of Mortally, and I want to see him be successful here in HCS and especially in force competition, not just 2s.
Yeah, Mortally obviously taking the spot of Gold Star BR. He's having some problems, so you know, he comes in clutch, and you know, we saw some incredible plays. Remember his outplay over at top A. I mean, he's been showing his moments, and this is your time to show out, right? Whenever you have these sort of opportunities, well, this is the biggest stage to get the job done. And like you said, Tony, it's game by game. Obviously, EUnited the favorites so far, but you steal one here, you steal another there, and then game 5, anything can happen. EUnited starting off strong, though. Gonna be able to get that overshield for his squad, and now he's on the hunt.
EUnited advancing forward with the overshield, finding a couple free shots onto the rocket side player, and that's beautiful because now EUnited's going to trust his teammates to ultimately come out with the damage on that. The kill does come in. He works onto Ryan, who beautifully played by EUnited. You have to be able to switch targets multiple times within a gunfight, especially when you're trusting your team. So he puts down those shots, leaves the player alone, works on Ryan, who's able to get the assist and the kill. Very well played here by ESA Blue, who have 2 kills at the moment and have a little bit of map control in there. As I say that, though, here come King Nick and the EUnited.
Nick just barely throw that nade at the geometry and shoots it right back towards himself. I can't tell you the amount of times I've done that, Tony. Every time I'm like, I'm going to skip this grenade, and I just see the thing push right back into my face. Nick, he has the pink mist in his back pocket. Remember, it's Slayer, so just controlling the middle of the map is the name of the game. Occasionally, you'll want to flip out those spawns, but just being aware of the spawns in general, having your position in the middle, and then being on top of the power weapons really is the key to success. Rain finds 2 before he falls, and looks like EUnited will clean them all up as EUnited goes down, and now it's just 1 left. And look at that, Spartan with a great amount of discipline right there, not just to drop and try to punch that player out.
Sparty going down to 1 shot, having the commando in hands. Ryan, who's sitting over towards that top market, right in the middle of the map. But you know what? I mean, that's an amazing position, only because you can get to those shock rifle grenades every 30 seconds, and you saw him put it to work immediately. Sadly, you didn't see United capitalize and get a hold of the overshoot. EUnited once again having it in hands. He made an amazing run the first time he had. It looks like he's already taking down one, looking for the second. All of ESA Blue collapsing on EUnited. They're playing for each other. They're playing aggressive. I'm liking what I'm seeing, Garrett.
Yeah, this is a great answer from ESA Blue. I mean, EUnited, they have to get, you know, I'm looking at the scoreboard right there. There's two players that have to start getting involved. Ryan finally able to find his first, but it was 12 kills combined between Rain and Spartan to start this game. Like, just those two find the kills on the map. And you know what, Tony, I'm not going to say it, but those are my two, you know, you get two players for your fantasy team. My two for EUnited today, Spartan and Rain. I think these two can light it up, but first they have to get past this map. And ESA Blue just looking like they're working as a well-oiled unit, while EUnited seems to be relying a little bit more on some individual play from two of their main slayers.
Rain and Ryan getting back-to-back kills. EUnited playing absolutely lights out here in this game number 2, but it looks like ESA Blue end up going 3 down once again. Rain holding down the rocket side of the map on his opponent's rocket side. I would like to see him eventually advance forward towards the cafe. Once he gets that slay, he might be able to do so. Beautiful shots coming in, but EUnited's nade coming in out of nowhere, taking down Rain, and that's the initial kill they wanted to see to start to advance forward and start to break the setup and the stronghold that EUnited have on the map.
Here we go. This is the opportunity to maybe start pulling this game away, but you need to find these kills, and EUnited's in trouble. He goes down, and EUnited starts to roar back. These next couple kills will be pivotal to see how the momentum of this end game will go to, and well, all of EUnited being able to find kills. Range of 11 of his own. My God, he's going crazy with Spartan. And Ryan, I mean, look at that. Holding that overshield for as long as possible, getting maximum value, able to put that on, find an easy pick, and now pushing for the next.
Ryan ends up getting the kill with the shotty, putting it to the body of JK, and now we have a 2-kill lead once again in favor of EUnited, and we have Ryan starting to advance forward, ends up throwing the sticky grenade, not able, he did connect, connects on EUnited with the first one, goes down to 1 shot, so Mortally with a well-placed counter grenade, able to take him down. 2 down from EUnited. Flurry trying to make it 3, but can't go fisticuffs with Sparty McFly. He's too strong, too fast, too nimble, too handsome, too thick. It's Sparty McFly.
Oh, Mortally hitting the little sneak jump up there. Players getting very consistent with that nerd jump at that doorway, Tony. I was talking to Shyaway the other night, and he said he could do it 10 out of 10 times now, and he can even do it backwards. Something to really expect. This map is going to become radically different as players get that jump down. It's going to make one side of the map a lot more advantageous, and you'll start to see players value the one side over the next. But Mortally, triple kill for him. No one going to challenge out for his over, but great positioning. It all started with one nerd jump over at the double doors.
Mortally getting the triple kill and almost able to take down the fort. Sadly, not able to connect, and that Bulldog will change hands onto Rain. The Bulldog, a very interesting weapon here on Bazaar, as most of your gunfights are going to take place in that mid to long range engagements. But if anybody tries to get froggy, they can leap on over to the black screen, as King Nick able to get away with the rockets. A 4v4 situation, only a 3-kill game. This can be the deciding battle of this entire game number 2, and Nick has the decision maker, if you will, in his hands.
I like that name for him, the decision maker. Those rockets are going to be playing an impact. Rain goes down. You know, you can see Nick looking for his opportunity, not having his greatest game thus far, sitting at 3-9, looking to make up for it with these rockets, make the impact play of the game. Just not quite able to find anyone yet. They're just perfectly playing around, and he finally spots one. Going to be able to get the first and the second. Great picks from him, and if he can stay alive with his grapple, that will make it so that EUnited now have complete momentum of the map. You can see him refilling his grapple with a grapple. With the little tech. Yeah, right? It's like, I'm going to run out anyway. You know, might as well fill it up. You see Nick now waiting for his opportunity. Pink missed out, but he gets hit up by that noob. Oh my God, Tony. Fear the Pink miss.
Love the Needler coming into play here out of King Nick, one of my fantasy picks, by the way. I need him to step it up. 6 and 9 is not bad for assist. I'm loving what he's doing for the team, but you know, it ain't added points to my fantasy. Eli Elite gonna add an elbow to his face, though. Breaking the visor, putting him on the black screen. Another 2 down. Go EUnited. ESA Blue need to take advantage of these newfound numbers. Morley chucking a couple of shot grenades, trying to get any damage possible. Goes in for the challenge onto the double doors. Throws the denial Marty down grenade, but not able to connect. Meanwhile, Flursley finds one in the middle of a gunfight. Switches targets, takes down the one-shot player right behind him. Beautifully played by Flursley, but JK's not able to clean up the second one. Multiple players going down, that engagement going towards EUnited, and they're only 2 kills away from taking game number 2.
I'm not gonna flex on my fantasy team, but I did pick Rain and Spartan, and there's a reason for it. 18 and 15 respectively. I'll take all them points.
Disrespectful.
Oh man, they look just next level in that Slayer. And ESA Blue, I really felt like they had an opportunity throughout that entire game to take it, and I wouldn't even consider it stealing the game if they were to keep that momentum. They looked like the better team early on, but a couple pivotal plays towards the mid game shift the focus back over to EUnited. And well, when EUnited have a lead when there's less than 10 kills to go, that's when they're the best. They don't often choke leads like that.
They really don't. EUnited are one of the best Slayer teams that we ultimately have in our league, and we kind of trolled a little bit, talked about that they were from Europe and whatnot. You know, we leaned into the troll a little bit, but they are a North American organization with amazing North American talent. You have Sparty, formerly of New Jersey, now in Tennessee. King Nick, still in New Jersey, and then Seattle's Rain. And I'm not sure exactly what Ryan did, but I want to say Florida, but I could be wrong about that, actually. I need to do my research. Either way, EUnited, a phenomenal Slayer team. And there's a reason why they got top 2 at Raleigh and top 3 at Anaheim. I mean, they know what they're doing. And they're going for number 1 over Kansas City. I wish them luck.
Yeah, and EUnited have this problem where they're this incredible LAN team. Everyone like always discounts them when they get to LAN, and then they show up and they perform. And like you said, Tony, you went through their locations, and that's one of the big reasons why, right? They literally hit like all the quadrants of the United States. It's like, let's get the Northwest, the South, the Southeast, the Northeast. It's like, geez, like you're literally playing from everywhere in the United States when you're playing against this squad. So, the connection can always be a little bit rocky with them. But boy, when they're on LAN, man, they're just so exciting to watch, and they show why. If we're going to talk about some of the best names in esports, Seattle Rain, you know what I'm saying, Tony? It's one of my favorite. Just a clean name. Rain, an imposing figure from Seattle, and like you said, he's just he's an incredible player. And now we go to Strongholds, and we will come back to Strongholds. We did have a lag out from one of the players over at ESA Blue. We'll get them back into the lobby and get back on to Streets as well. One of my favorite Strongholds map, Streets. It just plays incredibly well for Strongholds, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, usually starts off with an A-B setup, A side being that PD side of the map. You have that elevation, and then B really the control towards the middle of the map. And ultimately, if you want to go in for that trip cap, which is not a problem, what you have to do is you have to grab that C hold, and then you have to keep somebody blocking the PD. You want to force the enemy team to spawn towards that purple street where they're in no man's land, and that's when you collapse on them. If you go for seaside and going for that trip cap and you don't play it properly, you could be putting yourself at a disadvantageous position when trying to fight uphill against an AB setup if that other team is able to swing on you. So not only is it very, very, obviously a very small map, very fast paced, but there's also a lot of technicality that comes into play that you have to be on your P's and Q's. And I mean, probably not a better technical team out there than EUnited going into game number 3 and possibly able to pull off the sweep against ESA Blue.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, EUnited, like, you can't really knock them on much about knowing how this game works, being effective at finishing out their games. They probably are the most practiced team in the league. I think when you go and you look at pure scrim numbers, EUnited, day in, day out, they're on, they're grinding, they will always play. It doesn't matter who needs the scrim, they're ready to go for it. And one of the things that I find interesting about Stronghold Streets, because you're talking about it, Tony, like how it's one of the few maps that has like true elevation to it, right? You have a low end and a high end, and getting up to the high ground. You know, shout out to Kenobi. That's how you get the job done. Staying up high, slaying them down low. But it's just so tough because on one spawn, this is the one problem with Streets. You know, while we're waiting for everyone to get in, I'm gonna go through my one problem. One side is just so much better than the other, and I feel like maybe you have to change the starts on Streets a little bit, because when you're spawning on the low ground and you're having to try to fight, like what, you get the stalker rifle and the thrust, which is great, but you're having to fight out of that low ground. So whoever gets the most advantageous spawn, which is towards A, right, you're going to get the shotgun right away because you can do the curb slide out from behind the drop shield. You're going to have better position to fight for B. Yes, you don't get the stalker rifle or the thrust, but it's just so much more advantageous. So when you are spawning on the better side, you need to take advantage of it. And I love Streets. I love the way it plays in the mid game, but the early game, the start is so important. When you're on the disadvantageous side, you have to execute at your highest level, and that's why it's so important for teams that have a lot of practice, like EUnited, ESA Blue, you know, who are out there scrimming every night. It's important that they have well-defined roles off their start, and who will win the start could determine who wins the first 40 to 80 points of the game.
And you know, I think that's an excellent point, and I actually kind of hope EUnited spawn towards that bottom subway side of the map just to see what it is they're going to do to try to overcome not having that positioning against ESA Blue, who are very, I mean, mind you, you make a couple mistakes on ESA Blue and they can make you pay, and it looks like that is the case. ESA Blue were able to steal away Rockets. Sadly, they quickly don't end up putting it to use almost at all, and EUnited actually still having rain towards bottom C, and Ryan who flanked it towards the middle of the map. So they're able to fend off ESA Blue with a couple of long-range shots coming out of rain, and their ultimate, it sounds like also their aggression going right over towards the B side of the map, and just like that, they steal away a double cap, a CB hold, but still putting points on the board.
Yeah, you saw how passive EUnited played the start of that game. Not a team that you're used to just standing back, waiting around, just watching a lane, but they know that they can't play too aggressively off the start because they're playing from a disadvantageous situation. They find their opening picks, they alleviate some of the map pressure. Even if they don't have pure numbers, they're taking players out of lanes and allowing gaps for players to move through. And Ryan, well, he's gonna find himself a triple. He's looking for the over. Not gonna be able to get it. But a huge start from EUnited, right? Being able to just absolutely dominate the start. And now, look at that. First 50 points and a trip cap for them. Furiously going to be able to stop the bleed a little bit by getting that double kill there. But show you how important the start is to Streets strongholds. It's just so tough to break these setups.
Man, I'm not gonna lie to you, Garrett. I was so close to picking up Ryan Noob as my fourth for my fantasy, and I didn't. I went with King Nick, and man, Ryan Noob making me pay for that one. Beautifully played. Morley putting in some work as well, able to take down King Nick. Tries to advance forward towards Bravo. Sadly, he will end up being caught and put down. Rain going all the way down to one shot, gonna like to catch a different angle. Eventually, EUnited either have to bait or start to advance forward as Rockets do come up in less than 5 seconds.
5 seconds to go. Rocket's always going to be so impactful on this map. You can see Ryan looking for his opportunity. He has a stalker rifle, but he doesn't really have that many. I think he has 3 shots. Okay, I was about to say, I think he has 3 shots left. Make it 4, but he hits every single one. This is why the man's truly built different. And he's already trying to pressure his player, trying to get C, and he doesn't even care that they have the Bulldog. He wins that gunfight. Rain, okay, let's see. Did Rain steal that shotgun away from him? Ryan, he was still in disbelief trying to find that shotgun. He's like, why'd you steal that from me, man? That's not nice. Not playing nice. It's almost as if Rain heard that he's on my fantasy team. He's like, I need to get as many kills as possible for tools over there.
Let me tell you, that was matchmaking. I think Ryan would have popped a couple of shots into his team. Like, hey, don't be pulling that. But you know what? Ryan ends up coming out with the Rockets. So you know that's good karma there. He shares the Bulldog, doesn't get toxic, and earns himself a rocket launcher, which he's immediately gonna put to use, taking down Eli Elite. But Flurcy comes in for the cleanup, and the Bulldog's gonna come into play as well. Mortally now sitting over towards the A side of the map, an A-B hold, and the first points being put on the board for the boys in red. However, it's ESA Blue.
Yeah, that's a little tongue twister right there. 164 unanswered points, though. I mean, it's so tough, right? When you get put into the hold. You see JK got the ninja on Ryan Noob. I mean, hey boys, we hate to see that, but it's just the starts are so important, and we're seeing EUnited have just, they basically gave themselves a 160-point handicap, like, to start the game. Like, you know, they're like, we're gonna handicap you guys right off the start. You're not gonna be able to score for 3-4 minutes, and now we can play the game. Now it's on equal grounds, and they're so confident. You can tell that Ryan has no problems just dominating the fights towards A. He's looking for another triple kill for him as he lights up the scoreboard. 10 kills for him, only 4 deaths. Everyone on EUnited getting the share of the slays.
Oh my gosh, Ryan Noob, the IGL, one of the vocal leaders of this team, but also a nasty free-for-all player as well, showing that he has a shot to go with that big, beautiful brain as well. AB setup, 217 points in counting here, and you can tell Ryan Noob feeling himself. A couple of YYs in there, Smarty McFly flying onto them. Beautiful plays coming in. All 4 go down here for ESA Blue, and it's the boys in blue, EUnited, that most likely going to come out with a 3-0 sweep, because I don't know what ESA Blue can do at this point. Only a matter of time. It looks like that's finally going to be it. EUnited put the nail in the coffin. Beautifully done. And we're going to see them in the finals. Again, this is only 4 teams invited, only 3 matches. We already seen one. We're most likely going to see the other side of the bracket as well, and we're going to find out who's going to be joining EUnited in the finals.
Boy, I'm excited for it, man. We have Fnatic versus KCP, the Pioneers, Tony. That's gonna be that's the one that'll get me a little bit giddy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right.
I'm ready to see who comes out on top. Tony, I mean, Fnatic known as that game 5 all day baby, take everyone the distance. So you know they hardly ever do they just roll over. But you know, any early predictions right now?
Oh man, you putting me on the spot here. You know, I love Envoy, I love Super CC, I love Jazeera, I love all of them. I love all of Fnatic. But I mean, I've been with KCP since day one. You know, I go way back. You know me, I'm practically a pioneer myself. You already know. It's when it comes to the pioneers, they talk about it. You know, it's Soul Snipe, Druk, you know, Manny, Taulik, and Tony. I'm on there.
You're there. You're there.
They got ESA. Why not? But it should might as well be KCP. So I'm gonna go your Pioneers. But I'm excited to watch this matchup, and the reason being is that, you know, once upon a time, KCP actually had Super CC on their roster. I thought he was playing excellent on that roster towards the beginning of Halo Infinite. KCP then snatched up Manny from this very Fnatic roster back in the day, known as Business. And then Super CC jumps right back as well. So they swapped players, and it kind of worked out for both of the teams. We had KCP have their best placing along with Fnatic, but again, then Business having their best placing as well, literally the tournament right after. So one of the moves that works out for both of the squads, which is going to be really exciting to watch here in your semifinals to find out who goes to the finals. But before we get there, Yeso, why don't you break some of this down? Why don't you slow things down? I'm a little fast here. Slow things down for us, Yeso.
The breakdown for this series seems pretty simple. Esports Arena Blue were just outmatched pretty much all the way across the board. It's of course going to be a tough test going up against a team with the caliber of talent like EUnited has. Of course, you know, you heard Tony mention it. This is a team that finished 2nd in Raleigh, only falling to Cloud9, right? They finished 3rd in Anaheim. This is one of the best teams in North America. We've seen early on in Halo Infinite a bit of a void at the top of the pro scene because it seemed like the expectations were Cloud9, Sentinels, and Optic to be kind of those big 3 dominating, and Optic and Sentinels not really having the starts we expected from them. EUnited was kind of that team that stepped up, that next up, that took advantage of that slow start and really kind of made their mark here early on in the Halo Infinite competitive scene. And that means coming in as a team like Esports Arena Blue that this is a very steep hill to climb. And ultimately, they weren't able to get there. It's a 3-0 win for EUnited, and they were pretty dominant all the way across the series. Of course, Game 2 Slayer was close for a little while, and of course, you know, you'll hear a lot of people across the scene talk about how Slayer is that sort of coin flippy game mode for teams where, you know, even if there's a bit of a skill gap, that some of just kind of the raw aim power of players can shine through a little better and carry you through in a Slayer game against a team that maybe is significantly better than you. In this instance, Esports Arena Blue started that Slayer game strong, but ultimately weren't able to finish. EUnited stabilized there around the 15 kill mark, and at that point really just took over. They end up winning, I believe it was a 50-42 scoreline at the end. And if you look at Oddball and Strongholds, they were pretty much in control from the start of the game, and Esports Arena Blue was just kind of trying to hold on for dear life and get something out of those games, and ultimately they weren't able to. So EUnited with, I would say, an expected win here. I would imagine they came in feeling really confident in this matchup, and now they'll, of course, set their eyes on Fnatic and Pioneers, and that, you know, the winner of that matchup will move on to the grand finals to face off against EUnited. But nice little warm-up, it would seem, for EUnited, and they move on. And Esports Arena Blue here, you know, I mentioned at the start of the show, speaking with Eli Elite before this week's competition, and how he felt that the team hadn't played to their potential and was feeling confident that they could get some things done and take the next step here this week. Little of that happened on Monday, but I would say this is still a bit of a disappointment there. But this is a tough team to beat. They still have some things that they can work on. We'll see what they can do as the season continues, because it's still very, very early. But our next matchup is ready to go. I already mentioned it. It's going to be Pioneers and Fnatic. So I'm going to hand it back over to Tools and Wynot to get you ready for the game.
Thank you so much, Yeso, for that. That was I'm so excited for this matchup, man. You're talking KCP and Fnatic. Fnatic really reminded me a lot of this KCP roster back when they were young. Again, KCP, hungry squad, play very fast, throw away teams with their time, and they move so fast that my camera's blurry at the moment. My camera can't even, I'm trying to keep up with them, but I just can't. They're just too quick, and you have Fnatic looking to make a name for themselves. The last team signed by ultimately one of our partnered squads, and I think they got the coolest looking gear. Let me tell you, that black and orange, I'm not gonna lie to you, you know, it's spicy. That black and orange from the HS skins absolutely looks sick. So Fnatic versus KCP. I have KCP the very, very slight favorites to make it out of this, but you know, honestly, I think you can make an argument for either one of these two phenomenal teams.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, well known for taking teams to Game 5. I think that's their claim to fame right now. And that's also the problem that I see with this roster, Tony. Is yeah, they can upset any team. We've literally seen it. We've seen them take Cloud9 to Game 5. No one takes the Cloud9 to Game 5s, right? But they also they take every game to Game 5. They take any team to Game 5. It seems like they play down to their competition. They play up to it. I want to see a Fnatic roster that comes out and wins a 3-0, wins a 3-1. They're not going extra maps. They need to be able to do what EUnited just did, where they know that they're the better team. You know, ESA Blue, we love them. They need a little bit more work in the scrim action. EUnited, a top 3 team in both the lands. They're not going to be ones to give up games easily, right? It's always going to be tough to take on United. Fnatic, they take players to Game 5. I want to see them come out strong. I still have my favorite over to Pioneers because you know, I'm a huge fan of this roster. I think they work so well together. The chemistry is there, and I think that they'll take this. But I want to see some improvements from this Fnatic roster.
And to be honest with you, I'm kind of wondering, is this the first time the Pioneers and Fnatic have matched up since like that first week of Halo Infinite? Like, I can't think of a time where they actually matched up against each other since they've switched players here. But Druk not switching up whatsoever. The same old Druk, the same old Pioneers that we know and love. Objective, efficient, the first ones to get the flag all the way through the 50% portion of the map. Currently 4-0 and add a flag cap to that. Oh, did I have Druk on my? Oh yes, I did have Druk on my fantasy roster. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you know, hey, fantasy window is close, so everyone's teams are locked in. I chose Talik and Manny. No, I'm a big believer in these two. I think Manny's gonna pop out. Yeah, he's sitting on 1 and 2 right now, Tony, but keep your eye out. Pioneers scoring that first flag early on, and you know, that's a huge get for them, Tony, because we know how bizarre flag can play. Oftentimes you're playing 10, 12 minutes just to get that first cap. So getting the monkey off the back early on, getting that first one on board alleviates a lot of that pressure. Talik trying to find the weaknesses in the defense, but he gets caught out by Super CC, evades, as he's going to be able to find another assist. And you can see KCP playing extremely fast early on in this game. Finally, Fnatic able to stop that push and maybe try to find some momentum of their own.
No monkey business at all around here. The team formerly known as Business clearing out the midway point of the map, but forgot about Talik. They put them 3 down, but Talik still alive and being such a difficult kill here. Envor somehow able to steal away that overshield, but Talik is still putting down damage onto the bridge. Finally, he's gonna go down, and it looks like Manny's gonna join him as well. Druck ends up getting the kill onto Envor, so we're gonna switch gears onto Super CC, the man that played for both of these rosters, putting in work immediately as Fnatic are down 0-1 in the game. Need to make something happen. You don't want this to get out of hand. And let me tell you, if KCP are able to put 2 on the board before Fnatic respond, they can really start to just defend the 50% portion of the map and make it very difficult for Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic has they learned early on from their mistakes, right? Druck immediately went through them like Swiss cheese, got the pull, got the run. What we've seen Fnatic do incredibly well on the back end now is always have their lanes in check. They're not letting players get through for free whatsoever. You're not going to be able to find a free push anymore. They're keeping all the lanes in check. So you're going to have to find some slays to get this flag through. But we can see a flag already being run, and I believe it's a Manny who has it out. But you can see, great job by KCP. They're going to drop that flag. They know that they have to get another round of slays, and it's going to be Manny who finds another one in the mid. With Rockets coming up, they just need to get this around the corner, but Manny's going to drop. No one there to run the flag. Rockets still up for grabs, and it looks like Fnatic will be able to grab those and stabilize and get that return as well.
Envor already on the flag, and like you said, the return will end up coming in, and Super CC, young man out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, having the Rockets in hand, immediately going to trade that out with the BR. Doesn't want to waste the Rockets unnecessarily, but he's running the flag, so he's not going to be able to use that Rockets as efficiently as you want. So what does he do? Trades off the flag towards the 0, quickly whips them out. When in doubt, whip it out. I'm talking about the launcher as he takes down Talik. Now going to grab himself a grapple. That flag already advancing forward over towards the courtyard. Able to find the second one in Manny. Super CC clearing out house. It looks like there's one more line of defense over towards the base, but Super CC is on the chase. Chasing, taking down one and taking down the final as well. Beautiful cap coming in out of Fnatic, and we are tied up just like that.
And Super CC went on a tear the back of his base, and well, now the game tied but you can still see KCP still pressuring. We're gonna be able to pull this flag. Envor won't be able to get the pick before he goes down. Does the nade clean it up on the back end? I don't believe so. We see Druck and be able to be the first one to push out with this shotgun. He knows that there's some player over in this lockers. Oh, that was dangerous. Super CC almost got the ninja. Well, great awareness from Druck, and it looks like the Pioneers able to answer back extremely fast as they're pulling out another flag, getting that one ready to come in.
Multiple going down here for your Pioneers, but Druck still up, ends up earning himself an assist, having the Bulldog in the back pocket. Love the shots going in on just 0 as he's going to hit the black screen. Soul Snipe able to run that flag in without anybody able to really contest them. That's going to be a 2-1 lead coming out of your Pioneers, and once again Fnatic on the ropes.
You see, just the slaying ability of Pioneers has really pushed them through this game, really not having to struggle at all finding the slays on the map. And you know, when you're able just to constantly overslay, always have that numbers advantage, it makes playing the game so much easier. You see Talik pick up another double. It's going to be Sepp that's trying to take him down. He won't be able to find that kill as he falls and hits the respawn screen. With Overshield and Rockets coming up in 5 seconds, it looks like the Pioneers are the one positioned to grab the goodies.
Overshield comes up, ends up in the hands of your Pioneers. Meanwhile, Fnatic ends up going 2 down immediately. Super CC and Envoy gonna hit the black screen. Soul Snipe, the one with the Overshield in hands. It looks like Manny taking one down. It's gonna be Septified, letting him know about it. Now Soul Snipe, early pull coming in, runs it right into the hands of Talik with 3 down for Fnatic. I'm not sure anybody's gonna be able to stop Soul Flag Runner from getting it from coast to coast. Oh,
yeah.
Hold on. Counter.
I don't know. I feel like it's a desperation play. You can see Talk immediately punishes. He finds 2. Manny finds a 3rd. And now it's just Super CC by his lonesome. He's going to have to try to find the Soul Flagger. He will be able to find that kill on Mr. Soul Flag. And, well, Super CC trying to make the most out of his opportunity. I mean, he was the last alive, and he's able to find Talk. He's able to find another. Oh my God, Super CC clears the base for his squad. But you can see all that effort. It resulted in 3 going down. It's only just 0 who can make the play, but wow, what a stop from Fnatic. And I mean, honestly, it's not even Fnatic, Tony. What a stop by Mr. Super CC. Holy... Hey, we're in the Matrix, baby. That was insane, but Super CC made a huge play right there.
I cannot believe Mr. Cap Sniper was not able to run that flag in. Going 2 down as Pioneers. Septify already put in the cross map shots and able to get the double kill. Now tries to throw the denial grenade to get the triple. That player being so annoying. Onward takes down 1 and drunk. Finally, that player gonna go down, but a couple of team grenades might have went in the way of Septify. That's not gonna stop Fnatic from advancing forward. Envoy already in the opposing palm tree side.
That's a great job. You can see Pioneers opting just to push straight on out. Not going to go back to their base. I like this play, but they have to get this overshield. And you can see already Fnatic, specifically Envoy, coming back to try to play for this overshield. He's trying to win this fight. If he's able to do so, he'll be able to get this overshield and potentially the flag. But oh my, I don't know who's staying alive down there, but they are making plays for the Pioneers. I believe that was Mr. Soul Snipe. See, he does eventually go down. I think it's only Pollock who's in a position to potentially make a play at the back of the base when he try to pull off a Super CC and stop this flag. We'll have to see.
Beautifully played by Envoy, taking down Manny, sitting towards the middle of the map as Super CC gonna run the second flag in, and we are tied up here. 3 minutes and 19 seconds left in regulation. Envoy having the Bulldog and Overshield. What a combo. Talent couldn't handle it. Already advancing forward with the grapple. Even has 1 more left, but not gonna run the flag. There's 1 more play he wants to deal with first. Manny takes down Septify off the screen. Drunk gonna go after Super CC, and that momentary lapse of timing there might be exactly what Pioneers needed to put Fnatic 3 down. Well played, but Jazero won't go down easily.
Jazero looking for his opportunities, just being a pain on the side of Pioneers, as they will eventually be able to find that pick, as it's Mr. Soul Snipe who's able to get the pick for his squad. And now we're starting to see the middle pressure start to be applied from the Pioneers. These next couple kills could be pivotal. You see Super CC, the shock nades are pushing him out. Druck able to find the overextender and onboard. And now look at this position from the Pioneers. They're ready to get right into this base of Fnatic and keep them on their back foot.
I'm actually excited to watch Envoy versus Talik as well. Back in 2018, I believe it was Atlanta, they actually got top 12 together, and then again top 8 with that same squad. It was the same exact squad as Septify. They actually had Talik on the team. So watching Envoy go toe-to-toe with Talik is going to be really exciting to watch here. Mr. Soul Snipe, though, not only going for the pull, going in for the challenge onto Septify, and here comes the shock grenades out of Manny. He has the overshield and the grapple. It was in a baitable position, but Manny gonna quickly grapple that flag over. That should have been nade heaven, and Manny would have had no chance of getting the touch on the flag unless he had the grapple, which he does. So a little bit of a missed melee, but it's okay. I love the flag play coming in, but 2 go down for your Pioneers.
And this melee might come to bite him in the end, though, having to lose that much shield to take that flag on, and it will get returned. And that's really been the story of this game, is Fnatic somehow able to keep up, because they've been getting outslayed, they've been getting outplayed, but still able to get into the space and pull out flags. When they do find their kills, they're so effective and efficient at getting flag runs away. And you can see Envor trying to put in the potential last one and, in my opinion, steal away this game.
Less than a minute left in regulation here with Envor getting the third flag cap on the board after a fumble. It looks like Pioneers are really on the ropes. They are knocked down, but not knocked out just yet. Because let me tell you, with 41 seconds on the board, they can pull the flag, force a sudden death, and maybe make something happen, but that's going to be very hard against a very aware Fnatic squad. Druck advancing forward, checking all of his corners. He knows that every life matters at this point, and this might be his last pull going into the Fnatic base.
He needs to stay alive. He needs to win this fight. He's able to do so. Huge one to take down Super CC, so they will be able to at least pull this flag. But that's only half the equation, right, Tony? You got to get back and get this all the way back to your squad, into your own flag point. And, well, looks like they're having a great start at doing so. Fnatic pulled out a flag of their own. And we see a stalemate and sudden death. Envor trying to get those shots down. He knows he needs to get this kill. Man, he's not going to be able to stay alive. The flag gets returned, and that will be game for Fnatic. I mean, huge win from them. Envor just lights it up towards the end of that game. He's going to finish with 25 kills of his own. And like I said, Tony, that's the Fnatic that everyone knows, right? They push games. They somehow stay in games. They wait till the last moment, and, you know, they get into that game 5 scenario. They get into that last minute scenario, and that's where they try to win them.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I made a big mistake not picking up at least one player on this Fnatic roster from my fantasy league. I'm a little upset, with myself. Fnatic going up 1-0 in the series already. Now we're gonna be going into game number 2, which is going to be Slayer on Aquarius. Now, I will say, back in the day, Slayer used to be the Achilles heel of your Pioneers. You know, back in Halo 5, you know, a lot of teams would get the best of them on Slayer, and they would have to win with their objective efficiency on those objective game types. However, in Halo Infinite, KCP had really stepped up their Slayer game, and they're actually, like, low-key one of the best Slayer teams that we have in our league, right up there with EUnited. So I'm excited to watch them. This should be tied up going to game number 3, and KCP cannot afford to let Fnatic go 2-0 in the series. That's going to be really difficult for them to climb out of.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this next game after losing a game 1 that they believe that they should have won, I mean, if we go back, we rewind the tape, right? It all comes down to that play from Super CC, right? Where he's last alive in the base of the Pioneers. He's able to find 3 kills, get the flag return. If they didn't do that, they probably don't win that game. We're in overtime right now at minimum, right, Tony? Or, you know, we could have seen Pioneers never let Fnatic get the momentum to pull out 2 more flags. Slayer Aquarius, like you said, KCP has become a Slay heavy team. I believe that the change to Manny has been one of the best changes that they've made. It's no knock to Super CC, right? You saw him make the play against his old team. He's incredible. But like you said, I think it was a rule of both the teams got better when the trade happened. When Super CC went over to this roster, they got better. When Manny went back over to his home at the Pioneers, they got better. And now Manny, I think he's shown himself to be one of the better Slayers in Infinite. I'm excited to see how he performs in Aquarius. I do still give my edge to Pioneers, but Fnatic making a real case for themselves right here.
Yeah, whenever I watch Manny's gameplay, it's like a roller coaster. Let me tell you, man, when it's going up, when it's up there, like, he's one of the best Slayers that we have in our league. Things are riding high. But, you know, sometimes, you know, roller coasters go down. And sometimes we see some little gameplay from him sometimes. So I'm saying, like, we've seen him pop off where I'm not even joking. He'll be in the lobby with players like Renegade, players like Lucid, and he will outperform everybody, looking like the best player in the lobby. But he's hit or miss sometimes. I don't want to say. Soulsnipe said that's his best friend is Soulsnipe, and Soulsnipe literally will say it as well. So I want to see more consistency coming out of Manny. I think he's really finding his home here in Halo Infinite as opposed to back in Halo 5, where that was really his biggest critique. And I feel like you said, he's definitely asserting himself as one of the Slayers on his team. I know he's on your fantasy roster, so you wanted to pop off. I wanted to pop off in general. He may not be on mine, but I think he's destined for greatness, and I'm excited to watch his career as we're going into Aquarius and Invis in the middle of the map. Couple of thrusters, you got some heat wave action. Don't forget about them dynamo grenades every 30 seconds. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Gary. I'd be timing them in matchmaking.
Yeah,
I'd be
so
timing
important.
the dynamo.
They're so important. And right when we talk about what the roster on the other side, Envor, he dropped 25 in the previous game. At Anaheim, he turned into Landor. He really was. If we had to do a breakout player of the tournament, it was Envor. He was on another level. Can he find that consistency online, though, has been the question, right? It's kind of the same problem that we've seen with Manny. How consistent can he be? How consistent can Envor be? Because we know when he's all firing on all cylinders, he's one of the best in the game. So truly, I want to see who steps up on both sides, Tony. Who is that player that starts to dominate the kill feed in the Slayer and, you know, starts to make the team play around them? You know, when you have a team when you have a player that's just going off, the rest of the players like, all right, what can I do to help? You know, let me massage your back a little bit. Oh, lay it down. Let me give you a quick little foot rub. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's about making sure that your main Slayer is fed. And I guess for me, the question is, who's going to be the main Slayer for Fnatic? Who's going to be the main Slayer for Pioneers? Because there's no one really that jumps straight to mind for either of these teams that is like, okay, that's their main Slayer. Everyone has the opportunity to push up, to step up to that position. I think Fnatic, you can maybe make a little bit more of an argument that Envor is their main Slayer, but it's very much like you said, Tony, it's a team of great friends who all step up, that all help each other, right? I want to see one of these players just come out and dominate, though. I want to see who's going to be putting it all down on the table.
Yeah, when it comes to both of these rosters, I think Envor is a really good player to look out for when it comes to Slayer. I feel like his raw individual skill is gonna set him apart when it comes to some of these individual battles. Super CC is very talented as well, but he's a little bit different. He's crafty. He puts down shots, stays alive. He's all over the place and whatnot. I'm talking about like raw 1v1 gunfight, like me and you, Dark Alley. Who's coming out on top? I'm gonna look to Envor, and almost the same thing for I would say almost the same thing for KCP as well. Talik is one of those players that he'll push, like, he'll plant them almost like royalty. He'll plant himself somewhere, just rain down shots on everybody, get a massive amounts of damage, and he'll run like a scoreline of like 18-4. You don't even know how it happened. Now against some of these better teams and whatnot, I think they might be able to contain him a bit. I'm gonna be looking for Druck when it comes to that consistent one-on-one gunfight. Hey, I can outplay you with my movement. I can outplay you with my shot. I'm gonna be looking for Druck to really step apart with Pioneers. But like you said, any one of these players have that pop-off potential, whether it be Jazero, Septify, whether it be Manny or Talik himself. Any one of these players can step it up, and we're seeing Talik on the board already earn himself a kill, but quickly gonna hit the black screen.
Like you said, you brought up Talik, man. I'm gonna say it, man. You know, bias aside, because Talik's one of my favorite pro players. This guy's different, guys. Honestly, in my opinion, top 5 IGL in the game, and potentially, I think he has the potential to become a top 5 player in the game. I don't think he's there yet, but watch out for this guy. Talik is on another level as we see him find his 3rd kill on the map. And I think, Tony, I think we all know Talik's legit. It's just the question is, how high is his ceiling?
Let me tell you, to the freaking moon. I will preach that to the day I die. Another player, Super CC, but he's quickly gonna go down. So let's hop on board with Envor. One of the last times we saw him at Halo 5 at Esports Arena was during that free-for-all tournament that ended with the 1v1 in the final 8, and Envor was really putting on a show. But he's gonna hit the black screen as well. So let's talk about Talik. You know, let's talk about all of them. I mean, they're all super talented. I love all of these guys. I'm fine with it. Let's talk about the coaches. Jam I am in here. Strobe on the other side. Like I'll talk about all. I love everybody in the lobby.
We're just gonna have the coaches duke it out in the back scenes, guys. They're just gonna have a fist fight. Whoever wins is gonna win the series, and we'll see how it goes. That's funny. Hey Tony, I'm with you though. It's not just the 4 players you see here. It truly is an organization that builds a squad. You can see Fnatic putting a lot of faith in these young guys over here, and we know the kind of support the Pioneers are giving, picking up these guys at the end of Halo 5 when nothing was really going on, really believing in this roster. And when you have support systems like that, that's when you're able just to lay it loose and play your game.
Super CC and Envoy trying to advance forward here. They're on the fridge side. We see Super CC approaching the P side, but now he doesn't want to get reckless, so he's taking it real slow. He wants to make sure he has first shot on his opponent at all times. Drunk playing a bit faster here, getting the heat wave in hands with an 18-13 lead. Pioneers have a little bit of comfort to play a bit faster to check all their corners though as well. Drunk starts to lay down shots over towards the flag side of the map. Taulik ends up getting a double kill onto the kill feed. Septify can equalize the situation by taking down Manny. Jazero goes after Soul Snipe, and Drunk is still getting behind enemy lines with the heat wave and the thrust. He should be able to net himself at least one kill, but not able to do so. Super CC shutting him down.
Super CC trying to get right back into this action. The player that made the most impact in game one, in my opinion. Yeah, we saw Onboard drop 25, but it was Super CC's defensive play to stop that flag cap that really won them game one. Well, he's trying to win them game two. He's going to be able to trade out with Drunk Onboard. He has his heat wave, and that's something we really haven't talked too much about, Tony, is how powerful the heat wave is on a map like this. It truly is a power weapon that you have to stay on top of. And so far, Fnatic's been the one that's done so, and you can see Onboard reaping the rewards in the kill feed because of it.
Now, we know it's a Promethean weapon. I need to know, gosh, what a beautiful kill, using it immediately. Is this a Promethean shotgun? Is it a Promethean launcher, a rifle? What kind of gun is the heat wave? I need. Do we need a poll in the chat?
It's a hard light.
To me, it's a shotgun. That's a what?
Oh, it's a lore. Let me go like a little bit of a lore. I think yeah, it's like a long range shotgun, like a shotgun sniper.
Yeah.
But
sure.
A little hard light, make you disappear. I don't know, man. It's so unique. The weapons in Halo have been a little bit different than what we've seen in previous games, and I honestly never saw a weapon like the heat wave coming out in Halo, and I've been a fan, man. It feels like this, if you have the skill, you can long range some shotgun shots. Essentially, I think it's pretty cool. I think maybe they could tune it a little bit to make it a little bit harder to aim with, especially those longer range shots. Maybe slow down the projectile a little bit. But I really like the concept of the weapon. I just think it needs a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of tuning to really make it, nerf it just a tiny bit. Damn, that thing's good.
Oh yeah, it really is. I've gotten maybe 3 2-shots with it my entire life, but even with the 3-shot or the 1-shot melee, it is absolutely deadly. 31-30 lead. It's Envoy and friends that are utilizing this heat wave to get right back in this game. They were actually down by, what, I think 7 kills at one point, but it looks like they're able to answer back. The hold this metal coming in, dropping the heat wave, whipping out the BR, able to get the cleanup kill. However, that heat wave most likely will change hands, but the commando in use for Jazero. Love to see that.
Super CC able to find another before he goes down. Oh, Tony, these two teams, I don't think there was any argument that it was going to be a close game. I had game 5 written on this, just because Fnatic be Fnatic. But oh my God, look at the scoreline from Taulik, though. I think both of us have this guy on our fantasy team. Oh my God, he's been lighting it up, and he finds another 16 for him. He's been absolutely crazy this series, and well, he's going to be trying to push his team to that final victory screen as Soul Snipe finds the help for Taulik. We're going to be able to find 2 quick answers from there, but the lead has shifted towards Pioneers with Drux in trouble, and so we could be seeing a tied out game right here. I believe it's tied now between Fnatic and Pioneers, but Fnatic going to be the one that gets away with the camouflage.
Soul Snipe able to take it down Envoy and taking over this P control. Nades are starting to go down. It's a 41 tied up game here. Septify able to take down Manny. Soul Snipe goes in to shut him down, but Septify stepping up, taking out 2 for 1 within that life. Super CC trying to get into the action, catches a couple of heat wave shots right to the waist. Envoy goes in for the challenge, utilizes the thrust, earns himself the heat wave, but also earns himself a bullet to the brain by young Manny. A 45-44 lead back in favor of your Pioneers.
Septify not going to be able to find anything with those shock grenades, and Soul Snipe's in trouble. If he's able to stay alive, regain his shields, and potentially find a pick, I think that'll be the game for Pioneers, but it's up to him to stay alive because he just is under so much pressure. He's trying so hard, not able to get the kill. It felt like he was a punch away. Fortunately, he's going to go down. That's going to shift the lead to Fnatic towards the final end of this game. And this looks a little bit reminiscent of what we saw in game one. They keep it within striking distance, and at the end of the game, that's where they pull away. One more kill needed for Fnatic. Envor sees him across the map. He's going to call it out. The nades are coming through. Envor able to survive the shot. Septify in the back of the base, looking for his own pick. Talk's going to be able to pick him up. You can see all of KCP just trapped at back blue. It's going to be up to Fnatic to find their opportunity to get through, but they have to be careful, right? 48 kills for KCP as well, but Envor, him being able to stay alive makes all the difference. He finds the final pick, and well, a 2-0 lead for Fnatic. Pioneers back against the wall.
And we're going to see with their backs against the wall, will they whip out the claws? You know, a fight or flight, and I don't want to see Pioneers run away from this one. They're going to have to take it to live fire and pull off the reverse sweep if they want to earn their rematch against EUnited in the finals. Fnatic very much in the driver's seat right now, looking to swerve into that 3-0 sweep. And I was surprised. I mean, I knew Fnatic were an amazing squad, but I figured between CTF and Slayer, your Pioneers should have been able to take at least one of those first two games. And now we're going into Oddball and Fnatic having all the momentum on their side. I'm a bit worried for the Pioneers here.
Well, the silver lining, though, is that you can make the argument that game one and game two were choked from KCP. They definitely had the opportunity. Both of them extremely
That's not a good
close.
argument.
But what it shows is that Fnatic, I have yet to see Fnatic just come out and punch out, you know, just punch them in the face, win a game, right? And that's where, you know, I get a little bit nervous for them. Now we're going into Oddball, a game that lasts forever. Can you keep it close for that long? You know, I want to see Fnatic come out, get an established lead, and finish out a game. We've seen game fives from Fnatic so often for a reason. It's because they always keep every game so close. The Pioneers, I think this is definitely within their wheelhouse to make the reverse sweep happen. But if Fnatic wants a chance to beat EUnited, they have to come out and make a statement in one of these next two games, in my opinion, Tony. They have to win a decisive game versus the Pioneers in order to have a chance versus EUnited.
Well, it's going to be Oddball on live fire. We know what the sandbox, we know what both of these teams bring to the table. We know what this map brings to the table. You have to control the sniper rifle and treat it, you know, the same way you would treat the shock rifle on recharge. You got to make plays with it, and it's much harder to make a play with the sniper rifle here in Halo Infinite than, say, you know, for a game like Halo 5, where it was much easier to shoot. That higher aim assist that you have with the sniper was absolutely crucial to making plays and playing aggressive with it. You do have the heat wave that spawns towards bottom mid that I want to see both of these teams fight for and prioritize. And don't forget about that power up that's going to spawn over towards that right side of that open field side of the base, adding a couple of repulsors and drop balls. And ladies and gentlemen, you got yourself some live fire Oddball. Most of these teams want to get that ball towards the seaside tower section of the map. Once that pressure comes in, they're able to play the ball. Also, just sitting up there just provides you so much angles over towards, if anybody's push out towards power up open field, see if anybody's pushing up towards mid, and then ultimately see if anybody's also pushing up on that nest side. You just have so many angles on the map, and if you could trap a player, the opposing team over toward the A side of the map, you'll be feeling very good here on game number 3. But it's Fnatic that are up 2-0 in the series, and KCP that are fighting for their tournament lives.
Tournament life on the line. And what I want to see from both these teams is what kind of rotation routes do they keep clear, right? Because like you said, the Oddball and live fire is one of the more interesting maps because you have really strong holds in like C and A, right? You can keep it in those positions for long periods of time. But I want to see how they opt with the pressure. When they start to lose it, how do they kick out? Do they immediately just play the ball, or maybe do they go for some quick rotations? Now, can you get the C tower all the way back to B? Because B, although it's not the best just primary holding position for the Oddball, if you're able to make clear rotations to B, earn an extra 15 20 seconds of time, and then play it from B, I think that's a recipe for success. That's where you can take your game to the next level. We'll have to see if either of these teams opt for that. But even if you have that, you know, that primary hold at A, that primary hold at C in the tower, like you said, can you go to your secondary holds over at back B? If you're able to do that, I think it's a recipe for success.
And I love how you're mentioning the setups that both of these teams are going to bring to the table here, because when I think of KCP and I think of Fnatic, I think of two teams that are very good at breaking setups, but I don't think about them being as that team that can slow things down, watch a couple of angles, communicate small talk, and make sure that they're winning those individual gunfights and turning those setups into multiple rounds of slays, which you're gonna want to see in Oddball. I mean, don't get me wrong here, I respect the scrappy time, but to me personally, it's the good time. It's when those seconds start to turn to minutes that really matter on a game type like Oddball. So both of these teams are really going to be tested with how well they can slow things down, because we know a team like, for example, like EUnited, they speed things up when they have to, but they also can slow things down and make sure they secure their slays and watch their angles when they need to, as it looks like we're actually going to be going into yet another little bit of a reset. Hey, it's remote Halo. We've all been here, you know, when it's on LAN, it's much better, but, you know, with remote gaming comes remote problems. But you know what? I'm happy because, you know, back in the day, back in, you know, MLG days, you know, it was most of those times you got to go to a LAN to play in a tournament. Now we see $1,000 online tournaments every week. We see $500 show matches every single week. It's absolutely incredible where we are here, where we are in gaming and specifically esports in this day and age.
I mean, yeah, there's more opportunity than ever to, you know, play in hype tournaments, to make a money and to make this passion your job. And what we see, I mean, literally every Wednesday, we get to see people who have made their passion their job be able to perform and play for a nice little chunk of change against the best of the best. You know, shout out to everyone who makes this a reality. Esports Arena, you know what it is, baby. Get here every Wednesday. If you're not following the channel, make sure you're doing so, because we're going to have hype show matches every single week, as well as just, you know, if you're wanting to be one of these teams that makes it to the show match, well, Tony, Monday you better be dusting off those sticks playing for $1,000 against the best AM teams in the world. That's your time to come show what you're made of. You got everything plugged in already too, Tony. What, you playing games on the side, maybe? You casting and playing at the same time?
I'm kind of talented. I'm just saying. I'm the real deal. I'm just
Phenom.
saying. That's a Razer controller right now, so you already know I'm putting in work on the battlefield. Mind you, Razer is one of the sponsors that run the Series E. In case you guys are new to Series E, semi-professional league teams will qualify to become an Esports Arena Red, Esports Arena Blue, and earn themselves a nice little salary on top of being able to compete once a week in open events against you guys and the community, and show matches like the pros we're seeing on screen right now. Fnatic and Pioneers, currently up 2-0 is Fnatic, and looking to put the nail in the coffin. Pioneers fighting again for their tournament lives.
And man, he was able to find two right away, got the ball away for his squad, and you see they already prioritized that C hold, and now with the camouflage coming up, it's going to be the Pioneers who are going to be able to get that into their hands. Just Zero going to be able to work with Super CC to find a pick. That Camo player not able to get away, so an unfortunate break for Pioneers, as now we see Fnatic going to be the ones that score. And like you said, Tony, both these teams extremely good at breaking setups, but when it comes to holding them, that's where we start to see some of the more suspect plays.
Well, Manny already able to break that setup almost seemingly by himself, steals away the ball and gets it toward the tower side play. It scraps a little bit of ball time, even jumps off with it as the ball's played right off here and taking a swim. Now 2 down go Fnatic. Soul Snipe looking to take advantage, quickly grabbing that ball and rotating it back towards the C side, and we're going to see what the Pioneers can do with their C side setup. Talek taking down Super CC. Envoy going to hit the black screen as well. Set the 5 started to rain down shots, and it looks like Soul Snipe is electing to rotate that ball all the way towards the beach side, as slays are still going in favor of Fnatic, and the ball reset once again.
Ooh, Seb not going to be able to stay alive. It's going to be Druck who takes him down. And that heat wave will be lost. So we see Fnatic quickly able to pick that ball back up, but Druck, oh my, taking on the army by himself. Going to be able to find one. Seb's going to try to clean this one up. Super CC gets it. Although they're getting the ball time, though, they've given up the camouflage. It's going to be the Pioneers who have this camo to work with, and we'll see if that's enough to find the picks and break the setup. Manny, player going on a little bit of a tear right now, has 9 kills to start this game.
Druck advancing forward, defending that ball off the screen. Soul Snipe able to get the first pick. 3 down quickly. go Fnatic, and a nest side setup here coming in out of your Pioneers, trying to find out if they should be rotating the ball towards tower or rotate it towards the green building. Fnatic is going to be pushing sandbags, so they can rotate it away onto the beach side. That would be for the best, but Solstice might be forced to play the ball off the map. 50-20 lead here for your Pioneers. Pioneers get wiped out, and Fnatic stealing away the ball.
Ball gonna be able to come back out, and you can see the setup. You can see all the Pioneers starting to push through to B, get through that sandbags, and get behind the ball carrier, as this is their opportunity to break the setup. You can see the ball down, and they have successfully gotten in here and broken the setup, as it's Soul Snipe will be the one who carries this ball for the squad. And I mean, both teams just doing a phenomenal job of breaking setups on Tony. I mean, every time it feels like they got something going for them, the other team immediately pushes through, finds 2-3 down.
Solstice having the ball over toward the back A side of the map. Wants to hold this for as long as possible, but they need to get the slays, and sadly they're not able to do so. Pioneers going 2 down. The third one going to fall as well, leaving Solstice by himself. He's going to throw the ball towards the middle. Teammates going in just a little bit here for Super CC. He's going to try to advance forward towards the ball, but a beautifully placed drop wall is going to allow Pioneers to fend it off for just a bit, but Chasen not having any part of that. Back to their A-side setup, but down by 31 points, have a little bit of a mountain to climb here. The slays will help them hold on to that A-side setup.
So I'm not able to find one pick. The ball goes out, but I mean, not really a great play, as they're just going to be able to get that back into their hands. And Fnatic once again lose their setup. Only 20 seconds left. Whereas Pioneers roster, this is an opportunity right here where if I'm Soul Snipe, I'm thinking about pushing this right to B right away, Tony, right? Get it towards B, get the play position. As soon as they get the kill, they're throwing it off the map. Unfortunately, that's not what they go for. You can see Fnatic starting to find the kills in the feed. And that's something we really haven't seen too much from either team, making quick rotations to try to get the play spots, especially when you have this primary hold at A.
Envoy looking to defend the 50% portion of the map, ends up taking down one Super CC, and Septify taking down 2 more on the feed. And it looks like there's only one more player over toward the A side. You said you wanted to see players rotate the ball a bit better. How does a rotation all the way from A house window towards the C side of the map as the spawning Pioneers are coming up? How does that work for you, Gary? That's good enough for me. Is that good enough for you?
Right. I like the idea, right? The execution just has to be better on the back end. You have to be more aware of where the spawns are coming from and how to deal with them. Unfortunately, they weren't aware of the Pioneers push from back river. That's going to be able to get the ball picked, but I mean, it's a great concept, right? You get 2 down, you know that the last stragglers at A, they should have just let that player stay alive at A, vacate the immediate area, force the Pioneers to spawn out. Instead, the Pioneers got a nest spawn, and that's the reason they were able to get the ball so fast. Great concept by Fnatic, but just a little bit lackluster on the execution. But those are the kinds of concepts that can make the difference in games.
And my question for you, Garrett, is why did that ball not get played off the map? Did the slays happen so quick that Fnatic weren't able to react? Or I mean, what? I'm so confused on how that ball didn't end up off the map. Literally, Pioneers must have played that perfectly to the point where they were able to slay out like that without giving them a chance to even react, to even know that the push was coming in. I don't even know what happened.
It was great target priority by Mr. Soul Snipe that made the difference, right? He saw 2 players. He saw that the ball carrier was weak, prioritized that target, got the kill as fast as possible, and then worried about what happens in the next step. And he was able to find the 2 kills. They go 3 down, and it means a victory in round 1 for Pioneers. Now we see Fnatic having a better start this time around, able to get 16 unanswered seconds, but they're gonna have to figure out how to win the mid game. That's where the Pioneers truly won the game, was when they built themselves a lead towards the middle of this game. Fnatic, well, looks like the recipe might be the same, because Talik able to find another kill, and he has the unorthodox AR sniper hold. I mean, hey man, 2 of the most skillful weapons to use in this game, Tony, so I don't blame him. You know, might as well have the 2 most skillful weapons in the game in your hands.
I'm sorry, the 2 most skillful.
Absolutely,
that
man.
AR.
Yes, I mean, AR, man, that's 36 bullets of pure skill right there, Tony. You know what I'm saying? You find your target, you push down on the right trigger, you got to make sure every single one of them bullets hits. A BR, what, you're talking about 3 bullets? You only have to hold on for 3 bullets. An AR, that's 36 bullets that you have to make sure each one hits. Come on, Tony, that's pure skill.
That's just math right there. I'm not going to argue with math. 3 down, go Fnatic. That's some math for you. Envoy being by himself ends up putting a full squad wipe in favor of Pioneers. That's some more math for you. Pioneers now taking control of the numbers. But 31-7 lead in favor of Fnatic in this round number 2. Again, Fnatic up 2-0 in the series, and this is single elimination. The winner of this plays EUnited in the finals. The loser goes home. And the whole tournament is winner take all. So, I mean, $500 on the line. Winner takes all. Talik not able to win the individual gunfight. Druk having the heat wave in hands, getting right behind enemy lines. Beautiful shots coming. Gonna earn himself a wingman assist medal. And there's only one more player in his sights. Oh my gosh, Druk bringing the heat. Ends up getting the kill with the BR after repulsing that player back. Druk is starting to go off.
Oh boy. And now we're starting to see a game tied on up. Essentially an even game from here. Who wins the fights? Super CC trying to find this pick on Manny. Will be able to get it, and that's going to alleviate some of that pressure towards those nest spawners. But you can see, I like this rotation from Super CC, right? Make them think you're coming from B, rotate back out, get towards this ball. And he's going to have his opportunity here. Unfortunately, going to get hit in the back. And now he has to deal with the pressure of the ball carrier, dropping it and winning that gunfight. Oh my, what a play from the Pioneers to stop the push. And now they've earned themselves a 20-second lead. And Onboard trying to do his best to find the picks. They're able to get 2, but the Pioneers building themselves a cushion to work with.
Love the damage coming out of Envoy right there. The beautiful bounce state to take down that player towards the power up. They're able to get the assist on the second one. Even the third player was not able to take down Envoy, as once again the ball finds the hands of Fnatic. Septify getting his greedy bits on the heat wave. Gets the kill onto Mr. Soul Snipe, goes down to 1 shot. Druk now the final player alive for the Pioneers to defend the power by himself. I thought the stick came in. 2 players coming out of Pioneers trying to defend that camouflage, but it's Fnatic that have the control. Haven't been able to grab it yet though, Garrett. Who is going to get the active camo?
Whoever gets it could be determining who wins this game, and it's all Pioneers, baby. Talik able to get it, and Talik wins the pin fight right away. He had a one-on-one in the doorway. He wins that, and Druk wins one of his own. Oh my God, the Pioneers coming to life in round 2. Doesn't seem like they can lose a gunfight. Fnatic, they still have plenty of time to work with, but you're talking about 2 good pushes left. And you're going to have to find the answer right away. You can see Druk takes one more. 1 player ready to take on this ball carrier. But Talik, he's ready to get the immediate trade. But the job was done by Envoy. He's able to make sure that ball gets pushed out into the open field. It's going to buy more time for Fnatic. And instead of having 2 good pushes left, now you have maybe another 2, 3 good pushes. As long as you find the kills right here on board. Great awareness from him to check top mid, but he's not winning that gunfight. And it's going to be enough time bot for Mr. Soul Snipe to come behind. He finds 2, not able to get the 3rd, but the ball's out and away. And this could be a quick rotation if he can get this thing to see. No, he's going scoreboard. What play is he making? The milk. Oh, the triple kill from Super CC. I thought there was an opportunity there, Tony, to maybe rotate that all the way to C and get towards your spawners in time. Instead, he goes up the scoreboard, tries to buy as much time as possible. Super CC punishes with the triple kill of his own, and now Fnatic have the hold, and they're only 10 seconds away from tying this one up.
Fnatic are looking so good in the series right now, already up 2-0, and wow, I cannot believe what I'm seeing at the moment here. I mean, they're up 2-0 in the series. Looks like the lag out came out. So obviously, when it come in with the reset, but I would imagine that's really unfortunate because I think Fnatic were in control right there. Not sure if they had the lead in points, but I would imagine that they were about to take it with that hold. Either way, Fnatic looking so good. 2-0 in the series. They were almost about to take at least 1 round and force a final round there. Fnatic really putting the entire esports world on notice.
No, I mean, even more important, right, Tony? I hope that we write down those stats because my boy Manny was popping off and he's on my fantasy team, baby. Manny's going to carry me to victory, Tony. I see you shaking your head. Manny's carrying me to an esports fantasy victory. You got to write down them stats. Get Manny's kills in there because that man was popping off. that game. But we're going back to a live fire. I think honestly, Tony, I think it was a pretty even game in round 2. I think you just do a full wipe of that game, right, and just start it from the beginning.
Well, there was at least one.
Well, I mean,
round
you get the one round, right? But like
okay,
round
fair,
2, start from even, right? I don't think there should be any differential because what Fnatic had ball, they were down by like less than 10 seconds. I feel like you make the argument that it's just, you know, first 100. If you're those two, it's like, yeah, like you guys had ball, but you're still down. Like, you know the dance that you do whenever there's a lag out and you're trying to figure out how the differential should work.
Yeah, we're gonna find out from the TOs to find exactly what's gonna happen there. But I would have to agree with you. I wouldn't be surprised they do a full restart or at least something close to it as far as one round goes. And one round obviously was clearly going towards Pioneers, and almost able to steal that away in round number 2 was Fnatic here. So we're gonna find out exactly what's gonna happen here from our TOs. Either way, I can promise you that we're gonna have one hell of a series on our hands. Either Fnatic are gonna put the nail in the coffin right here, right now against your Pioneers and earn the right to play against EUnited, or Pioneers pull off the reverse sweep, sending us all the way to game number 5 and stepping up when it matters most. We're gonna see what happens.
That's what I love, Tony, is that it feels like it could go either way, right? It could be a 3-0 from Fnatic and they get the job done, but with how close the games are going, you have to feel like we're pushing ourselves to potentially a game 5. And honestly, I think that's where we're going. I think we're going to be going to Slayer Streets, baby, because these games have just been so close to call. And usually whenever the team is on their backs against the wall, especially with these high caliber teams, they usually find a way to win the close ones whenever they have to. And then, you know, game 5, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, historically, whenever KCP are matched up in the strongholds, they're usually, you know, they're usually feeling good. So, they got to get there, though. And in order to do that, you have to beat out a Fnatic squad on Oddball Live Fight. Although the objective efficiency was coming in from your Pioneers and they really scraped their way into some of those games, I still think Fnatic looked very good and maybe even better than Pioneers in most of that game, even though they were down 0-1 in those rounds. I mean, those slays were coming in. Their setups were looking quite clean to me. They were even getting like a secondary round of slays. When Pioneers had the lead, it was really mainly because they got to the ball first, just happened to get it to one side of the map quickly, but it was almost like scrappy time. I didn't see those clean or polished rounds of slays like I did for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one, Tony. I think we just got a ruling from the TOs. They say Pioneers need to take one more round. The points needed for each team to take the round, right? So this next round, Pioneers only need 16 points. Fnatic will need 37. So this is a huge opportunity for Pioneers, right? You'll win the opening start. You could find yourself 16 seconds and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic would have to win, you know, kind of the first round of slays, grab onto that ball, put that good, you know, 15 to 20 seconds on the board, and then get a second round of slays as well in order to come out on top. Because I feel like, I don't know if you could get 37 seconds with the ball time on an opening strat. I think you would need a secondary round of slays. And if you don't get that secondary round of slays, you better make sure that ball goes off the map at the perfect timing for at least one of your players to get in a position to bait the ball towards bottom middle. Fnatic gonna have a really tough time in this, I guess, this V2 of game number 3.
Yeah, definitely the ruling definitely goes in the favor of the Pioneers, but I mean the game was also in their favor as well. We see 2 opening picks for Fnatic. Go 2 for 1, but Septify, he knows that he has to stay close to this ball. They will be able to get that ball away for the side of Fnatic. Now Pioneers, well, you have a clock on your back. You got to make sure you get this done quickly. You see, I don't know who that is. That's out bottom river that's just causing the havoc. That was Manny. What a huge play from Manny. He gets both of them down. Talek's already on top of the ball. He throws the chase nades. He's trying to get this back towards his tower. He sees the Soul Snipe has his help. He's not entirely sure where to go. He finally has the clear rotation route. Gets this thing back to tower. It's clicking, Tony. 16 seconds needed. He's just going to throw that thing off and let his team reposition for the ball.
And that's one thing Pioneers are so good at doing, is scraping away at the ball time. And now they only need to scrape up 8 more seconds with the time. The ball ends up getting tossed over to Drug, moving the ball like the 95 Bulls at the moment. That ball movement looking sick as they are now 6 seconds away. That ball gonna get baited over towards middle sandbag. Envor able to take out Drug. Soul Snipe going in for a player onto the net side. Beautifully played, takes down Envor. Septify gonna fall as well with a clear 3 down. That's gonna be it. Pioneers taking this round and ultimately the game.
And look at that, they get it right to 16 too. The player gets in right in time, and well, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles. We're going on to game 4, a 2-0 victory on Oddball for the Pioneers. Able to, I mean, really the mid game is what won them that game, Tony, right? Remember, both games they were able to build themselves a huge cushion of time. And that pushes them through in the end game. Even though Fnatic gets it a little bit close towards the end, it just proves to be too much to overcome.
Well, we're going to see what Fnatic can do, because like I said, historically, your Pioneers are a very stronghold squad. stronghold squad.
Whoa.
And oh, yeah, dropping bars, baby. You already know. I mean, I will say, though, if any team can compete with them as far as speed goes and maybe match them as far as firepower, it might just be a Fnatic here. You know, I am, you know, fan is just a short word for Fnatic, and I am indeed a fanatic of Fnatic, and we're gonna see what they can do here in game number 4. We're going to recharge. We saw what EUnited and Sparty do with that shock rifle. Can anybody in this lobby replicate what Sparty can do with the shock rifle, in your opinion, Garrett?
Well, you know, I have to look at the man. He has the word in his name, right? Mr. Soul Snipe. If you pick up that sniper rifle, how much of an impact can you make with it? You know, if you have it in your name, you better be damn good with it, or else you're gonna get memed on by the chat. We can't see any missed shots from him. And on the other side, I mean, hey, Septify, Envor, those guys are nutty with it. Make sure they don't get it in their hands. But the other thing that we haven't really talked about too much, Tony, and what we have seen is I've seen a distinct lack of the Mangler being used so far. It looks like the GAs are coming through. We didn't see any Mangler on Livefire. We didn't see any Mangler on Bazaar as well. I don't think we're going to see any on this recharge. A new interesting play that the pros have been making, you know, GAing that Mangler and opting to play with only the other goodies on the map.
Yeah, you know, I'm on two sides of the fence here. You know, first of all, I don't want to see a hard nerf with the Mangler right off the rip. I'm going to say I don't want to see a hard nerf. I think the Mangler plays a very important role in the sandbox. I just feel like it's a very powerful weapon, and I want to give it the respect it deserves. And so that means lowering the clip. At no point in time should I have 50 freaking bullets in the Mangler. That thing's never going to leave the map. Let's lower it to like 1 clip. Let's make it to the point where instead of having a 30-second spawn time, maybe 45 to a minute, and let's limit how many can be on the map at the same time to say 2 at max, maybe even 1. And the Mangler's it's a very strong weapon, and I think it does in some way take skill. Like, you know, a average player can't pick up the Mangler and immediately go off with it. The pros can, and that's what makes it so strong. So I want to treat the way the Mangler, you know, with the respect it deserves. Now, when it comes to GAing it, I think the game plays smoother without the Mangler right now in its current position. However, I will say, if we're gonna go to Kansas City, and these teams are not going to be GAing it in Kansas City, you know, I think you got to practice the way you're going to, you know, play. So if you're GAing these now, I say you got to GA them in Kansas City as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, because otherwise, I think you need to practice a little bit different. So that's all my say. That was my little, that's my TED talk. That's my Tony talk. Thank you guys for stopping by, you know, like and subscribe. And I can't wait for game number 4 to come here on Strongholds Recharge.
All I'm saying, Tony, you're in game 5 grand finals. You're in a Slayer. Let's say the last map is Slayer on Recharge. You're sitting there. You're like 5 kills away from winning it. You're like, there's a Mangler right next to me. $100,000 on the line.
I ain't a gentleman.
I'm holding B, baby. You know what I'm saying? I ain't a gentleman. I'm out here trying to give my money. That's my only concern, right? Is, you know, I'm kind of on the fence of maybe just taking it out. You know, it's like I really have been enjoying the gameplay without the Mangler, and it's like I think the Mangler is really fun in socials, you know, like keep it over there, you know, but like keep it over there. You know what I'm saying? I think it's been playing extremely well without the Mangler. I'm kind of open to the change, but you know, we'll see how it shakes out. We'll see who the gentlemen are at Kansas City. I guess that's the question. When there's money on the line, Tony, does it go out though? You know, does it go out? Because, you know, hey, you can be a gentleman right now. You're not even playing where you guys are playing to determine whether you're gonna get money right now. But when you in those final rounds, when there's 100,000 on the line, I ain't that much of a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing whatever it takes to get that cash money.
I'm so happy that you just admitted in front of what we got hey, almost 300 people in the chat right now. I'm so happy that you admitted that your soul is for sale. So if anybody has a spare $100,000 burning a hole in their wallet, you could literally buy Garrett right now. Just straight up, you could purchase him at this point.
Oh yeah,
I mean, and it's funny. You're talking about the Mangler. You know, I'm gonna show you. See, you think the Mangler wins games? I'm gonna show you what wins games.
Okay.
Show you what wins games real quick. This right here. All right, here's the equalizer. I'm talking 36 bullets worth of pure passion.
Bullets. Oh my. Oh, hold down that right trigger.
Shout out to one of our sponsors, Nerf. Shout out to I'm not sure. Somebody on Esports Arena Blue is actually is sponsored by Nerf. That's a Nerf blaster right there, the assault rifle. I promise you, I'm buying the Mangler. I wasn't gonna do. I'm gonna buy the Bulldog, but I think I want the Mangler just for the meme. So I'm gonna spend a good 100 just on Nerf blasters. Unless Nerf, you got my number. I'm just saying, hey, we can make something happen. We talk about that later.
I'm gonna have to go pick up one of those ARs, bro. I gotta be training in and out of the game. You know what I'm saying? you gotta make sure you have everything ready to go. One of those, I've seen those Manglers, the Nerf Mangler. I might not like it in the game. You know what? I'm rolling outside. I need some protection. I'm walking down the street with that Mangler on my side. You ain't messing with me, baby. That thing goes hard in real life. Okay. Oh my god! Imagine you doing the breakdown. You pull out the Mangler. You're showing how the one-shot beatdown works. Oh my god! Could you imagine, guys? Recharge Strongholds coming up next. Just waiting for these players to get into their lobby. Make sure everything's going up and good. Shock rifle can be, dude. Nerf shotgun. I mean, a Nerf shock rifle, dude. That'd actually go pretty. That would go pretty hard. Oh my gosh!
I don't know how that would happen. I don't know how you. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. You know what I was saying? We'll take it to the lab. We'll make sure that we get everyone with each other. But man, that would look cool, baby. That would look really cool. Or maybe a Nerf Bulldog. Dude, can you imagine a Nerf Bulldog, but it shoots 8 pellets? They have one. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. They have the Nerf Bulldog.
It does shoot 8 pellets, bro.
Sick. I haven't bought it yet. I got it at Amazon. I'm just saying, bills getting paid.
Let me pull this up.
I had to buy one of these Esports Arena jerseys. I'm just saying they priorities. Boy,
that thing goes hard, baby. Imagine if you could shoot a pellet with it though. You're shooting like 8 of those like Nerf bullets at once. Oh my. Guys, I mean, if you have, make sure, go check out the Nerf products because they're so cool. I love the Nerf Halo weapons. They're just so much fun. The Mangler in particular, if you want to meme, if you want to go on Twitter and make some memes, well, the Nerf Mangler is the perfect opportunity to do that. You wake up in the morning, you have a cup of your splash, go get your Mangler and go take down your foes.
And like we said, sorry for the milk, guys. You already know, obviously you have Oreo, Milk's favorite cookie. And then you have Halo, Milk's favorite game, obviously here. So once we get everybody in the lobby, we're going to start things off. Like we talked about before, your Pioneers, historically one of the better Strongholds teams that we ultimately have in our league. And they're going to prove it right here, right now, because if they have any chance of pulling off the reverse sweep, it's going to have to start right here. And Envoy and Fnatic only needing one more win to put down Pioneers, and in my opinion, I think that's a bit of an upset. I'm not denying the fact that Fnatic are a top 12, top 18, but when I look at KCP, I've always looked at them as kind of big brother, and Fnatic is little brother. But maybe sometimes little brother, they come out there and they put in work. I want to see exactly what Fnatic can do because game number 4 starting right here, right now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking it to Recharge.
Woo! Who comes out on top? Fnatic trying to close this one out. Pioneers trying to push us to a game 5 be heavily contested. You finally see Fnatic able to break the player sitting in that hold. Talik trying to do his best to find some picks while his teammates are on the respawn. Able to find one, but their grenades come through. Super CC gets it, and it's an early trip cap for Fnatic, coming out strong in our recharge strongholds.
Super CC out of Fnatic, throwing a denial grenade over toward the top A side. Meanwhile, his teammates are advancing forward on the gold side. That's septified there, but Super CC gets flanked, and the melee is going to come in. Envoy puts down the damage to take down his former teammate in Talik, and 3 down go your Pioneers. Fnatic already having the double cap. They are not happy that they lost that game number 3, and they're not going down here in game 4.
The hole goes to C. Talik able to get that kill, but 60 opening seconds. This is exactly what we need to see from Fnatic. Just a strong start, able to just build themselves a lead. And the question is, when are Pioneers going to be able to break? And it looks like Talik's going to start it, finding a huge double, as he's going to be able to get A. And you can see Super CC thinking about making a quick rotation towards C. He thinks better of it, gets that shock rifle back, trying to make the play at B, but not going to be able to do so. I mean, look at this aggression from the Pioneers. They're going to be able to capture B, and they get themselves a trip cap. I love that aggression, and they somehow get the camouflage away as well. Septify not able to stop that. He goes flying to stay alive, but what a clap back from the Pioneers.
And that's exactly what you're seeing, a clap back, and the recovery coming out of your Pioneers is quite impressive. Talik looking to put an end towards the dream of stealing away Alpha, as another fresh 3 down go Fnatic, and Talik and Pioneers making sure that they hold down this trip cap. Someone stealing over towards Charlie's gonna be septified. He gets caught. The sword tries to come in. That's gonna be a bull true. Oh, hey! Super CC as you hit the black screen.
I'm just gonna. Fnatic's in trouble, baby. You gotta figure something out, Tony. Pioneers have absolutely put the screws to them. It's been an extended trip cap, 100 unanswered points, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Fnatic have to find these kills, but the Pioneers' pressure has proven to be too much. C could finally be changing hands, but they've given up the shock rifle, and Tog's hitting the platform. He's pushing them out. Manny gets the assist. It's the 5-head play from Talik that makes the difference. C has finally moved hands, but not before 130 points gets on board. The Pioneers have started to run away with this game, and they're finally able to take down the player that led the charge. Talik falls, and the Fnatic roster trying their best to stop this run of Pioneers.
And luckily Fnatic are a professional roster, so the recovery coming from them just as good, or hopefully going to be just as good as what your Pioneers were able to do. The slays go in, and that's going to be another trip cap, this time going in the favor of Fnatic. Return to sender, or actually, well, maybe the stick comes in, the repulse comes in as an insta-stick, but that was beautifully played by Super CC. Just Zero taking down Manny off the screen, and now it's Fnatic in the driver's seat. Don't quite have the lead just yet, but they certainly have control and momentum.
And that's a tech we're going to see develop in the future, Tony, or I mean, starting now, right? If you don't have this in your repertoire, if you have a repulsor and a sticky grenade, throw the sticky, immediately repulse it out if an enemy's close. The repulse will trigger the insta-explode on the grenade. So the timer on the sticky will basically immediately blow up if you don't stick your opponent. It's a great tech for winning your micro gameplays.
Well, Druck having to win his micro and having to win the macro here, because let me tell you, Fnatic, you can get the slays, you can put them in the trip cap, you can even hold it for quite a bit, but Fnatic will always fight back. And that's what we're seeing here. So now we're on board with Septify coming out of Fnatic. Shots start to go down, but Talik able to hit the double kill onto the shock rifle. We need to hop on board with Talik here soon, because I have a feeling he's going to start to pop off with the shock.
We're doing his best to stay alive and put down some damage. He's going to be looking at Batman, putting some damage into Talik. And the nade will be able to get the cleanup. Huge play from Envoy right there to take down Talik. Perfectly played it. You know, staying alive, but not able to get the kill. Oh my, Druck was, you know, playing keep away from Envoy right there, and it's 4 down for Fnatic, and that's disastrous. You're gonna see the ball spawn towards C, and Druck already trying to apply the pressure towards the hill. Thalic's going to find the first. Druck should find the second, or at least get the assist for it. Ooh, Tony. Ooh. You hate to see that.
Well, I think you'd love to see it if you're a fan of Fnatic, and specifically Envoy, I believe, was able to get the kill on that one. Meanwhile, Jazeel taking advantage of the numbers, taking down Manny, a quick 3 down for your Pioneers. And Fnatic are looking to eat away at the lead. They got to take advantage. They have to make something happen. 220 points in counting for your Pioneers. And if you give them any more room to breathe, they might just steal this game away and send it to a game number 5. Fnatic, well aware of it. They're actually going to be advancing forward for that trip cap, trying to out-rotate them, going after Charlie as Pioneers are simultaneously taking Alpha.
Yeah, look, it's Soul Snipe who's just going to get the cross. B will change hands. Talk going to fall, but the job is done. They're scoring points. Super CC trying to get the capture at A, and he's going to be able to find one. And now this could be a trip cap for Fnatic, because they are able to find a clean 3 wipe. Soul Snipes, Talic's last alive. He's getting C, but you have to feel like the pressure's coming. Septify trying to get into the hill in time. Oh no, an unfortunate switch. He will be able to get the kill. Super CC with the help, double capping at A is Pioneers, but oh man, if Septify fell right there with the sword, we could be talking about a much different game.
Luckily he wasn't. Luckily he didn't, I should say. Envoy advancing forward, applying pressure onto the spawning KCP players. The nades go down. 3 go down for Pioneer. Septify already advancing into Alpha, and now Pioneer's gonna have to out-rotate them. They're sending 2 over towards Charlie, and Septify getting that information. Envoy able to take down Manny. Nades start to rain down for Super CC, and AB setup being held by Fnatic. But if Pioneers can get the slays, maybe they can break the setup. Fnatic are quickly putting points on the board, Garrett.
Well, Septify goes down, so that's their sword player that has fallen, and that's going to open up BR. You can see actually a rogue push from one of the players from Pioneers to get into B, and that has distracted the players long enough for them to start to make their push. Druck needs to win this fight. It's a one-on-one. Septify comes out on top. That'll be the sword. Septify doesn't care about it yet, though, and he's going to be able to get to C, and that huge win from Septify right there. This could spell the end of Pioneers tournament, as this has been an absolute push from Fnatic. This trip cap has been disgusting. Jazero won't fall, finds the triple kill on a Manny, and now I think it's over, Tony. This was a huge hold from Fnatic at the end of the game.
Pioneers had control for quite a bit, but Fnatic are the ones to bounce back, steal away game number 4, and they are going to the finals to play against EUnited.
Oh man, Tony, what a game from Fnatic. It had a little bit of everything. I mean, a run from KCP, a run from Fnatic, trip caps here, trip caps there, and they get it done. 3-1. Showing resilience in that strongholds, right? That run from the Pioneers looked deadly, but at the end of the day, they clutch up, they get the trip cap at the end, and they had one of the better holds you'll see on a recharge strongholds.
Garrett, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a strategy. I had a good strategy last week when it came to the fantasy. I said I'm gonna pick 2 players on who I think are going to be the winning team, guaranteed to make grand finals. And then I said I was gonna pick one player on each team who I think may make the grand finals. And I said no, there's no way that KCP and EUnited aren't going to make the finals. I said no, there's no way. So I picked 2 on each. I'm so mad. And Fnatic, I apologize. I messed up there. I should not have questioned that Fnatic could take it in a best-of-5 series and do so in a dominant fashion, because it is going to be them play against Spartan and EUnited in the finals. It's winner takes all. $500 on the line. That's coming up next. Don't you guys go anywhere. Yeso, what the hell did we just witness?
Fnatic with a 3-1 win over the Pioneers in that series, and I'm in a very weird place right now because I'm actually not entirely sure about the exact, kind of level of this Fnatic team, because if you look back at Monday, it felt like they dropped matches to teams that they should pretty handily take care of. And then you come in against a very, very strong KCP roster, and Fnatic just looked like the better team overall across these 4 games. Game 1 was tight. They were pretty dominant in Slayer in Game 2, despite Taulik having a very, very good game, just statistically at the very least, in Game 2. Was popping off and trying to carry the squad, but nobody else was really giving Taulik enough help to push that to a victory, and Fnatic takes that one. KCP, or the Pioneers, looking really good in Game 2 there. They take it 2-0 in Oddball, and then they come out really strong to start off Game 4, and then it just seemingly all fell apart. Fnatic settled in despite the early deficit, and they really took this game over, and it felt like, if you watched the show on Monday, Tom and I were talking about Fnatic a couple of times, and one of the things that really stands out to us is that this is a team that when they get that momentum going, they really kind of suffocate their opponents. They play so fast and they apply so much pressure, and they really put you on the back foot. And then once you're kind of off balance like that, they push it through to a win. And I feel like we saw that most on display in that 4th game, because as soon as Fnatic got a bit of a foothold in there, started to get things rolling, the game turned on its head, and it seemed like a KCP team that was feeling pretty confident about forcing a Game 5 was all of a sudden trying to grasp for whatever semblance of control they could get their hands on to just try and slow that game down enough to where they could get back into it. And Fnatic wouldn't allow them to do so, kept coming at them in waves, multiple triple caps there to really close that gap quickly. And then as soon as Fnatic took the lead, they didn't look back. And they, of course, didn't have far to go, and they finish off strong. So Fnatic with the 3-1 win, move on. Of course, we saw EUnited with the 3-0 victory against Esports Arena Blue, and that is our matchup for Grand Finals. It promises to be a fun one. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. Right now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll let the players get a breather. The casters can do the same, but when we return, we will have our Grand Finals here for Week 2 Pro Night. Don't go far. We'll return in a few.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
are back, and we have your finals coming in here. EUnited going up against Fnatic, and I saw you over there bobbing to the music, you know, made by Phil.
I'm vibing, baby. I'm
telling you,
vibing.
he's sick. I don't know how he be doing it, but he be making the sickest music. And what I want to see one of these squads, you know, putting music to my ears. I want to see them putting a beautiful symphony of bullets on the table and on the arena maps as they take each other and leave it all on the line here in your finals against EUnited going up against Fnatic. Now, we thought KCP were going to be able to make it through, but nah, man, Fnatic stepping up when it matters most. You're seeing a 3-1 win for Fnatic, a quick 3-0 for EUnited. Is what brought us here. And I mean, it's $500 winner takes all. So both of these squads got to leave it. It's not, you know, a little bit for first, you know, a little bit for second. Nah, it's winner takes all. Go big or go home empty-handed.
It's the only way to do it, Tony. Winner takes all. You know what? They should change Kansas City. I'm gonna say it right now, Tony. HCS, hear my plea. Kansas City, the major, make a winner take all, baby. 250K, winner take all. Ooh, boy, it would not be exciting. But here we go, $500 up for grabs. Hey, you know, winning 2 games, right? 2 best of 5s, and you can get $500 split between your team.
Yeah.
Beautiful night. I mean, hey, you know, if ESA comes knocking, answer the door, answer the call, because, man, these Wednesday tournaments are so exciting. Tony, I think both our fantasy teams might be chalked because I think we both picked 2 players on the Pioneers, and they kind of lost, but who knows? Maybe EUnited routes Fnatic. I think if we're talking about our fantasy teams, right, I think Fnatic needs to just lose like devastating 0-3, have like very little stats and whatever. But if we're talking about what we like as commentators, Tony, I want this to go the entire way. I want to see some close matches, and that's exactly what this Fnatic roster is known for, is just pushing teams all the way. They constantly keep themselves in games. I mean, if you go back to the Pioneers game, every single game was so close. Like, we could be talking about a 3-0 for Fnatic, a 3-0 for Pioneers, a 3-1. It literally every game could have gone the other way.
And we're going to see if they can take EUnited the distance and take them to a game number 5 here. Now, I'm not going to lie. I love me some EUnited. You know, Sparty, that's the homie right there. I've gotten to play a little bit of poker with Ryan Newman Rain. I even got the chance to meet King Nick at a local event out in New Jersey. However, I love me an underdog story. I love me an underdog story. And sometimes when EUnited go up against, like, the big 3, sometimes they go up against, Optics and the Sentinels and even Cloud9's, they're the underdog. But this matchup, I want to see Fnatic do some stuff. Send it to game 5, make it nice, make it a 49-49 nail biter, and then I want to see like Envor come out with a bulldog and just end the game right then and there. Beautifully played, and they take the win. Now, if that does happen that way, I'm going to play a lottery, I'll make sure I go out and play a lottery ticket, but that's what I want to see here in your finals with EUnited going up against Fnatic.
Well, yo, Tony, we might have to talk to ESA. I see Hines in the chat over there. I was talking to him for a second. He said, March of Madness Halo Edition. Could you imagine, Tony? Oh, we're basically a little tiny March Madness right here in our 4-team bracket. Single elimination, $500 takes all. And it looks like Envor going to be your player that gets the heat wave off the rip. Question is, how far can he push it? Because they are not scoring at the moment, right? They got the heat wave, but they're not in the hills, and that's where EUnited can punish you time and time again. Envor takes 1 before he goes, but Spartan's already pushing the trip cap, and we know how deadly this EUnited roster can be in strongholds.
Sparty finding the back of Jazero. Beautiful back smack comes in, and a trip cap going in favor of EUnited, and Envor was all the way towards the beach. I don't know how Sparty knew he was there, but gets another one. However, Fnatic are lucky enough to steal away Bravo. They're already trying to advance forward towards Charlie, but they need to get the slays. Jazero taking down Rain, Nick going after Super CC, and Ryan Noob looking for a head with the sniper rifle.
Ryan Noob, opportunity. Oh no, the nade's gonna hit him out. He's gonna have to back up with the sniper rifle. He wanted to make the play, but the nades zone him out. Rain will be the one who takes the mantle instead. He's gonna be the one pushes all the way through, and look at this. He could be going quickly for C-Cap. We see A getting rotated. Rain quick on the rotation, and no one from Fnatic going to be able to deal with that rotation, as Rain going to be easily able to get C. Is already looking for some more action as he is able to find the one rotating player away. And honestly, EUnited just playing a better macro game, just a better strongholds game than Fnatic thus far.
EUnited definitely showing that they have the understanding of how to play the space, but Envoy understanding how to slay faces, taking down 2. Now they're working after Charlie, but the slay's gonna quickly come in. Now we have Envoy and Super CC have to slide in to steal Charlie, and the first few points of the game going in favor of Fnatic. Super CC getting the body shot with the sniper rifle, cleans it quickly up with the BR. The second one slides into his DMs. He's gonna be blocked. Septify saying, no, that's my boy right there. You can't get to him. 83-37 lead in favor of EUnited, but it's Fnatic who have a momentary trip cap on the board.
Hey, gonna move hands, Septify. Trying to stay alive, but it's my Envoy. He's feeling the pressure. Look at all this, all these shots being laid down by EUnited, but he's somehow able to stay alive and advise, it's gonna push those players from EUnited out of their position and allow him to find the pick. And now all of a sudden Fnatic looking like in a great spot to potentially start pushing the applying their pressure and maybe try to find themselves a trip cap. But you can see once again, maybe one thing I'm noticing, Tony, is Fnatic, when they make their rotations, I feel like their back player pushes up a little bit too far, and they leave not their flanks open, but their back rotations gone, right? You need to be able to go get A, but still have presence at C. That way you can prevent the spawners from overextending and just rotating out hills. That's where EUnited has been so effective. They found these weaknesses, these gaps in the setups of Fnatic, and constantly punish them for it. That's why we've seen trip cap after trip cap for EUnited.
Well, it looks like Fnatic were able to steal away Charlie, and Jazero actually getting a big kill onto Sparty. Ray's gonna fall as well. Ryan who hits the Black Switch of King Nick, the final player alive, able to take down Septify, advancing forward onto Alpha. Cheeks off a couple of shots, but doesn't want to commit to that fight. As we still holding on to B is EUnited, but A and C hold in favor of Fnatic, and now we're on board with Jazero, who's able to get the camo. Septify getting the no-scope, though, beautifully played, as we just caught the tail end of that slays starting to go in favor of Fnatic, and if you can slay out, you can put some objective points on the board.
Oh, wow, what a shot from Sep. 2 in this life. And that's going to allow Fnatic to push for the trip cap now, but you see C is open. And it's going to be, I think, Onboard is going to be the player that could potentially apply some pressure alongside a Septify. Basically a mini pincher maneuver. Oh my, Septify's not missing with his sniper rifle. Takes his third target out. C will change hands to EUnited, but they felt the pressure and they're looking for any of the potential flankers. Rain waiting for this push to come through. He's going to shine the first shots. He's going to be able to find that kill, but essentially pushing Fnatic down for the time being. And well, the Fnatic push has failed as Nick will be able to get most of B. It's going to be up to Ryan to win the fight and finish the hold. And wow, that's incredible. EUnited able to stabilize from what looked like a dire position.
I can't. I was looking at the stronghold capture, and it literally looked almost full. I don't know how they weren't able to steal B the first time, but luckily Ryan able to sneak into the hill. Rain going in for the challenge. That player now going to force down towards the cuts. Envoy taking down Sparty. Sparty goes after Jazero before being taken down, and Rain is being forced back towards the tower. Takes down one of Super CC and says, you know what, that's not the fight I want to take. 3 down go Fnatic, allowing his teammates to slay out. And while all this is happening, they're still holding on to the double cap on the map.
Just put in 1 point a second for every 2 cap. If you get the trip, that's where you can put 2 points a second, and that's where games can quickly get out of hand. Expect to see EUnited try to make that push when possible, but it's Septify and the crew that have just absolutely blown open B. They're starting to get their pressure in, but they need to find the kills. And wow! Oh my, Jazero, sit him down. Oh my god, what a punish. And now it's up to Septify to win the fight, but Rain makes the punish of his own. It goes back and forth, and yet EUnited able to keep the points on the board.
They say when it rains, it pours, and Sparty is pouring it on them as well. He gets the double quick scope. That's going on the highlight reel. as Sparty now going to back down. Look at the cheeky angle all the way from bottom nest through the doorway, through bottom mid towards the C ramp. Ends up getting the body shot. That player going to be one shot, but Super CC still finding Ryan New. And he hasn't gotten taken down just yet. Rain, I'm sorry, excuse me, Nick has to deal with Super CC. Meanwhile, Septify gets the kill, and that's going to slow down EUnited.
You can see A quickly switching hands back to EUnited, though, so scoring once again, only 30 seconds needed for them to win this game. Oh, Ryan, who tries to take him off the edge, not going to be able to get him through the gap, and, well, B going to be switching hands. Finally, Fnatic potentially going to be able to score some points of their own, but you can see the Slay starting to light up once again for EUnited as Nick finds 2, and they'll be able to score once again, and really an equal effort that we're seeing displayed for the EUnited boys right here. I mean, look at those stat lines, Tony.
EUnited are just simply, they're just so individually talented. I mean, they win most of their individual gunfights. They are really putting the pressure onto Fnatic, as Fnatic going 3 down once again. 245 points in counting. Fnatic needs to jump into strongholds and nobody's in position. So game number 1 will go to EUnited, and a pretty dominant one at that. I mean, Fnatic were able to put 96 points on the board, but to be honest with you, if you would have told me that that was a 250 to like a 30 game, I would believe you. EUnited really had a stronghold on that map and game type, and now they're going into game number 2, a Slayer recharge, which they are already one of the best Slayer teams that we have in our league. That's statistics. That's the stats.
Strongholds wasn't even close, Tony. I mean, let's be honest about it. It just, Fnatic could not find any foothold whatsoever. And it wasn't like, I mean, obviously they were outslayed by EUnited, but it wasn't like they're getting heavily outslayed, like they couldn't do anything. Like Fnatic was fighting slays on the map. It's just the objective efficiency from EUnited is next level, especially on strongholds. But now we move over to Slayer, and well, you know, you'd say, hey, well, they're an objective efficient team. Maybe they're not as good as Slayer. Well, let me tell you, the only objective there is in Slayer is to slay. And, well, EUnited, they're pretty efficient at doing that. You better be careful, especially if a man like Spartan going to be able to get that shock rifle back in his hands once again.
Yeah, we all know EUnited can put slays on the board literally at any given moment. However, I mean, there is kind of a hidden objective when it comes to Slayer, and that's controlling the power weapons and even the power-ups. As the camouflage comes up, you can utilize it as bait, or you can play quickly towards it and try to get away with it. So making sure that you keep that shock rifle definitely out of the hands and out of Sparty's hands, and maybe in the hands of one of your own amazing Slayers like Super CC or even Envor. Combine that with, you know, the camo, you know, maybe a little grapple, and you can really make some plays on the map. So I don't want to count Fnatic out just yet. Maybe just maybe they can steal away some of those goodies away from Spartan and EUnited, and then use those same items against them, being that better sandbox control. Going into Slayer on recharge, they're gonna have to do just that, because like you said, Sparty can go off, especially with the shock rifle.
Yeah, the shock rifle is truly different when Spartan has it in his hands. He hardly ever misses the shots with it, and it can make you just fear for your life going into any open position. It's so tough to break setups whenever players have the power weapons. And the other side, on the complete opposite side of the map, well, we have the gun that works. I guess I shouldn't even say a gun. The sword that works up close. The energy sword is going to be so important as well, as you're able to lock down places like BR and A and make them play corners against you when you have the weapon that one-hit melees you. It's just so tough to break setups with it. You can see the shock rifle has moved into EUnited's hands early on, but the camouflage still up for grabs.
Envor advancing forward towards the Mangler side of the map, ends up missing the melee that's going to cost him his life. Septify now by himself over towards A. Couple of shots go down. It's quickly going to back down towards his spawning teammates. A 4-1 lead already in the hands of EUnited. And guess who was able to get away with the shock rifle, Garrett?
Oh boy, I saw Spartan in the feed. That man is in trouble, though. You can see 4 players of Fnatic around him. And well, you can see Fnatic will try. Oh, I guess Fnatic's the one that's in trouble because this man has a camouflage. Nope, runs out just in the nick of time. Septify gonna be able to pick it back up for his squad. He's gonna be able to find one. The push coming in from the back end. Septify misses his shot. Will get punished for it. Ryadoob not able to stay alive as we see essentially what is a giant chessboard with pieces trading themselves out on the edge of the map. As we basically go, it all equals out at the end, right, Tony? Everyone just trades each other out. The kills get a little bit further, and we get closer to our objective of 50 kills.
On board with Sparty of EUnited ends up getting the easy kill onto Envoy, grappling that shock rifle into his hands immediately off the spawn. Doesn't want that needle. He's like, get that away. I need my BR back. King Nick gonna go down, courtesy of Envoy, right off the spawn. Shock rifle shots starting to fly, but Envoy able to get away with the sword. So maybe, just maybe, if he can advance that sword forward towards the gold side of the map, maybe he can use it to that close range engagement and take down the Sparty and the shock rifle. However, Rain gets the kill onto Envoy. King Nick gonna steal away the sword, and that's gonna be that for that dream.
Working on his best. Oh my god, Spartan hit another shot with that shock rifle, just building their lead. The pink mist is coming through. Rain not able to find the super combine. I don't know. Oh man, Super CC comes out of predator mode right at the exact time he needed to. Double kill for him, and that'll mean the shock rifle will now switch hands into the arms of Fnatic, and Jazero gonna be the one that needs to hit the shots.
EUnited wanted a super combine medal, but sadly all they got was a super CC. With that camouflage really making plays too quickly, gonna go down though for Fnatic. Rain sitting over towards top A and waiting for anybody to overextend onto that control room side of the map. And now it's Sparty with the shock rifle looking to make some plays, looking right over his teammate to Ryan from EUnited. But he's not able to get the bait. Ryan, who's gonna quickly go down. Jazero stays alive over towards top control, and even better than that, goes in for the challenge. But just as I say that, 3 go down for Fnatic, and EUnited are back in the driver's seat, up by 7 kills, Garrett.
7 kills. It can feel like an impossible task to come back from that much, especially when you don't have control of the power weapons. Spartan, time and time again, he's made the difference. Oh my god, he has both of them, Tony. I didn't even notice. Sword and shock rifle, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic play it well, zone him out, are able to find the kills, but now it's Nick who's just raining terror from the cross. He gets great damage down. It looks like Ryanoob's trying to find the cleanups.
Still on board with Ryanooob as the camouflage is coming up. He needs to bait it out, but the shots are starting to ring out, and Super CC putting his body on the line, not only to get the kill, but to distract away from Fnatic getting away with the camouflage. I'm sure somebody has it in hand. I'm just not sure exactly who. Envoy advancing forward, getting right behind enemy lines. The Slay gonna come in. Rain ends up going down, but once again the shock rifle in play, and we're able to find the camouflage, and it's Septify having it in hands.
Oh man, Ryan trying to get out of the cluster in top red, not able to do so. That grapple will not get him away in time. But I mean, every time we look at the kill feed, it's like every 20 or so seconds you see the shock rifle get a kill. For Spartan, Nick will find the kill with that sword, and will in fact find himself the next double for him. Repulses a grenade away. The man's just doing it all. At top red will eventually find this assist as well. Spartan trying to make the play. He'll be able to get the kill on Jazero. And oh my, this EUnited squad just looks like a well-oiled unit on this map. No! What is going on? Does he get the? Does it happen over time?
Nope.
Nope. Ooh, man.
Seattle Rain having an opportunity to make it rain with the shock rifle in hands. Now controlling the bottom A side. There should be some players rotating onto control, but they can go up or down. And it looks like one is gonna go down, almost going down as the body shot comes in, putting Jazero down to 1 shot almost immediately for EUnited players over towards the A side. So you've seen the collapse come in out of Fnatic, but can they win the gunfight? Envoy takes down one. Septify gonna take down the second one. Super CC not quite able to take down the final Rain, but Envoy ends up getting the cleanup kill, and just like that, we have Envoy and Fnatic only down by 5 kills, but not able to grapple the camouflage. The camouflage was right there, but he couldn't grapple it over to himself. Big kill coming out of EUnited, and they're back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I might be under the impression that camo was glitched or something. He scoped in, did everything he possibly could have to try to grapple that camo away. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for him, and you can really see this game has really maintained that 7-kill edge. EUnited's done a great job of just making sure every kill is traded out. And look at Nick using a little bit of the nerd technique, getting that insta-explosion up to the top of VR. And it's like in this game in particular, right, Tony, it's the insta-explosions, you see the grenade often get some altitude to it, depending on how you throw it into the insta-explode, adding a new dynamic to how you can use those insta-explodes. But we're starting to see maybe a potential comeback as you see the game starting to tighten up a little bit. Fnatic making their push, but EUnited, oh my, Nick just shuts it right down. Triple kill for him, and now he has a sword. He has 17 kills in this Slayer alone.
On board with the leading Slayer King, Nick out of New Jersey. Already, he hops over towards the long haul sneak. He knows that they could be spawning over toward the seaside, so waits a little bit, allows them to come up, lets them make a move, and now he's gonna get the flank off. Speaking of which, Sparty ends up getting a perfect headshot right to the dome with the shock rifle. It's almost like he spawns with the shock rifle. He seemingly always has it in hands. All of Fnatic rotating over toward the gold side of the map. Sparty not quite aware of it just yet, but finally gets the information, and it's starting to peek that angle.
See Super CC trying to punish that player down towards camo, won't be able to do so. In fact, oh god, Spartan just comes back and shoots him with the shock rifle straight into the face, and they'll find that final kill. Him and Rain ending the game at 12 apiece. But Nick, the main Slayer, the main attraction, at 18 kills for him to end that game.
2-0 lead for EUnited. Now they're just one game away from being crowned your champions, taking $500 in the show match tournament. This could be a sweep. Fnatic, usually known for taking some of these top teams the distance and taking them to game 5, but EUnited are looking so strong. And capture the flag on Aquarius, you got to be polished. You got to slay out. You got to be quick. Man, whenever I think of all three of those, I'm thinking, who reminds me of that? Oh yeah, EUnited.
EUnited really one of the first teams to patent the meta on CTF Aquarius. They're very comfortable on this map. This is going to be a huge ask for Fnatic. You're going to one of the bread and butter maps of EUnited to try to extend your tournament life. Really feels like you may have had to come away at that game 1 or game 2, because game 3, I think a lot of people look at the series, Tony, and they just already like write in EUnited on that 3rd game type.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, it's just, you know, throughout both of those games, we know Fnatic. We know how strong of slayers they are. When it comes to individual skill, let me tell you, Fnatic don't lack any of it. I mean, they can take on these individual gunfights against almost anybody in the league, but somehow EUnited are just a step above, and every time they got into their individual gunfights within those first 2 games, it almost always went in favor of Spartan and the boys, you know, and they got so creative too. Sparty seemingly spawning with the shock rifle, always having it in hands. King Nick going for instant explodes left and right, making sword plays, like just using all of the sandbox that's allowed it to him. And then Rain and Ryan, you know, we're talking about consistency, high IQ players. I love Fnatic. I think they played fairly well in those first 2 games, but EUnited are showing why they are a top 3 team and going for that #1 spot in Kansas City throughout the first 2. And why should I think different going to game number 3 on Aquarius?
Honestly, like they truly are like a top 3 team right now. I want to see EUnited, you know, EUnited come out, have a strong 3-0 versus a very good Fnatic squad. You know, maybe showing some life to potentially cause an upset to Cloud9 at Kansas City, because that is truly the team to beat right now. And you know, this EUnited roster consistently has been counted out whenever it comes to LAN. They're never truly placed wherever they finish. Everyone's like, oh yeah, they're like a top 6 team, but somehow always able to finish within the top 3.
Well, it's Super CC and Fnatic that are looking to knock down the juggernauts in this tournament, being EUnited. A quick 3 down, go Fnatic, and now Super CC going to be the final line of defense here onto the top P. Rain going to quickly get rid of him as Ryan Noob advances forward, already grabbing himself a heat wave. There's not many power weapons on the map of Aquarius, so you really got to prioritize that heat wave and make sure you grab hold of those thrusts, because they can really net you some individual gunfights. The Promethean shotgun coming in, making quick work of multiple targets, but he's gonna hit the black screen. Rain left by himself, he's gonna go down. So beautiful defense coming out of Fnatic, and now we're gonna see if they can convert that into some offense against EUnited.
So opportunity, Septified Oddball working together to try to get themselves inside of EUnited's base, and look at that, a perfect bait and switch from them. Septified Oddball have reached the flag, but now it's about getting it out. You can see Septified is dealing with so much pressure. He's trying his best to stay alive, but EUnited somehow not able to take out both those players. Incredible job by both Sep and Envor in that utility closet to get that flag out and away, and all of a sudden it's looking like it could be an early flag cap for Fnatic.
All right, I mean, hey, a lot of people counting them out here in the series. I guess we shouldn't here. EUnited are good, but Fnatic are definitely objective efficient. Slays starting to go down, and the first flag cap on the board for Fnatic, and Envor already taking control of the car side of the map and advancing forwards, where utility ends up running into a player, and that's going to be King Nick that gets put down almost immediately. A quick 2 down for EUnited, and Fnatic are starting to catch some heat.
Oh my. This could look like the second flag right away. I mean, it's a 4 down for EUnited, and Super CC is making plays in the back of the base. He's preventing them from even trying to push forward. Spartan somehow comes out on top of that, and that actually could breathe life for EUnited, as now they might have a position to try to stop this flag carrier. It's Envor. He's trying to deal with the push. In fact, he's going to drop and get the slay on Spartan. Great option for him. He needed to win that one-on-one. He goes down, but Super CC will get the second flag in, and Fnatic roaring in this third game. They know their tournament life is on the line.
And now my only question is, where was this Fnatic in the first 2 games? Because they are looking dominant here on Aquarius. Clearly they're comfortable on the Aquarium here. Sparty getting back-to-back kills on the kill feed, though, immediately putting them 2 down and heat checking them. Nade starts to go down, not quite able to get the kill, but that player now being forced to back down, and Sparty Sparty the dog on the hunt. He's a bloodhound. Now grabbing himself a heat wave, getting right back to that mid-map control, runs into a bit of a grenade. That might be terrible for him, but he's able to back down and play his life, Garrett.
If you're EUnited, you got to find an answer about very soon if you want to get back into this game when you're being down 2-0. So early on, you're just seeing how much pressure Fnatic has applied. It's about time you need to reverse the momentum, find a clean wipe, get into flag, and just clean it up. And that's exactly what they're working on right here. Spartan's able to get this flag away. He's going to be going for the util run, throwing that flag out and getting... Ooh, missed the slide technique right there, Tony. Not going to be able to get the boost, but it should not matter. It looks like he will be able to get this flag in. It just comes down to this. Oh my. A sick from Arnvor could stop it. Ryan Noob, he's at the goal line. He is able to put it in. A huge answer from EUnited, and a quick answer at that. They're getting themselves right back into this game.
Rain having the camouflage in hands, also going to have a thrust as well. Advancing forward towards the car side, a shot grenade coming in, laying down the law. The audio ticks are going to be coming in. Luckily, Nick able to get a double kill off a screen. And Spartan trying to clear out the utility here. He feels the pressure coming in, just trying to find out exactly where it's coming from. Because let me tell you, if EUnited can find the slays, maybe they could tie up this game at 2 apiece with a little over 7 minutes on the clock. There are plenty of time for anything to happen. EUnited maybe tying things up, or maybe Fnatic putting some distance in the score line. Spartan now going to be the first one to get that flag over toward utility onto the car side, and Rain watching his back.
For an opportunity, he's going to be able to find the pick on Septify. His flag still on the way. Super CC trying to make the play, though. He's going to be able to be the one that stops the flag carrier for now. Now working on the return. No one's going to be able to get there in time. The Heatwave is now in position to try to take down Super CC. He goes down. Now it's up to Oddball. Oddball not going to be able to punch the player, but the box. Rain gets the double. He will get the return, but the flag not going to be going in for EUnited. So still down 1, but plenty of time to work on. And we're starting to see the EUnited that we expect to see in the second half of this game.
But I will say that was well played by Fnatic to not only get the return, but almost able to get the counter cap, at least a counter pull coming in, so continuing to apply pressure. Meanwhile, Fnatic do end up going 3 down. And of course, EUnited are objective efficient as ever. That flag is already being pulled, but it's going to take a second round of slays at a minimum for them to cap this flag, as they're already being stopped short to utility. As I say that, a quick 3 down go Fnatic. Jazero going to be the final player onto the P side, and that's probably going to be it for this flag cap. Sparty's going to be running it in, and we are going to be tied up at 2 apiece. Like you said, well played by EUnited.
That's what's dangerous, right? Is because of the timing on that flag grab. EUnited's in a great position just to pull out another one. It's just gonna come down to these slays right here. Spartan, he's pushing up the flank. He needs to try to get into this base in time not to influence his spawns. He'll be able to do so, and now maybe gonna be able to curbside this flag out to middle, and that's exactly what he opts for. Yes, he might fall immediately because he goes down the middle. No, able to stay alive. No, okay, there he goes. He falls, but in 2 seconds, Tony, he got that flag over 50% of the way through. That's why you go for those runs, but you have to get the kills on the way back. 4 go down for EUnited, and now it's Oddball who's trying to make the reverse cap, gonna try to punish EUnited for maybe playing a little bit too fast. I like the play from EUnited, but you have to get kills in the whenever you're pulling that flag.
Yeah, it's a bit of a high-risk, high-reward play from EUnited to curb slide that flag out the middle and over towards the bottom car side. But if you're able to get it around the bend, you have so much coverage. Sometimes you're just too fast for the enemy team to respond. That time, Fnatic not only responded, but ended up getting a counter cap in there. So a 1 cap lead in favor of Fnatic. And we're on board now with Super CC of Fnatic holding on to the P side. Meanwhile, Sparty getting some pressure here from the car. Looks like he's able to back down. The shot grenade gonna net Ryan a kill. But Sparty now backs down, gets an angle with Nick. A little bit of bait and switch action. King Nick able to take down Super CC. The nades are starting to fly, and Sparty will hit the black screen.
They're putting down some great shots. Gonna be able to find onboard. Now he has control of the base. There's opportunity. Just 0. All those teammates go 2 downhill. He's going to be able to get that flag last life for his squad, and he does have the camouflage as well. But I mean, he immediately gets taken down. It's just such a devastating play. It's Ryan has just been an absolute terror in the back of this base, and you can see going down for the mid again. And oh my, it's an overkill. Ryan kill-tacular on the table. He's pushing for it. Jazero gets the kill, but he's done enough. This should be a tied-up game after Spartan gets us into the back of his base. What a play from Ryan, an absolute pain in the side of Fnatic, able to get the overkill, and now we're tied up 3-all. 3 minutes left to work with. What a play from the man out of Florida.
He wasn't able to get the kill-tacular, but it was just enough to put multiple players down, almost all, actually the whole team down for Fnatic. EUnited going to take advantage of that, tying it up at 3 apiece, but it is Fnatic who are still putting some good damage on the board. Jazero getting himself a thrust, sidekick as well, takes down Ryan. That flag is actually on the move. Can Fnatic punch it in?
Oh my. Yo, Nick. Hey, yo. He had that pulse rifle out. Jazero just instantly got his shield shredded, but it won't matter. And Fnatic have been very quick to answer the plays of EUnited this time around. This is what the difference is between map 1 and map 2, as Spartan's able to survive that engagement, is that Fnatic have been quick to pull flags and get them captured right after EUnited find their success. And that's why they've been able to put 4 on the board this time around, and Jazero having one great game this time around with 20 kills. But finally, it looks like EUnited is going to be able to secure camouflage. It's been a minute since we've seen this, and yeah, I don't know about that play, Tony. An interesting one, right? You can walk with the camo and flag, and maybe unknown, but didn't really feel like the timing was there for it, and he gets punished for it.
two quickly go down for EUnited. Ryan, who looks to make a play with the commando, able to trade off those kills, but a 3 down for EUnited. Again, Fnatic have control of the map of Aquarius. Clearly, they are very comfortable here in game number 3. The shot grenades start to go out. Ends up getting the melee kill, not able to get the second one cleanly. It's going to be a trade. Envoy advances forward. Beautiful nade takes down Rhino. He's actually going to get the double kill onto King Nick. And now we're forcing the spawns over towards the fridge side, but Envoy not happy. He has to make sure that his base is cleared out. He knows the pressure's coming from somewhere. Like, where is he? Wait, finally 7-5 finds Rain, but a second one gonna replace him onto the car side. Envoy now going in for the challenge. Shot, the grenades coming in. Envoy is gonna go down courtesy of Sparty, who ends up getting a double kill of his own.
And Spartans is his own action movie. The man's just going on a tear. And this is it. The flag's pulled out, but there's a player, Septify, able to get into the cutoff and find the kill on the flag right away. Only 30 seconds left for EUnited to try to tie up this game to maybe send us to extra time. You can see Fnatic starting to play some heavy defense. Zero to shoot a grenade out of the air to blow it up in between 3 players. Am I crazy, Tony, or is that what I just saw?
I think that's exactly what you did see. What we're looking to see is for EUnited to get a pull, force the sudden death to 7 seconds left of regulation. 3 quickly go down for Fnatic. That flag is going to be pulled out, and now it's in the hands of Ryan, who is currently 1 shot, so he can't advance forward. Septify trying to get the bank shot off the wall, ends up getting the 1 shot. Melee as the return is coming in. It was almost doable, but it looks like Fnatic are taking game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series.
Fnatic able to get it done. This is what Fnatic does best, right? They push you to game 5. They're a tricky team to deal with. And now we're moving on to Oddball and Streets and able to take down EUnited on one of their better game types. See if they can use that momentum to push them into a potential game 5. But man, it's gonna be tough. EUnited have looked strong. We saw great opportunities from them. Ryan Noob was overkill. There's plenty to like if you're EUnited. They just weren't able to get that last fight. And in fact, you could even say it comes down to that one-on-one. Spartan lost a one-on-one at the very end of that game. If he wins that, I think Ryan Noob gets that flag back into their base and caps it. So really, we're talking about maybe a couple pivotal fights to that Aquarius going a different way.
And if it really comes down to a singular 1v1 involving Spartan, I mean, most of the time Spartan comes out on top. So hopefully Super CC and Fnatic can make something happen here on Oddball, because EUnited still only 1 win away from taking the tournament. It's going to be $500 in their pocket in this winner takes all show match. It's Oddball on Streets. Garrett, what are your keys to success for coming out on top here in game number 4?
It's all about the Bulldog and Rocket control, in my opinion. If you're able to stay on top of that Bulldog, it really, truly will make a difference in this game. Now, it'll always be on the map, essentially, because, you know, as soon as it runs out of ammo or it's dropped on the map for more than like 5 seconds, it goes on respawn. It takes like 10 seconds to respawn. You're getting it right back into your hands. Making sure you're always on top of the Bulldog and using it will be my key to success. If you can partner up that Bulldog with a thrust, you essentially become invincible on the map. Now also, you have the secondary weapons to deal with as well, with the Stalker rifle. Whoever gets that Stalker rifle, they can hold down a lane by themselves. But really, truly, I believe this map runs through the Bulldog. Whoever has control of the Bulldog will win the game. The Rockets are nice, right? You gotta play for them. They make impact and they make impactful plays time and time again. But the Bulldog is a constant on the map, and you always have to be weary of it.
Well, you said they need to control the Rockets and Bulldog, and it's the Rockets in the hands of Envoy, somehow able to dodge all of the grenades flying in towards the B side railing, and Fnatic already in the C side setup. Envoy ends up finding one with the Rockets, taking down Rhino. Just Zero gets the kill onto Sparty. 2 quickly go down for EUnited, and it's Fnatic once again with the momentum, with the beautiful setup and multiple slays coming in, but Rain knocking down the door. He don't just knock, he breaks through.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely just not a kind entry at all, Tony. Just breaking down that doorway. No opportunity for any sort of resistance So you see the ball does move hands over to EUnited. Spartan, this is his opportunity. He's just checking the middle of the map, and he could find himself a fruitful flank right here if he's fast enough. He's going to find himself between 3 players. Ryan goes down. That shotgun going to switch hands. And to me, it's going to be the timing of Spartan that plays the most impact right here. Is he able to get back in time? Well, doesn't look like Nick needs it. He's going to be able to find the kill of his own. And look at that. Going to get the stalker rifle. Ooh, maybe not. He's like, do I get the ball? Do I get the stalker rifle? He goes back, and he will grab that ball. But all that opening time that we saw for Fnatic essentially taken away. It's a tied game at this point.
And what always impresses me about these professional players is that when you look at that micro individual skill with the BR, no matter how hectic things are getting, callouts are running frantic sometimes it's crazy. Their shot is always so smooth. If you can keep a level head when it comes to that shot, keep it smooth, connect one to another, use that strafe, barely any right stick, but allow that strafe to really control the shot. You can, I mean, maybe you can shoot like EUnited too, as they're controlling the subway. It's a 40-point in counting here for EUnited. I love the start coming in out of Fnatic, but I'm also loving the recovery here out of the boys in red.
Yeah, EUnited just looks so impressive right here. And this is a quick rotation. Jazero trying to get the timing to stop this rotator at tires, but they are well aware. Oh my, what a play from Rain and Spartan to shut the chase from Jazero down. Super CC was able to get that shotgun, but can he stay alive is the question. Trying to push this player into the gunfight, and wow, what a drop shield. Makes lets Super CC stay alive and maintain the Bulldog control for his squad. But boy, oh boy, they want to hunt him down. The Bulldog will switch hands. All of Fnatic will be spawning towards C, and we can see a successful ball rotation from EUnited. It started with a quick rotation. Yes, it took some time to get it back towards A, but they eventually won the fight and now able to gain more time and try to use the better positioning to get some more kills.
Of course, there's Sparty the dog that would have the shotgun in his hands. They're just Bulldog just barking all over the place. But King Nick will end up going down quickly. Beautifully played by Fnatic. Ryan Duke now going to be by himself in the cafe, taking some heavy damage here. Has the assault rifle out. Finally has a spawning teammate that's able to provide some supportive fire here. AR comes out, not able to get the kill onto Jazero. Jazero does end up getting cleaned up, but Deceptify taking a direct angle to cut them off, goes in for the challenge onto Rain, takes him down. It's gonna be the reversal kill. Fnatic are playing lights out to try to hold on to this setup, and because of that, EUnited go 3 down, and Super CC gets away with the Rockets.
Use these Rockets to get the ball once again. Oh, they're down by so much, right? Really, that 30 seconds that you see for them, that all came at the very beginning of the game. Ever since then, it's all been EUnited, and Jazero trying to stop that from remaining true. He's going to be able to find Rain, and you can see the onslaught from EUnited. They're prepping for the push. Deceptify finds the next, and this looks like it's going to be a clean break for Fnatic. They're able to find 3 kills that are unanswered, but they have to get ball time out of this as well. Super CC, he's able to get the ball out and away, and finally, it looks like Fnatic finding some life in this game.
80-40 lead still in favor of EUnited as they're starting to win some of the slays to at least defend their spawn, but they still have to advance forward here. Ryan Noob, long range shot with the pulse carbine, not going to connect with the BR, doing the work that he needs. Septify ends up getting the kill, but quickly trades out his life. 2 down for Fnatic. Jazero gets the kill onto the ball spawn player and gonna earn himself a Bulldog. That's a pivotal kill coming out of Jazero, but the ball still makes it towards the middle of the map. Who's gonna be the first to get their hands on it once again?
Looks like EUnited's winning the fights, and that will mean the ball going back into Ryan Noob's hands. He's trying to get around this corner. He'll be able to do so. It's getting his first seconds of ball time. You can see Fnatic now having to play a desperate game, but you can see EUnited well positioned to stop them from crossing. And Fnatic, with only 8 seconds left to go, you got to make a play, and well, it's just going to end in disaster. You can see all these players going to start to drop in the feed as EUnited takes game 1, just playing a cleaner game. Spartan dominating the kill feed, showing his pure slaying ability at 17 kills and only 6 deaths.
EUnited are now just 1 round away from not only taking the game, but also taking the series. Super CC and Fnatic are going to have to dig deep in this one. Do great positioning coming out of Super CC. That railing positioning is so strong here on the map of Street, so he's able to take down Ryan Noob, but Nick somehow busts through, makes it toward the tire, set the fire, just zero, getting back-to-back kills on the kill feed. It looks like King Nick is going to join his team onto the black screen, and Ryan Noob is just going to take a perimeter or a rocket to the face. I mean, either one works for me, to be honest with you.
CC taking some heavy damage, just trying to stay alive. Now it's onward, comes back onward. Just trying to get damage, and we're just seeing so much damage being output, but the kill feed really remaining stagnant through this entire time. Neither team really getting the kills to go into their favor, as you can just see the pressure just building and building and building upon the map. But where will the break happen? And it looks like it's happening in favor of Fnatic, as they've finally been able to rotate this ball away towards back A. Rain trying to clean up the stragglers in the back, but no one to be found is Nick. Oh my god, what a huge play from Nick. He's been able to find a pick between one of them, and now he's got the shotgun to work with, and he uses it masterfully to break the setup of Fnatic. Nick making huge plays for the team.
You said before the game started that you need to control the Bulldog, and that's exactly what EUnited did, at least momentarily, before being taken down. Set the fire, able to take down Ryan Noob as well. Sparty needed to get out of dodge. He has to play his life here. Does so wonderfully. High IQ player, but also a nasty slayer as well. Shots going in onto multiple targets, and once again, what does he do? Bags down, plays his life. He hasn't gone down just yet, but Fnatic do have the ball in their hands.
I mean, tell you, we're seeing a completely different game this time around. We saw huge swaths of times being built and grown for both teams early on in the game last time. This time, it's just been a power struggle in the middle of the map where you're not really sure which team's going to be able to pull away with this ball. And it looks like EUnited have finally struck back. They're going to be able to push this ball back into the C hold. And, well, Rain with that rocket going to be able to find another. And, well, he has a shotgun in his back pocket to work with now, as he's going to be able to stop any sort of push to happen. And look at that, working with Nick to find the first, and they get themselves up to B Balk. And this has been the macro that they've chosen, right? They get themselves up to B Balk, watch the cross into purple stairs, and hold the ball in Subway. It's just so tough to break, right? If you want to get into Subway, you have to get through these players over at B Balk. And you have to essentially make the long-winded push, the long push over to B to get them out of that power position.
And the one thing I do love about Fnatic, watching Jazira on screen slaying out, is they do not fear EUnited. They're really putting on them and making EUnited work for each and every one of these kills, and ultimately the setups as well. EUnited now going to hold on to the C side, though. The Subway still in favor of them, but two going to find the black screen. Rain whips out the commando, tries to put it to work. There's a straggler here towards the driveway. Beautifully played for Rain, but there's a player coming for the flank, ends up running into a grenade. Does Envor. The double kill coming in out of Rain. Two quickly go down for Fnatic, but that does not convert into ball time just yet. EUnited need another round of slays before they're able to advance that ball back towards the seaside setup. Two go down for Fnatic. Two quickly go down for EUnited as well. Rain now going to try to advance to get some kind of position here onto the B Street.
Man, Rain has been unstoppable, though. 5 in a row for him. This commando putting in all the work. Rockets coming back up. Yes, they don't have the ball, but they will get away with the rocks. And that's all EUnited wanted. Now they have the potential to break into this setup using the rocks as the catalyst. Spartan finds the first. Rain could be in trouble, though. He's getting pushed from the back. He will not be able to stay alive, and it's all up to Ryan, but his rockets will get the timing. He knows they're coming. He shoots the rocket out. He'll find the first. Bulldog in the back pocket as well. And although he finds that pick, the rest of his team has fallen. So he needs to wait for them to spawn back up and get towards his support. Still, though, one rocket to work with. Find this break. You see, he's being a little bit more picky with this rocket. The kill that he gets with this rocket will determine whether this push is successful or not. He wants to make sure it's placed in the right area.
Ryan still having the rockets in hand. As I say that, Envor finds the kill. Super CC looking to find the second one, but easier said than done as Nick puts them all 4 down, and EUnited getting the squad wipe, and now early getting into their setup, and they might just be sending us right into Series E Apex, because that's going to start right after this. EUnited 1 win away from becoming your champions.
Oh my.
And that Rocket gonna find 2 players. Sparty's so efficient. I ain't good at math, but 2 for 1 sounds good to me, Garrett.
Yeah, it all comes down to Ryan not using that rocket, not just wasting it when they're trying to break into that setup. Yeah, he died with it, but the other team wasn't able to get it because of the push that EUnited made, and now that single rocket that they kept in their pocket comes back to be the reason why Fnatic's push is immediately stopped. It allows EUnited just to keep the time in their favor. 30 seconds for them to win this one. Super CC trying to get this thrust, knowing that they don't have a lot of time to get back into this game. And now with the rocket spawning up, that almost seems to be their last hope. And are they able to get away with it is the question. As you see Super CC trying to make the plays to get in. He finds the first onboard, was able to get the rockets. He finds the second, and now it's 3 that go down. Reigns last alive. Goodbye. The rockets exactly what Fnatic needed to break the setup of EUnited as they go 4 down. But now EUnited are going to be able to quickly come out from this respawn and try to formulate a response.
Nick sitting up high towards the Stalker rifle spawn. Rain slowly starting to advance forward onto the B side of the map. Sparty, though, taking some damage, able to take down Sentify, even though Sentify had the Bulldog. So beautifully played by Sparty McFly, but he got to take this 1 kill at a time. They know that this might be the last time they get a clean break here, but meanwhile Fnatic already advancing that ball towards the purple street. So although EUnited dedicating all of their resources to breaking the A side, that ball is about to make it all the way into Subway. Ryan, who ends up getting caught out of position. Spartan ends up getting the kill. Sentify goes down, and just like that, that ball makes it towards mid, but Sparty with the interception wants to bring it right back to C. But another round of slays needed for EUnited and Fnatic as well.
Oh, I can't believe Spartan challenged back like that. Just hedging as best as that player was not going to expect that push, and it worked out in his favor as Spartans managed to stay alive, regain his shields, and use that shotgun to great effect. You can see the scoreline now changed back into EUnited's favor. Spartan eventually taken care of, but you see EUnited's done this a couple times already. They dropped the ball early to try to fight and to hold their position, and hold they will, man. They are holding on. It is an incredible push being developed by Fnatic right now, but the nades come through. Rain! It's raining grenades, and he finds the double. 3, 2, 1, and it's over. Count them out. 1 second of ball time. The nades from Rain make all the difference as it's raining down victories, W's for EUnited. Oh my God, what a play towards the end of that game.
What a play, what a series, and what a performance being put on the board for EUnited, coming out 3-1. Fnatic, we love you. I think you played one hell of a tournament as well. You took down KCP, pulling off the upset. You were even able to get a clean win on Capture the Flag Aquarius, but today was all about EUnited making a statement, telling everybody that they are still a top 3 team, and everybody's starting to make some moves here. You know, after picking up Formal, you know, the scrims are going in their favor, but EUnited making a statement right here in the esports arena. And I know you like that, Gary. You excited about that? I'm with you. I'm with you. That was a big win.
Boy, yo, Tony, that was a dub and a half from EUnited, and they take us to a dominating win. But you know what, Tony, there's so much more esports action to happen today, so let's get back to Yasso in the studio and let you guys all know what's coming up next.
EUnited take the win there, 3-1 over Fnatic, and a very tight finish there, but they are able to close it out on Oddball, and they win the $500 today. Well played from Fnatic, battling back in that series and able to take game 3 to at least keep their hopes alive and not get swept there, but EUnited would not be denied the victory. They take the win, and there's a reason they're considered one of the best teams in North America right now. They certainly showed it today in their dominant performance against Esports Arena Blue, and a handy victory there against Fnatic. To everybody who came to watch, thanks so much for coming to hang out. Do want to let you know, of course, Series Z Apex Legends Pro Night does start shortly. We will have that right when we return from this break, but if you're just here for Halo, thanks so much. Have a great rest of your night, but if you're here for Apex, it will continue here very, very soon. Right now, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, though, Kaisa will join me and we'll kick off another week of Series Z Apex Legends. So don't go far, everybody. We'll be right back.
Legends Pro Night. I'm Kaisa, and I'm joined by Yeso, and we're super excited to get into these games.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. We saw a record-setting performance from Intel last night. Of course, they're looking to carry that into tonight with Slurpee G joining the roster. Last night was a blast, and I think tonight's going to be even more fun with all the pros coming out. And I'm certainly looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Me too. I'm really excited to see who's going to, really dominate in some of these games, who's going to maybe make a name for themselves and come through, and who's going to take the cake.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And let's not waste any time. Let's go, huh?
Buckle up. Let's get into game one.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends. Series E. Apex Legends starts right now.
And now we're seeing it once again, just like game 2, slow down, but Fury won.
Time and time again, and cheese it. They think they're winning it. Chances are they're winning it.
It gets thirsted by Zera Tricky as Hacula is going to come around the corner with the spray, and now it's just one player alive over here, and this was...
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Series E, and thank you so much for waiting. We had some technical difficulties, but here we are. So let's get straight into the show. We're going to skip everything about, the format and all that stuff. Let's take a look at the teams that we have competing today. We already have match 1 going, which is why we're going to take a look at this really quickly. Last night, Team Intel did an amazing job, but Tom, tonight, can they recreate that in a lobby that's this stacked?
We'll find out. I mean, they dropped just insane amount of points yesterday. We also got a little preview right before the show started to see what was going on in game number 1. There were 16 squads left. They had a couple kills, and they were rocking Bangalore. Mooney was rocking Bangalore there instead of Mad Maggie. So I'm really excited to see how this game's underway. And Jamerson, we're going to hop right into it.
Yeah, let's go. So we are smack dab in the middle of game number 1. There's already 16 squads left. We have basically a classic lava siphon circle, could be pulling down towards launch site here. And so teams are going to have to keep that in mind. This is going to be a nice, I guess, ring for a lot of teams that are running that Valkyrie, which is what, 95% of the squads. Because if we have that launch site pull, you'll have that option for the rotate.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this is such a great and powerful platform to go and rock here. The thing is they did this yesterday without Gibby, and they're trying again today. They've used Bangalore in the past, but it's been Fearless that has been using that Bangalore. So we'll see how Mooney's going to be able to do. Obviously, the smokes are a little broken right now. You have all the mini-map right there to go and look at, too. That's a great time to pull that up so we can see what's going on the west side. G2 in a little bit of a fight. I believe that's Razor, and Fearing Live is going to be the first one to go down, completely caught out of position.
Well, you got to know when you're rotating through thermal. I mean, at any point, G2 could still be lurking around, and there they are. Defensive bombardment down, bubbles from either sides as well, and G2 are ready to push in. They've got the PKs out, charging forward, hitting for the 45 through that shield. Is going to chase after that Wraith. Doesn't miss on the misses on the next shot, but there we go. Designful got to pull out that trusted wingy and start connecting in with the shots. Razor had no chance in this fight. G2 pick up the +3.
See, when everybody is going to charge your bubble right there, you cannot be the only person to come back. Unfortunately, there was no time for healing, and the weakest player is the one player to go back. And we talked about this yesterday. If you're running, if you are getting chased down, you are not going to be in a good position. Here we go, Hal busting out the Wraith again. He's going to switch on over to Ash most likely for Storm Point. But stuck under the bridge here, a team on the high ground. You can see bubble trouble over here. Their bubble is gone, and they do not have batteries. No big heals coming through right now, so only small cells is a big disadvantage, especially being on the low ground for this fight.
Luckily with this next ring, and the fact that there is a beacon on this building, it's highly prioritized by teams. We have multiple squads here. That's the only thing that's stopping one of the teams from dropping down. If there was one less team in the area, the TSM might have been pushed here, but they should be able to survive here passively. You can see that enemy Valkyrie is trying to peek, but you really can't with the presence of another team. And so now with 20 seconds left to go before the ring starts closing up, I mean, things should be slowing down. This ring pulling up away from launch site, and so we're really looking at these open areas just outside of Lava Siphon for this ring to end.
And that's completely true. The thing is if Hal senses danger, he has his portal up, right? And we know Hal's going to instinctively put that down and find a somewhat decent position for them to set up. It's really a matter of when is that bubble going to be back? How are they going to utilize that bubble? And if the bubble does dissipate, how many teams are focusing them right there? Do they understand it's TSM? You know, when you're playing against TSM, you're always going to have a mark and an X on your back. They even know what skins these guys are rocking too. That's how many times these players have played. But Hal laying down some shots with the Rampage, not able to connect, trying to get that Evo shield charged up, 114 away before he gets on over to purple. But let's see what's going on with the rest of these players here, because I feel like TSM is going to be stuck down here for quite some time.
Yeah, there's nowhere really for them to go. They have a team above them. They have 2 teams inside the buildings. Right now, we're joining on board with Exed, which, I mean, if they've survived here, so I'd imagine they won that 50-50 up against CLG. Here's a push out on to Team Excedrin right now. Kimchi Lee cracked enemy, trying to hit a bat for himself. His defensive bombardment goes down. Bubble Force out from the other side as Cruisin will go ahead and LOS that Arc Star, but Kimchi Lee might be the first one to fall in the fight, and he is, as Klein ends up taking him out. And so now Excedrin are going to be fighting into a 3v2. Never mind, they got the knock onto Kenny, but again, they just don't have the 3-2-1 fire. They don't have the team fire to take anyone out. Just comes down to these individual 1v1s that Exced end up winning out on, and they'll knock out Team Excedrin here. Get the res, and I'm surprised that no one's in the area. Never mind. Here it is, the third party coming in. Monsoon with that port out to try and punish and steal away these kills, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Most free kill you're ever going to get. It's such a good third party coming through. Just like you were saying, surprised not any teams in the vicinity. Monsoon with the portal right on cue coming through. On board with Team Liquid, rocking the unorthodox Bloodhound here. Bloodhound coming through for Guild, trying to find the scans coming in onto G2, who used to be rocking Bloodhound back in the day, but they switched things up with this double rotation, Ashe and Valkyrie instead. So excited to see what they're going to be able to do in this fight. But what a job there, again, from Complexity coming through. The timing on point. It's nice to see them playing aggressive. It's nice to see Monsoon on that Covenant Wraith because he's just such a great entry fragger overall. We've seen him on so many different things. We've seen him on Gibraltar. We've seen him on Caustic. Now he's going back to the Wraith, and I couldn't be more excited. But Nocturnal with the initial knock. Rarely do you see Gentrifying lose a 1v1. That was a great bubble res, but let's see if the pressure comes in from Team Liquid.
That was an instant bubble res, but you know, having to bubble fight into a 2v2 up against G2 becomes extremely difficult, and so they are going to go ahead and respect that. Gentrifying is able to hit that bat and back away. There's a minute left for them to try and figure out a spot to play safely, and there seems to be plenty. I mean, we're down to 14 squads here in ring number 3, so they should be able to make their way in relatively safely. They'll have that phase breach. The bubble will be coming up again once more for results, so G2 should be fine here. It looks like most teams have found themselves inside Lava Siphon, trying to work their way up toward the northeast side. Team Intel have another team in their sights right now. They're being slowed down by some nades, and trying to play off these stairwells can be extremely difficult. This is definitely one of those situations where the Bangalore smoke doesn't quite work as that kind of entryway to try and push a team above you. And so they're going to go ahead and back off from this fight.
Not only that, you don't see any digi threats, at least on Slurpee G's Wingman or his Mastiff. So it makes sense to not use the smokes inside of the building here, especially if you don't know if another team is going to be utilizing that through the smoke. So great portal, and you can see on the minimap where that portal came from, outside of the zone, inside of the zone. It is zone 3, but it's tough to get inside of these buildings over here towards this area, and I think they did a pretty nice job coexisting over towards the bottom side. Yes, it's not the best spot. It's not as powerful as, say, Splash, who's above them, but they're going to take it for now, and just on cue, those smokes are going to be coming out just to get some visual clutter. And you see the Black Market Boutique set up over towards the side for Kodagami if they want to go and try to find a digi threat inside of that one. Not quite sure if it's in the crafting or not today, but Splash is going to have their work cut out for him. Intel yesterday, completely on fire. We touched base on a little bit on the pregame show. Record-breaking performance here in Series E. If you missed it, I believe, what was it, 134 points, Jamerson, just unheard of.
Yeah, and they cut that distance between that first place and the cumulative leaderboard. Team Vizio, who had been standing up top of the leaderboard so far, now are looking like, you know, it's a possibility that they can be dethroned. I didn't think it was, with how strong Vizio started Season 4 off with multiple weeks, 100 points every open night. And then things have slowed down for Vizio, and it's been Team Intel in the last month that has really been picking up the pace. Nestle Splash, a team that's been quite struggling, I would say. And there we go. We got a quick look. 101 points to 900, and 1,101 points to 917. Team Intel cut that lead down by about 90 points just last night.
Really nicely done. And again, keep eyes on Nerf and Excedrin throughout the day to see if Excedrin can catch up. They had a pretty good performance yesterday. I believe they almost cracked that 50-point mark, which is pretty phenomenal. Renegades, who had a great performance last week in the Pro Day, looks like they're getting into a little fight. Fearless is going to kind of get out of dodge there. You can see Mooney is not interested as well. There goes the smokes. Are they going to be safe with that smoke? Huge battery coming out for Slurpee G. Phoenix hit coming out for Mooney. Fearless is going to have to hit a medi here fairly shortly, but the Bangalore smokes, the double time really working, and somehow nobody gets knocked throughout that situation as 3 teams run past each other. Speaking of knocks, you're going to have Complexity going up against Vayne, the former member of 100 Thieves. You can see they're going to be able to get the better of Exat going out in 14th place.
13 squads remaining. Team Intel finding it a bit more difficult this time around, and that's what we expected here. When the game starts slowing down, when in the mid game you have a lot more teams alive, you're not going to have those free fights that Intel were able to find yesterday, and they are getting punished for it. Right now, though, Ghost making the push. Rakinishu got the first knock. Complexity end up going down to Team Ghost. Now we're down to 12 squads remaining here, and look at that hard pull away for round number 4. It is going basically to all that open ground. There are some stalagmites that you can try and find some cover around. It looks like TSM might actually just be safe right underneath this bridge for this ring, and so they can exist here for the next 3 minutes or so.
And again, Hal is perfectly comfortable in these situations of being uncomfortable, which is why TSM is such a strong team with such a great IGL. But now we're looking at Ghost, and 6 is going to be the IGL for this team. Rakinishu loves seeing him continue to find a great squad and be playing on Gibraltar, which I feel like is definitely his comfort pick and one of the strongest Gibraltars that we have in Series E and in North America. Taking a look over towards the left side, those flatline shots not really hitting as he was hoping to. You can see the recoil basically making an outline, a cookie cutter outline of those players. That's more like it, as the flesh damage is going to come through. Bubble is in hand if they need that, but the storm is ticking, Jamerson. You can see tick, tick, tick. It takes a lot of your health off. About 10-15% of that health is going to be away, and they do find a little safe haven here in this crevice.
Yeah, Rakinishu is going to take the time to hit that bat while the rest of Team Ghost try to find some of these kills here, and it looks like it's going to be Oxygen that ends up cleaning up Renegades with a little bit of help from Team Ghost. And now Ghost clearing out the northeast side. They're going to have to be careful. I believe TSM might be around here. We'll find out in just a moment. It's Team Intel that have pushed down to the low, and they do have the western edge and the zone for themselves. So another great rotate. And it looks like, you know, honestly, even the small things that we saw out of Team Intel are translating into the pro play before we would see them go into almost any fight and try and take it as quickly as possible. But oh no, the fight comes to them. Cloud9 right on top of them as Zach Mazer gets the knock and the kill on to Fearless with the help of Albert Laley. Slurpee G needs some time to try and heal up the black hole, keeping Albert Laley in place, but he should be able to finish them off very shortly here. Somehow they're still alive. Naughty needs some time to try and stabilize. Missile swarms coming in, and you've got that bubble coming down just in time. Slurpee G getting finished off by Impulse, and now Team Intel are just left with one player remaining.
I'm gonna call that one the caster curse, Jamerson. You're just talking Intel up, and then boom, clapped from the side there from the black hole by Zach Mazer. Really nicely done. But can we just talk about that 1 HP that you see Naughty barely get away with? Very impressive to see that. And also, I'm not sure how the missile swarm doesn't connect in that type of instance, but I'll really with the immediate bubble. Now we have 7 seconds until this zone starts to move. And you can see Ghost Gaming inside there with Rakinishu fighting G2, who somehow was able to get out with all 3 players into the zone, plus the res as the zone's closing. Surprising to see no gold backpack on design or on Resulta. Usually these guys at this point in the game have slayed so many players that they have a majority of the loot in the entire map. But let's see if they can close things out. Look at the shots right there coming in. 71 heady right there from Resulta on the player inside. But it's Nocturnal, it's Team Liquid again, shutting down G2.
And Team Liquid have been playing this one out as a duo since basically we joined on board with this game. The phase breach out from Designful to try and get his squad out, but it looks like Resulta will get thirsted. Designful goes down, and Team Liquid will end up cleaning up G2. Now, to remember, G2 was the one that ended up taking out their third earlier on, and so this is a nice bit of revenge coming out from them. But TSM now here in the late game, 4 squads remaining. It's going to be 3 full squads of 3 versus the duo of Team Liquid, who are playing on that high ground so far. We do have Cloud9 up there, TSM. We got Kodogami and Casellos in them. Find out exactly where Liquid end up playing off of at this point. As, ooh, nice connect out from that missile storm. Is going to slow down Hal just a bit, but he's got plenty of cells in the back pocket, as it looks like Oxygen ends up getting cleaned up. Never mind, Liquid were out, and so it's our final 3 squads.
And the charged up rampage at the end of the game coming in for Hal. Look at this off angle. He cues to ping both of the players, both of the teams, and then he takes an off angle over towards the side. His Q does come back up, so he's going to phase back on over there. And if Reps does need the bubble, he will go and utilize that. But look at the plays coming in from Hal, just trying to add pressure, maximum pressure the entire time. Just making sure that he gets that Phoenix hit off is crucial. Nice job. Verholst is going to come in with the missile swarm. I mean, advantage right now has to be to C9, but you love the way that TSM's been playing the slow ground the entire time.
Yeah, TSM doing the pings just to make sure they have the right distance to see who ends up getting forced out of their cover first. And it's just going to be this other squad as Cloud9 are just raining in the nades. How do you still have 4 nades left in the late game here? You can see if they somehow survive, though. Naughty trying his best to just finish them off with all those frag nades, with that arc star. Cloud9 setting up a beautiful crossfire right now to contain both of the other squads. A defensive bombardment will go down. The gravity lift will keep Zach Mazer safe. Albert Laley just dodges that, doesn't have to use the bubble, which is going to be incredibly important here for the late game. We do have that black hole. We've got a bubble being used by Kodagami and co. And now Cloud9 are just keeping an eye on the skies to see who are they going to end up griefing.
Exactly. There's going to be a grief at some point, but I would love to see the black hole come down onto TSM right from behind. You can see defensive bombardment's going to go. That uses the bubble, and that's what I love. I love that they've realized to stagger the ultimates here. Albrelli is going to lead that one because if you toss the black hole into the bubble, it's not going to have nearly as much effect. There goes the nades. There goes the black hole. Verholz gets sucked in. He's going to fly on out, but look at how he portals all the way down over towards the rock to try to give themselves a little bit of an off angle, but that's just not going to be enough. Look at the high ground usage coming in from C9, making that game look easy.
Beautiful finish off from Cloud9, making sure that they are not the team that ends up getting grief, keeping good presence on both TSM and that last squad to make sure that they finish that one off strong. They had the positioning, they had all the tools at their disposal. You saw how patient they were with even their tactical abilities when they had a defensive bombardment on top of them. It was a great thing to watch coming out from Cloud9.
Not only that, you saw Verholz barely get sucked in by the black hole, so while C9 is throwing some really good defensive bombardments, I'm still waiting for Zach Mazer to have this endgame black hole that just gets clipped on Twitter because we know it's going to come eventually. But like we were talking about, staggering the ultimates, that's the way that you do it. Great use of utility, great use of the high ground, but also good credit to TSM for playing that low ground so well.
Yeah, so congratulations to Cloud9 for taking the first victory of the day. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance, that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Congratulations, Cloud9, for winning game 1. Yeso and I are decked out in all your gear.
We wore the correct drip today, you know?
We're on that drip.
Yeah. Shout outs to Cloud9. You guys made good merch, you know? And you're a pretty good team. Yeah, Cloud9 with a win, using the black hole really well. The Horizon certainly has not been firmly in the meta for a while, but it's starting to creep back in here over the last month or two as teams are starting to mix up compositions, and I would say it worked out pretty well for C9 in that game.
I would say it definitely did. It seems like they had a good handle on that game, especially near the end, and they managed to take the win. I hope they do well for the rest of the day because we're really cheering them on. Let's check out who the player of the game is for game 1.
Game number 1 here, we'll check that out. I'll also do want to mention too is C9 having the high ground there is also going to be very helpful. They were able to play very patient in that late circle as we see Alb going to get player of the game here.
We see Alb with 4 kills, 3 assists, and about 1,200 damage.
Yeah, C9 able to play nice and patient, hold that high ground. The circle kind of continued to benefit their position, and ultimately they win the end game fight that they needed to. They take out both TSM and Splash there and do some good work, and they definitely have a strong start to the night here. C9 has been kind of hovering just on the edge of like the top teams right now in terms of like the teams that you think like these are the favorites in terms of like winning ALGS and winning consistent tournaments. They're of course incredibly experienced and talented. The results haven't quite been as good as of late, but it seems like C9 hopefully scaling up at the right time as of course ALGS Pro League will kick off this weekend. So
Absolutely, and we'll see if winning game 1 was more of, I don't want to say luck, but we'll see if they can have
No, it's not
consistent
luck. It's not luck.
performance.
Let's be clear.
Right.
C9 is a very good team. They're a very good team. So just, can it continue? It's a difficult task. A lot of good teams in this lobby.
Right. So before we get into the next game, we have some gaming news to cover.
Yeah, we wanted to talk about just some interesting stories kind of going on right now in the esports and gaming space. And off the top, we're talking about the Cloud9 merch today, but there's some new 100 Thieves merch coming out that, we might have to pick up. What are your thoughts on the 100 Thieves Attack on Titan merch collab?
When I saw the Captain Levi sweatshirt, I was just like, just take my money already. Just take my money. It's Captain Levi. I mean, what can I say? It looks so good. They're definitely going with a kind of like 90s anime kind of retro aesthetic, which is definitely super in trend. I mean, they know their audience is how I feel.
In the end, I'm like, it's a 100 Thieves merch collab. It's gonna be sick, right? They crush it pretty much with everything that they do. They did the Halo merch collab when Halo Infinite was coming out. All that stuff was sick. Pretty much everything that they make is really awesome. And so was I surprised at how awesome it looked? No. And also, like, I'm a huge Attack on Titan fan. I'm watching the new episodes every single Sunday with my roommates. Like, it's just appointment television for us now. And I can't wait to see how it ends. And while there's like no way that I'm going to be able to pick up some of this merch because, it's going to go like that, and I'm not trying to spend that kind of money right now, but it's super sick. And I hope, some of the folks watching get it because it's going to look really cool.
Totally. And also, I'm wearing an Attack on Titan shirt under my C9 sweatshirt today. So I was
there we go.
I was double prepared for this opening segment.
Perfect.
But it's not 100 Thieves, but that's all
Perfect. Do you have some FaZe Clan or Snoop Dogg merch like hiding somewhere as well?
I forgot my necklace at home. My FaZe Clan necklace with Snoop Dogg.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Kaisa. And
I'll see myself out. Bye, everybody. So Snoop Dogg is joining FaZe Clan as a content creator and also is going to be on their board of directors, I believe. And I think it's super cool because he was saying how, I think his son, does he have a son? I think his son was involved, or his son knows a lot about FaZe Clan. And also he already worked with them with the NFL to give money to youth sports, which I think is a great cause.
Yeah, FaZe, one of the biggest kind of up and coming brands right now in esports. Not that they are like new, right? FaZe is well established, has been around for a long time, has been popular, but it seems like they're really starting to try and vault themselves into the stratosphere. They're going to be a publicly traded company very soon, and it seems like they have looked at teams like G2 and 100 Thieves and others that have been kind of taking over the last few years, and they're like, we want some of that, we got to get in there. But Game 2 is coming up. We do have to go to a break right now. When we come back, though, Series E Pro Night will continue, so don't go far.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 1, we saw Cloud9 taking the victory with TSM coming in second place. So what does that mean for our leaderboard? Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see exactly where they stand. Cloud9 looked like they were fragging pretty heavily, and it was 8 frags overall for them. So they'll be in the lead right now with 20 points overall. And then we have a really packed middle of the pack right now. TSM, Splash, Oxygen, G2, all in double digits right now.
Some of our partner teams, Nerf, Razor, Vizio, get it together, all right? Excedrin, that breadstick's not going to cut it, all right? This isn't an Italian restaurant. One thing's for sure is we got to check in to make sure that Series E isn't scripted. This is rigged for ratings or whatever that meme is, because why, do they just have a closet of all this merchandise, and then as soon as the winner comes on, Kaisa and Yeso just go change, and they come back? They're both wearing C9. C9 wins game 1. It's rigged.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if C9 end up winning everything else at this point. But it was a great start to the day for them. It looked like they were really just gelling with how strong they were able to play together again. Just these tactical and ultimate usage timings were just impeccable coming out from Cloud9 for the finish in the final 3 teams.
Yeah, it was really great positioning, and you see how Albaroli is actually split away from his teammates, but that's just the confidence that everybody has. Usually your Gibby needs to be there in case they need the bubble, but in this instance, everybody's really playing together, and Zach Mazer had a really interesting Horizon Q to take that grab lift, so really ballsy one when the defensive bombardment came down. I thought that maybe TSM was just going to look up and light him up throughout all of that. That wasn't the case. The bubble went down because they had the defensive bombardment down on the other side too, and they had to get focused. So I really like the way that C9 doesn't blow that high ground. And it's very easy to say, okay, they have the advantage here, but you're looking at two of the really great teams and you're looking at one of the best teams in TSM. So they need to make sure that they're focusing all of those players at the right time.
Yeah, saving that bubble and using that grab lift instead was definitely risky, but it ended up paying off for them, having that extra cooldown for them, especially when you know that defensive bombardments are going to be in play. Now here we go, going into the second game of the day. Let's join on board with our winners from game number 1, Cloud9 dropping over by Climatizer. Everyone giving them a wide berth, and there you go. It's going to be free looting for them. Now, this is interesting because, you know, a lot of the times people complain about, oh, we didn't get the ring pull, blah, 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 it goes down, but they won a southern zone. So a lot of times, I honestly don't think that makes as much of a difference. Team Intel, though, in a fight with Nerf over Lava Siphon right now.
Woo! The shots from Slurpee G, the confidence with the wingman. Nerf not standing a chance, and this is so risky from Nerf. I'm not quite sure what they're thinking going over here. I mean, this is their original landing spot, but maybe they should think about coexisting here because of the fact that they are in third place, and Excedrin potentially could catch up. But here's the 50-50 that number never ends. Call Lamb Chop. Let's see if they're over there. You have CLG meeting up with Xset here anytime.
And again, it's that same thing that we've been seeing in this 50-50 between Xset and CLG. It's mostly about Xset maintaining control over that mid ground for the most part, and then forcing CLG back into one of the limbs of Harvester here. And CLG are backing away to the northwest side of Harvester, but either side really just kind of grief themselves again on loot, and we have to start considering that internal timer. When do you just back off and try to find some additional loot? This ring pulling up to the northeast side as we take a look at that map. Cloud9 are going to be fairly happy with this one. Complexity should be fairly happy as well. We'll see. But it looks like Xset are full set on trying to force CLG out.
They definitely are, but like you said, Eternal Clock is ticking. It's coming up fairly close, but also the Black Market Boutique is down, and that's really the key for Xset here is to make sure, okay, what's going on? What's the timing? Can we get this loot in time? And is it even worth taking this fight? Looks like they are hard set on fighting. So if this fight is to take place, it has to take place basically right now, and these teams are about to all in. There's no chance they run away from this.
Yeah, you really cannot at this point with 40 seconds left to go. Bubble early on, and honestly, not even a great bubble because it leaves your lower side very vulnerable. Vayne getting killed throughout all of that, and Kenny does trade back with Nano. It's down to a 2v2, but they've lost out on armors. They started off in whites and blues. Klein is down now. Kenny's the only one up, and CLG pushed the issue, knocking out Xset. We're down to 18 squads here. Quick res, and now, I would be a little bit worried about a third party, but this ring is pulling up to the north, and so it looks like CLG will be safe to just loot up now.
It's funny how both of these teams have introduced Loba into their rotation because of the fact that they knew that they were going to be dealing with 50-50s. They weren't playing Loba prior to this, and then they've made that adjustment, so that means that one of the players on each team has had to learn how to play this legend. Not that hard of a legend to play, right? That's not going to be as many mechanics to say like a Wraith or as important as, you know, the Gibraltar timing of defensive bombardments or the bubbles, but still it's a new, you know, layer that you have to add to your gameplay. Now we have the second place team from the previous game also on low, but that's going to be Nestle Splash. Locking things down already into the next zone too, so they're going to be feeling good about their situation.
Yeah, it's a hard pull. You can see the rings basically hugging each other on the northeast side, and so Splash are relatively confident that the ring will continue to pull pretty hard to the northeast. If they can get over to that building that they've got pinged down, probably would be best, but they should be pretty happy here. They've got that long range option with the charge rifle to try and poke away. And so while you're not in the thick of the action, you still have the sight lines to be able to try and upgrade these armors while you're sitting on the blues and the whites.
Charge rifle is going to be a great way to get that one. But the 2x, not the ideal situation. You can see it hitting for, you know, very minimal damage from long range. Anything larger would be easy to get those zoomed in on. But AP, Atlanta Premier, making some moves. Ryan taking a decent amount of damage in the air. Fortunately, they also have this crypto. So if they could get any type of scan within 200 meters, that would be big time. But as you mentioned, Jamerson, continuing to pull up here. You also see the new addition to Asura's screen right there with the Crypto, almost like a Pathfinder grapple where you could toss that drone out into the air. I love that change for Crypto. Crypto's seen a lot of changes throughout to try to find out where that balancing is going to be. And also the area when you take the drone out no longer is at your face too. So that's pretty interesting changes overall. I miss when the EMP didn't slow you though. That's when Crypto is the best for me.
Ooh, we have an EMP. It's going to be a farming run to just try and get that armor up, and doesn't look like Complexity dropped their armors for it. Maybe a few did, but that's going to be some nice damage for them. I mean, they were sitting on whites and blues, so they're desperately going to need that, and not having to expend ammo for it definitely will work out in their favor. We'll see how long AP can continue to just EMP bomb the rest of the squads up here at Climatizer, but we got plenty of buildings here, and it looks like the action has slowed down. Running the 50-50s that happened earlier on. Now, in game number 1, when we joined on board, we were already down to about 16 squads, around round number 2. But it looks like things have slowed quite considerably. And taking a look at the map, even the teams that are playing on Edge, not really in each other's paths. So there should be some free rotates for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those endings very similar to what we saw yesterday, where there's going to be just a line of players setting up ready to fight. But as you mentioned, very free on down towards the southeast side. And what I'm looking at is what's going to happen with Team Esports Arena, because they are looted and zooted. And I believe in that ugly like white peach color, that has to be G2 making their way down south too. So those two teams going to meet up. We also have Intel, who's just been on fire recently as well. So really looking forward to these three teams kind of meeting up, and whoever walks out victorious from that, not only going to be looted, but have a ton of kills.
It looks like Team Intel might just be hitting in replicators over at Harvester, but the longer they stick around, they're going to have to deal with G2, and I feel like they would be comfortable trying to take that fight. I mean, it'd be a pretty free 3v3 with very few worries of a third party. Taking a look at all the squads that are in the zone right now, no surprise, Cloud9 there, Complexity right on top of them or underneath them, hard to tell. Six and Ghost are just not too far off from Renegades as well, and here it is, G2 now starting to make their way on in towards that Harvester side. Don't have eyes on Team Intel quite yet, but there we go. Intel are inside of Harvester proper. G2 might spell that opportunity to try and take the 3v3, so I'm glad that we're joining on board with them.
There's always two things when you're sitting over here. You're wondering, all right, am I the last team on the edge, or is there a team that is looking for a res or that's weak in the vicinity? And I think this is a great Skyward dive just to kind of gather information. They may even be interested in just playing the edge, like the super edge here, right? Because again, they don't want to get sandwiched. The further that you push in, the more likely you are. So if you are going to play edge, hard edge the entire time, you're looking for teams that are unexpected of you to be here, and nobody plays the edge better than G2.
Ooh, they find the Black Market Boutique that was left down, and they'll be able to pick up some additional loot for that, and looks like the replicator is being used, designful, trying to chase someone down possibly, or maybe they're just using the replicator. So Team Intel did end up leaving this area, probably. So it's going to be some free armor upgrades for G2.
Yeah, and they might as well. It's zone 1, makes complete sense. It's very similar to what Intel was doing. Again though, no one is more used to playing the edge than G2. Why? Because they drop on the very edge of the map, on towards the thermal station side. So when a lot of teams are not anticipating a move on from zone 2 to zone 3, G2 is masterful at sneaking up behind and hitting you with the 3-2-1 and then immediately getting a knock and collapsing. And that's what makes them so scary. You always have to keep tabs on your back.
And this is huge value for them, right? Using that replicator, getting the purple backpacks and everything, because Resulta was just able to pick up about 3, maybe 4 additional nades. So their team fight is going to be incredibly strong. Their first team fight is going to be incredibly strong, along with the purple armors that they were able to upgrade to. And with the changes to the medkit and the replicator, it being, I forget if it's like 5 or 10 credits cheaper, it makes it that much easier to just be able to heal in the zone. You can see he's holding on to 3 medkits right now, and they were just on the edge. So they'll be perfectly fine in terms of economy. We did have a knock from Team Start of Fights onto 1, but I don't know exactly where this one's taking place. It's at Overlook currently, as they might have them pinned down inside the workshop currently. Keeping an eye out on the sides. Team Start of Fight look great with their loot right now. Premi on that gold. You got the double purples as well. Hitting for blue on the other side. That thermite hits him in the face, but somehow it doesn't get the connect. And so Crummy just dodges 2 thermites for free.
Is that what happens to all my thermites? They bounce perfectly off the player and then not do any damage? Don't you think if the thermite hits the player, it should stick onto them and they just incinerate into basically dust? That's how I would do it if I were to respawn. Good thing that I don't. But we have to touch base on how well Crummy utilized the death box to stay alive right there. Not only stay alive, but take minimal damage. I think that he popped out about 70 to 110 damage and then only takes about 25 overall, especially with this gold armor. That's big, conserving cells. But to me, it seems like they have a great idea on how they want to infiltrate inside of their. It's going to be Aves coming in last. Great tracking, and that's out. Went down to the 1 clip. There's the rest of the push coming in. They're going to get the finish onto the ground. Now, it looks like to be a 3v1, but there are nades there. That's going to be Rep's last player alive. And unfortunately, in that 2v3, start a fight. This takes it to TSM.
Yeah, that death box, I believe that you were talking about was going to be Verhulst, and they had gotten that knock fairly early on while we were on board with G2. Here's Esports Arena making a push, big connect out with that massive 33 to follow up for that next knock onto Casellas, and Kodagami going to be knocked out. They're left to 1 player now, 17 squads here. Team Esports Arena have the edge of the zone again. Round number 3, look at that ring. Hard hugging to that northeast side, and so holding this building is definitely viable. We'll see what the next ring entails, but currently for Team Esports Arena, they have a lot of control now. They've got the last player. That's going to be S going down. Esports Arena pick up the +3. They have 2 buildings in control, plus a lot of early game loot for them to play off of now here into the mid game.
That has to be so heartbreaking for Splash. I mean, you're sitting in one of the god spots. You get completely bullied out of your position. I'm not quite sure what the thought process was in terms of holding 2 buildings without a Caustic, without a Watson, some sort of defensive character. The Gibraltar should be the last person split away from the team. Esports Arena just waltzes in for free, gets all of this loot, made that fight look so easy. That's not a good sign for Splash, especially because they did it in the spot that could be ending here. So I love how Esports Arena is showing confidence, getting all the loot that they need, and then just saying, all right, well, this building is the building we want, we're going to take it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the antenna tower to their southwest. I feel like there might be a pole down towards that side, and oh boy, you got to guard your loot. Make sure no one touches your booty there. You got a barrel right on top of the death boxes. I don't know, maybe that's just some extra BM because you don't have to worry about the door getting opened from that side. The death boxes itself will actually close it or keep it closed at that point, but. And right now, Team Esports Arena sitting in a beautiful position as CLG trying to clear out their Rotunda building. It looks like they're going to be able to get the Circle building for free, and so they should be able to move up. All the floors actually open for them to take, and so we'll probably see a nice black market boutique in this area as soon as Mamba has it. They should be able to pick up a lot. They do spot out a squad inside the car just across the ways, peeking across, and Vatro has plenty of ammo to try and poke away at them, but Nano does have to be careful, backs away to hit that bat, and here we go, Vatro trying to get that red Evo for himself now. Oh, we do have a fight though, 100 Thieves versus Vizio, and they've already knocked out Phony.
Love watching 100 Thieves make the rotations, but Vizio was a little bit late to rotate because of how far it was towards the landslide area, and they got caught in no man's land. Unfortunately, Phony is going to drop. You can see the high ground was being utilized the entire time from Scary because they know that they could just use that Ash ultimate to get back on over towards the top if they really need to. But Scary's going to drop. They're going to continue to work their way on over towards the zone. Zone number 3, got to make sure that you're definitely getting in this one, and you don't want to be stuck on this low ground. So let's see if they utilize the Ash to get up there or if they just continue to foot it. And speaking of getting up top, look at Fearless. He's going on over towards the sniper post in the back of Overlook. I like that nade, tossing it to where he's predicting the players are going to run. Unfortunately, it doesn't go deep enough. Maybe over towards that door could have stopped them from going in, but that's just either way a great thought process coming in for Fearless and a great flank as well.
Oh, he gets the crack hits for 96 to the flesh, and he's still taking this 2v1 right now up top. Does go in to that bubble, but now he's going to get that Q to chase after them. We'll see if there's a door here for them to really try and utilize, but Slurpee ends up going down. The trade, though, Matt Pickett falls for that, and now, again, Fearless just holding that top. He doesn't have the Q, though, this time around, and he will fall, but a lot of damage was done. It's down to a 1v1 Mooney. versus one more, but gentrifying has shown up from G2 coming around, and now Mooney with that armor swap onto a white has just a little over 100 HP on the other side. Crummy using that gold armor, able to top off real quick here, hits the syringe as G2 are trying to pick up the rest of these kills. They will be able to finish off Aves at the very least, but because neither team was knocked out, they're not getting credit for these. There we go, finally finishing off start of fights. Now Team Intel left in shambles here as G2 are going to be prowling on the south side. I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity, Tom, for them to try and recover the banners.
Crazy Q from Fearless there. He didn't really need to go for that one. He had the fight basically won if he just stays in that. I think that when he got hit, he thought that the damage was a little bit more substantial, but really only took 25 damage or maybe even less. So it was probably just a weak Mastiff or a PK shot over towards the face. Instead, he ends up getting caught out over towards the door when the Gibby shuts that one. So a little bit of a small misplay, but either way, I'm not sure if Intel, with G2 collapsing on them or start a fight, would have been able to get out of that situation. Instead, they are able to escape with just a rat over here, maybe two, as you can see two players stuck over towards this train cart area. But that's what G2 does, right? They play the edge, they wait for other teams to fight, and they collapse on it immediately.
And they do have that squad, like you mentioned, right below them. So it just might be a matter of time as Renegade stuck in epicenter right now. Madness was considering using that phase breach to get them up a little bit higher, but might just be able to walk this one up for free. We're down to 15 squads here. It's ring number 4. It's continuing to pull up towards that northeast side as Madness trying to take a lay of the land, get a good scout. He does spot out one, gets tagged just a bit. Gonna at least force out a sell. He's down to 6, but looks like their economy still looks fairly strong. They haven't been getting into too many fights. They've got arc stars and nades and other utility for this next fight, but they've got to start working their way on in, Tom. They've got 40 seconds to make their way into the next zone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time where you got to start scouting things out a little bit, but the way that they're setting up Jamerson, this definitely looks like a skyward dive, which means you're really just looking at your immediate areas that could be a threat, which is directly below them over towards that southeast side. Powell's got the other side covered on the northwest, so they're A-okay once they want to do skyward dive. Problem is, with 15 squads left, where exactly are they going to go? Razor's going to be dealing with the same situation that Renegades is, and look at this. No vacancy here. They're going to have to take this fight.
And they have to deal with the team on the other side of this door. Bubble already been used, and they haven't even used that time to top off. Fearing hasn't hit a bat, and so he just gets hit for flesh. They're all that. Albralele gets the knock onto Fearing live as Razor just scrambling to try and survive. They are disconnected as Dreza does get back to Bursty, but he ends up falling here. Vatro picks that one up. On all of this, it looks like CLG trying to find more kills, getting the knock onto Muffins as well. Complexity now might be in some trouble. Razor getting pushed. Bursty has nowhere to bracelet to as they do get finished off. Atlanta Premier picking up all that loot. Now Vizio ends up getting finished off by Excedrin. That duo are out, and now we're down to 13 squads. 100 Thieves holding the high ground here on this main building. The ring finally pulled away from that northeast side. Now 100 Thieves have to be a bit careful in this position. It's not untenable, but you know, they are getting shot at from all sides. I feel like they could just deal with one to make it a lot more safer.
Kraber is in play. That's going to go on to Rakanishi. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you're going to see Complexity gets eliminated. You also had G2 being taken out by Ghost Gaming. Now Renegades on the verge of potentially being eliminated by Atlanta Premier, and also CLG getting inside of the fight. Vatro going to take that kill lead with 4 overall. Going to need this loot inside. You can see how little he is on the resources area. Protectable from the Oxygen Squad coming through the portal, and you have a gold bag raz, though. That gold bag raz, that could bait Oxygen back into this situation. You know that's not their portal on Liquid side. They're not even using a Wraith, but there's the scan, and potentially they may take this towards Oxygen.
Yeah, Esports Arena actually ended up finishing off Team Oxygen here, so Liquid only missed out on 1 kill, but they're happy that that fight ends much faster, even if it comes from that long-range third party. They're going to have to deal with Esports Arena on this rotate up to the north side. Kraber in the hands, 8 shots of Skittle Cakes here, and Team Liquid have to be careful. Body shot connect with a follow-up. Devotion gets the knock onto Nocturnal. Skittle Cakes picking that one up. Team Liquid with another quick bubble res. That is the gold bag res as well. And Esports Arena probably going to be able to figure that one out fairly quickly. Not going to linger around here for too long as they start working their way on in. The Kraber itself did enough as Cloud9 in a fight with CLG currently taking out Vatro, finishing him off. Esports Arena on the rotate though, getting tagged up. They are on the slower side of the ring, and so Skittlecakes will be able to take this reprieve, hit that bat, and start walking in. Knocked really far ahead of his team, scouting it out, doing a great job of finding a really safe spot for Esports Arena.
Exactly, that's how you need to do it, especially when you're the entry fragger, the player that is having the most movement on the team. Going out and scouting is the perfect word to use in that type of situation, gathering so much information, so much intel. Meanwhile, Zach Mazer is going to be able to help drop Team Excedrin. So unfortunately for Excedrin, they're going to be going out in 6th place. We're going to catch up a little bit more in Earth though, because keep in mind they lost that 50 early on. Atlanta Premier going down, and C9 has just been so active today. Let's see if they can get out of this fight. Asura eating defensive bombardments, eating the zone as well, and now he's going to have a nade chucked at his feet.
100 Thieves showing up for the third-party Arc Star onto Asura to take him out, and it's going to be Skittlecakes with that snipe to take him out. And they've got the Nox Gas Grenade to split apart the battlefield here. He still has one more frag grenade to try and toss in. That's Team Liquid on the other side of the fences there. Zach Mazer survived, but not for long, as Noct will be able to finish him off. It's the final 2 squads remaining. The Kraber shot from Skittles once again is going to be the decision maker here. Esports Arena are going to charge up, but it's a gold bag res. Remember, on the other side, Nocturnal's been knocked about 5 times in this game, by the way. We'll see what his death timer is like, and so they have to instantly get him back into the game here. Noct will go ahead and phase breach away to try and create some distance at the very least, and Esports Arena are actually giving Team Liquid the time to try and heal up once more. But they do have a great crossfire setup on the duo here. Nocturnal on the flank has to try and split them up a bit, and he has 2 members pushing him here. Nocturnal dropped down to about 10 HP, might be the first one to fall once again in this fight. 1 HP now, and he's still somehow alive. Skittlecakes getting flanked here, tries to move around, and they get the knock onto Nocturnal. Fun goes down. There's only Gildersons remaining, and it's going to be Team Esports Arena taking the second win of the night.
It's a great utilization of realizing where the map positioning is from everybody on the Team Liquid side. Nocturnal, he goes to try to get that off angle like you were talking about, separate some space, but that space ends up coming back to bite him because they realize that he's soloed out. He's already used his ultimate. It's not a Wraith, so he can't queue back. It's not a Pathfinder. It's an Ashe. What do you do in that situation? You take that fight. So Nocturnal, which looked like to be great positioning, ends up coming out and costing them the game, unfortunately, but that is just a heads-up play from Esports Arena.
Yeah, great game for Team Esports Arena, but it was another pretty high finish for Cloud9, who were our winners from game number 1, and so they should possibly be able to maintain that first place position. We're going to find out, though, as we take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E Pro Night right after this.
Yeah, we all in, yeah, we...
Congratulations to Team Esports Arena for taking game 2.
Yeah, really good performance from them, closing out the game pretty clean, and it's another one of those squads kind of trying to ramp up as we get ready for the ALGS Pro League to kick off. Of course, they're coming off of a 3rd place finish in playoffs just over a month ago, and they're looking really good. Of course, it feels like every single week Noct incorporates into this roster better and better. They're looking really good, and that win's nice. You heard Jamerson talk about it as well, another high finish for C9. So that on top of their game 1 win, they should be feeling pretty comfortable, pretty happy with their first 2 games performance, and now they'll be looking to close out both of these teams. In fact, we'll be looking to close out the first half here, all the action on World's Edge, with a strong performance in game 3, so we'll have to see how things continue for them.
Both teams seem like they've been having very clean games. C9 had a clean win. Esports Arena had a clean win. I feel like they just have perfect form, and they're really, going for that dub.
Yeah, it feels like open night, you get chaos in the beginning of the game and chaos at the end of the game. Pro night feels like the chaos kind of happens in the middle. You get pretty clean starts, fairly clean finishes. So yeah, honestly, Esports Arena looking good there. I'm curious to see who got player of the game for this one.
Yeah, let's check it out. Player of the game is Noct with 5 kills, 2 assists, and about 1,500 damage on the Valk.
There you go. And Noct playing on the Valkyrie here, and it's a pick that he really wasn't playing that much in his time in C9. Of course, coming into Team Esports Arena when they were playing with Verholst, Valkyrie was the pick there. Of course, they were one of the teams, again, pushing the meta with the Valk Caustic Gibby meta. Of course, they're not quite doing the same thing now, but seems like they still like Noct on this pick. Noct has settled into it well and performing good here. 5 kills and 2 assists. That's a solid showing there for Noct and Team Esports Arena, and they're going to be feeling really good going into the final game of the first half.
Absolutely. We have one more game on World's Edge. Do we have any final thoughts before we kick right into it?
Let's see some heat. I want a different team winning this one. I want it to be really spicy going into the back half.
Let's see some heat. We're going to kick it to commercial break and then into game 3.
See what I say. I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top just let it splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break, we had Team Esports Arena taking the win in game number 2. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where that places them on the leaderboard here, where they were sitting pretty middle of the pack. And with that win, they end up scrapping away that second place position. They're only 8 points down from Cloud9. Team Liquid with a high finish there end up in 3rd place, 22 points overall.
Yeah, poor Nocturnal. He has to be just fuming after the amount of times he gets knocked right there. But fortunately, having that gold backpack really saved him throughout all of that. C9 continuing a really strong pace, but you got to give credit to Skittlecakes and the rest of this Esports Arena squad for the way that they utilize all of the legends on their team. He's just such a good caustic.
Yeah, and we saw as well a deadly Kramer player there able to connect some very crucial shots to slow down fights in their favor. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. This is the push, I believe, from Atlanta Premier onto Cloud9, and this was a really awkward fight, Tom.
Yeah, it was a really awkward fight. I mean, there was so much action happening throughout all of this, and the defensive bombardments plus the visual clutter coming in from the zone makes it so difficult. But look at that grenade coming through. 100 Thieves was doing really well. You thought maybe Rapboy Ronnie was going to make an appearance again, but it's the Kraber in the back and Esports Arena taking these off angles.
Yeah, and that Kraber proved to be so valuable for Team Esports Arena. Just before that as well, I mean, we saw the shots connecting onto Nocturnal, slowing down Team Liquid, making sure that Esports Arena had that safe zone on the southeast side of the ring. It's all these little things that add up to victory in the end. The small decisions, the big shot that you connect, that ended up helping out Team Esports Arena. And even before this, early on in the game, remember, they had to fight off a team, I believe it was Splash, to gain that early position in ring number 2.
Yeah, it's not easy to go and just infiltrate a building the way that they were able to do so and do it in such dominating fashion. But what I'm interested in after we see this game, how they're going to go and fare on Storm Point, because there's going to be some adjustments that happen in the legends and the compositions. Is Skittlecakes going to continue to stick it out on this Caustic, or is he going to make a switch going forward? Because you can see just the power of the Caustic, even after being nerfed. Once you are the only Caustic in the lobby, your value really starts to skyrocket. And I think people forget about that you don't have anything to really combat that gas unless you have another Caustic that's willing to go through that. So I think that yes, it is a little bit of a difficult situation with how open Stormpoint is going to be and how little the buildings end up being over towards the end game. It seems to be a lot more open-ended. But when you're that strong on a certain legend, you almost want to stick it through.
Yeah, that's right. We have one more game left on World's Edge, and then we will be swapping for our final 3 games onto Stormpoint. I've been loving how we do have these 2 halves, half World's Edge, half Stormpoint, because it does bring up those interesting conversations. I mean, what happens? We see a lot of squads that have kind of almost carried over their Stormpoint like compositions over here onto World's Edge. We're seeing that out of like Team Intel, trying to bring in the Bangalore here to make that work. And it's you know, it's got some I would say mixed reviews so far, but the thing is they're still putting on points. They've got 16 points after 2 games, so it's not too bad. But I feel like, again, they would definitely benefit in these harder lobbies to have that Gibraltar. But here we go. We're going into game number 3, our final game on World's Edge for tonight. Let's join on board with our winners from game number 2, Team Esports Arena, dropping down at Lava City to get all that free loot. We'll see if they've got, you know, Dome and Big Mod as well, and like PvP is just PvP is just mauling over here. Like, how are they getting all this free loot?
Yeah, PvP. When is he not molding? Let's start there. Mr. works at Respawn himself. That's PvP's new name.
You know, I love him because, you know, we share the same namesake, Jameson over there. Gotta rep that, as Esports Arena are actually prioritizing dropping pretty split, and they're not getting challenged, and they haven't been challenged in almost a year of play so far together as this squad. They've been able to maintain this triumvirate of drops for themselves. Nerf and Intel, though, we have to take a look at that 50-50 taking place now over at Lava Siphon. Nerf striking first blood, getting the knock onto Mooney. Fearless has to back off. Slurpee ends up taking out 1, but this leaves him down to a 1v2. We don't even know if they were able to get the res quite yet. He's Fearless with the L-Star bow check. Not exactly what you're looking for, especially when you only got 21 shots in that L-Star here. Fearless, what can he do on this rate?
He's trying to thirst the players on the ground. 1, so it stops information. 2, so he can pick up that extra kill point if he needs it. And then 3, so they don't use the knockdown shield. There's the knock right there. It's a 1v1 straight up against the Gibby with a bow check. It's just not going to happen. Forcey with the alternator. Good shots there from Fearless. But that's what I love about Fearless, right? It's in his name. Credit to Nerf for winning this fight. But he did so many things there to play aggressive. He gets the armor swap. He doesn't go for the heal. He understands the situation. If they continue to get these reses, I'm absolutely done for. He plays aggressive, gives himself a chance to go for the all-or-nothing play. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out. But you're seeing so many facets of his game. Doesn't matter which weapon he's using, he's still going to connect. The decision-making is there. But that's a huge win for Nerf, especially when we talk about that accumulative leaderboard.
Yeah, that's one of those very rare instances where you're like, I wish I had shatter caps. Like, I wish I had shatter caps there to try and help me out in this close range battle when all I've got is the bow check bow. Very unfortunate, but Nerf end up winning out on this 50-50, and that's going to stop Team Intel. They were stuck at 16 points. They were on the top of the leaderboard, but now here in game number 3, it's going to be the rest of the lobby with the opportunity to try and catch up. Blue armor swap here for Forcey, as he does pick that one up, and I'm surprised that that's the best armor they end up getting over here at Lava Siphon throughout all of this. Xset versus CLG. I don't know if that already took place, if we missed that on the kill feed. It looks like it might be, because we are down to 18 squads here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a big mod ending as we take a look at what's going on. You have the rotations coming in from TSM. They're landing directly on it. They may realize Knock is still over towards the Lava City side. He's going to have to stop looting. Imagine getting all Lava City by yourself. I wouldn't know what to do with all that loot. Instead, we've seen this so often. Who's the first team to rotate over towards Big Mod? 99% of the time we've seen it, it's TSM coexisting with their friendly arch rival there in Team Esports Arena. So I can't wait to see how these two teams play this one out. You're also going to have the late rotation coming in from Ghost Gaming over towards the Geyser side. You have a fight with Team Startify as Aiden gets the initial knock on a Crummy.
Yeah, it's going to be nice for Team Esports Arena to, you know, just gather around the campfire with TSM and catch up with Verhulst. Hey, how are things over at TSM for ya? Oxygen down at Dome, though, find themselves in a fight. Their armor not looking great, especially when it gets cracked. Oxygen trying to push up onto this one now as Kubsky needs to hold the line on the high ground. Started a fight, end up getting knocked out here. Oxygen, the +3 early on, and they don't have that far of a rotate either. They've got the replicator play off of. That's a nice fight for them to win because they can end up playing passively here for the rest of the game. Here's Esports Arena, though, trying to make a push at Big Mod. That might be TSM below them, and it is. That's going to be reps going down to the Arc Star of Dupe. Skittlecakes need some time to heal up, but how? What the what? Re45 gets the knock onto Skittlecakes. Knock does answer back. It's a 2v1. Esports Arena need to finish this out one now, and they do. They need to instantly hit the res onto Skittlecakes as well and get the armor swaps in. Surprisingly enough, no third parties quite yet. It's going to be a long-range Ash tether. Not really getting anything. Here's Ghost trying to follow up onto this third party, and if they hear the res, they will force the issue onto them. Beautiful bubble just in time. The counter bubble is there. Now Ghost not going to be able to try and take advantage of this situation quite yet, as Esports Arena are doing a great job of slowing things down for themselves on the reset.
Caustic value, great bubble too coming in from the Gibraltar. Everything that you need to see from Duplex and Skittlecakes, also not coming through with a little bit of a bait, showing presence. They do give up their position inside of the building, but it looks like they're ready to fight and duke this one out again. Huge damage there coming in from Pitbull with the PK. Only with the gray bolt too. Surprised he didn't get a wingman shot after all that, but you can see the Ash Tether came on over towards the door. So they're going to back off, but they have successfully bullied their way over towards the top floor here. So this is a great position to be for this endgame.
Yeah, now you can see Ghost. They were the ones that were able to pick up most of the loot off of TSM as well. Unfortunately for Esports Arena, they ended up using a lot into that fight, and they don't get much value off of it other than the kill points that they got, which is, you know, it's great. But if you expend your utility and your economy into a fight, you want to be rewarded. They're not going to be. It's Ghost that end up picking up all of this for now. It's going to be fairly passive at this point, as a lot of the fighting has taken place. But as I say that, Esports Arena in another fight up against Complexity. Monsoon's down, Renegade's helping out, Madness in there, and he does end up getting the last kill onto Muffin. So it looked like it was a fight between Renegades and Complexity, and Esports Arena were just able to steal away one of the kills.
Yeah, that's a really great kill though, so you got to give him credit for being heads up on that one. But Ghost Gaming, again, with the priority position, with the God spot, we could call it, just continuing to run around with their heads on a swivel, checking to see where these players are. Of course, they don't have the player outlines like we do. They're not playing Bloodhound. There's no scans going through. That's going to be your observer mode, but it's like they do have a Bloodhound. Again, just paying attention to all of the sound cues going around them, making sure that they are looking for kill opportunities, because you already see there is a handful of fighting going on. Let's see if the wingman shots can connect. That's going to be Amu onto Knock. Keep in mind, Knock is playing Valkyrie, so that could be the player that was just getting shot as they're trying to make their way over towards the high ground.
What were you doing there? You heard a nade going off just behind you at that doorway. Now, it looks like quite possibly the bubble res might have come in for them. Ghosts are not going to chase after, and they do get the bubble res here. Another caustic barrel down from Esports Arena as well. And so they do need to play things a little bit tighter here, and even though they want to try and buy some space for themselves on the lower levels of mod, they still have to play this safely. With the caliber of teams around you, you got Ghosts, you got Renegades ready to pounce on top of you. You cannot be playing on your ones like that, and you're going to learn the lesson the hard way. But luckily for them, it's not going to be a lesson that has to stick for the rest of the game quite yet.
Still got to give credit to Team Esports Arena. They are biting off a little bit more than they can chew, but somehow Nox's body doesn't go towards the roof, and you saw them go and flank around the roof to try to clean that kill up. Nobody was there. Nox's body fortunately fell to the ground. That's where the rest of the Esports Arena team was. Duplex drops the bubble. You see inside of the bubble, there's going to be multiple barrels inside from Skittlecakes to protect Nox, and that's how you do it. You can see that's going to be Skittlecakes on the player outline right there on Caustic. Meanwhile, Vayne from Exet, he's knocked by G2. Let's see if G2's in a fight, because that wingman's probably up close.
Yeah, it's 15 squads remaining here, and the action has been pretty fast, I would say, in the early game for us. G2 trying to push up. They have been cracked. Resulta needs to hit that bat, as Vayne does end up getting thirsted. Clean answers back, though. Designful going down. And you got Gentrifying on his ones right now on the other side of the door here. Resulta is the healthiest member of his squad, but Gent won't be able to hit that bat. We'll see. He does back away. No bubble res here. It's another 19 seconds before it comes up. We'll see if Exet try to force the issue, but Gentrifying has been forced onto the low here. He sees that Valkyrie just flying on by, and Resulta is just waiting for that bubble to come back up. He gets peeked from one side by Klain, and Resulta ends up winning out on that 1v1. Kenny, can he win out his 1v1? He does hit pretty big here, 33 for Flash, and that gets the knock onto Gentrifying now. Kenny, he sees the bubble on this side. He's going to go ahead and rush that here as the thirst comes out, and Resulta doesn't get the armor swap fast enough. Kenny ends up taking them out, and he gets the banners as well. Quick reset for the res right here for Xset.
See if this res is going to be safe, though. Multiple teams could be in the vicinity. What a job from Kenny, baiting and switching with himself, basically, inside of the doorway, just jiggle peeking over and over again, dropping two of the strongest members in our lobby. Not easy to do against the former aim assist squad, G2. They're going to go out in 15th place. Kenny with the 3 kills and almost 1,000 damage already into this game with just Wingman Mastiff. You got to give him credit for taking on that fight the way that he did. Not easy to do, and hopefully for Xset, Klein and Vayne can reclaim their loot over towards the side and maybe pick apart G2's boxes as well.
Yeah, important shot coming out from Kenny here, just keeping that team at bay, buying so much time for his team to loot up. They've got their armor, they've got their loadout, and now they're ready to turn the page onto this squad. Now we do have the Bloodhound though, scan coming out, so Xset need to be careful in how they play this. Someone else needs to be covering that door as Klein needs time to hit up the heals. He's got the bat out. You can see the syringe going down for Kenny here, and they have given up some space. Nades coming in, forcing Kenny forward, but he does dodge that one out, turns around just in time to meet that Bloodhound, but he takes so much damage in the 1v2 peak. It's going to be Team Liquid on the other side. Vayne not connecting with the Massive, unfortunately, here on the wrong side of the bubble fight. Nocturnal gets the knock onto him, and Team Liquid will knock out Xset. No one going down. Quick armor swaps, quick reset for Team Liquid.
Nobody going down. That's the key moment right there. If someone does show in the kill feed onto the ground, they most likely will get third-partied. But they infiltrated that building like a SWAT team, Jamerson. Did you see that? 2 around the corner, 1 up the stairs. There was no chance of getting out of there. All it took was a half extension coming around the corner right there over towards the door, and that's all Team Liquid needed from the mistake side from Xset to take advantage. And while Kenny did play amazing throughout all of that, there just wasn't enough time to get all of the loot they needed to take on this Liquid squad.
So now Team Liquid sitting on the southeast side, southwest side of the map. They can creep forward here in Lava Siphon. There is a beacon scan in the middle of the map for them to pick up if they so choose to. They've got 44 seconds as the ring closes up, and it looks like loot is going to be the name of the game here. Car Wingman as he swaps off, and it looks like that is the go-to kind of weapon loadout now that a lot of players are trying to favor.
Controller players or just players? What are you talking about?
I didn't want to call anyone out.
I'm trying to say just into our face, all right?
Hey, it's a respectable loadout regardless of the input. That's what I'm going to say.
All right, that's why I love you. So just so we get that clarified, because I was a little butthurt, I'm not going to lie, as we take a look at the rotation coming in from Team Liquid. And you know what? Team Liquid, again, credit to them for how they're playing today. What do you think, Jamerson? From the last season of Series E to this season here, I think the meta, the roster change that they've made is seeming to work in Team Liquid's favor.
They're definitely looking a lot more cohesive. I like this look coming out from Team Liquid, and I think that the changes definitely are benefiting them at this point. We're seeing slow improvements, and I think it's coming just in time for the ALGS that'll be taking place. But taking a look at this ring, though, it is pulling down towards that mod side like you called very early on. We've seen in the past there have been, of course, those weird hard pulls away into Geyser, but the teams that made the decision to go over to Big Mod are definitely going to be rewarded for that. Team Vizio, though, have been fairly quiet throughout the majority of this game, and surprisingly enough, they have amazing loot to back that up, back up that silence, and they are getting gatekept just a little bit from the mod teams here on the northern side, or well, the southern side of Geyser.
Yeah, Vizio is going to be big posted up here for quite some time. Again, the main thing here is just checking their back over towards the Geyser side. So as long as that's going to be A-okay, nothing fishy happens, nobody's trying to Valkyrie rotate, no one's trying to Ashe ultimate up or over towards the high ground, they're going to be sitting good. But that's what they're worried about right now. You can see they're watching the skies. One team is going to take towards the skies. That's going to be C9. They've been in #1 over the past 2 games. But there it is, Saucer with the wingman from downtown.
Oh boy, and that's Albralele. That was Gibraltar, so there's no bubble res whatsoever. Renegades even pouncing right on top of that to finish it off instantly. And now, Cloud9, they understand the situation that they're in. They're going to try and bully them out. Big damage out from Zach Mazer with that flatline. He does throw down that black hole, and that might be the cover he needs to just recover this banner for Albralele. Let's see if they go over towards that mini dome on the Lava City side to try and get him plugged right back on in. Unfortunately for them, they did use that Skyward Dive just to get in over here to Big Mod. So they're going to have to walk it on over, or maybe just buy some time to get another Skyward Dive to go for that respawn.
It's a real teammate right there. Doesn't go for his loot. Oh, never mind. As I said that, he goes right back for Albarelli's loot, most likely because they understand how difficult that res that you were talking about, Jamerson, is, especially without the Skyward Dive. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, you know what? They're going to be looking at a handful of teams over towards that Vizio choke that they were coming over towards that Geyser side. Let's see if they continue to put pressure on. Beast of the Hunt was popped, and it is going to go away just in time to get back on over towards your teammates, though. So just doing a little bit of scouting, and very similar to what's happening on the other side of the map over towards their east side, their northeast side. They're just going to be big chilling, checking their back. Once this zone closes, they're going to be A-okay with focusing forward.
Yeah, they got their early game loot. They've got their early game kills. They've got the extra utility, plenty of heals. So no reason to really force the issue here. They're sitting, I believe, yeah, it was second place after the last game, or third place. I can't quite remember. So right now, it's all about consistency. It's about getting a good, solid game number 3 down at this point, and they are already in that territory. They just need the placement points behind it. We do have that world spawn coming down. That could be a point of contention. Take a look at this ring pull away. Big Mod still well within it, but we do have Mini Dome and that train tracks just to the southeast of it available here. So this ring could be pulling out into the middle of nowhere. And a lot of teams are going to have to figure out a position play off of. We do have the pings going down for Team Liquid to start maybe going on over towards that Mini Dome outside of Lava City, but it looks like what they really want to do is try and clear out the north first, Tom.
These wingman shots are looking pretty crispy from Guild. Not any knocks quite yet, but a decent amount of damage as Scissors is going to be eliminated. And that should be possible. I think that's the last player that's going to be on Team Vizio, but you also see, no, never mind. That's going to be Fody coming back with a knock onto Crooks. So this is going to be Atlanta Premier taking on Vizio around the corner from where Team Liquid is going to be. Let's see if Liquid wants to collapse on this. Keep in mind, there is a team in the train cart, so there's going to be a team in the building. And then that is the final kill right there coming in from Fony. Bubbles up in about 16 seconds. So if that comes up, they're going to be sitting pretty in that type of situation. We have the player outlines. We can see there is a team coming up on over towards the hill. Fury also spots that one as well, avoiding the defensive environment. Let's see the angle that is being taken right here. Has the turbocharger and eventually getting the one clip right there. Switches back on over to the Mastiff. There's the bubble for the fast heal. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Can Fony pull this off?
I mean, with that spray that he had on that turbocharged Havoc, it looked great. But he's got to make sure that the res does not happen, and he's trying to apply the pressure, changing up the angle here from the left-hand side, but that does mean if he goes down there, he's basically committed onto the low, and right now, no nades is going to stop this, and he's going to go for the full commit, dropping down onto the res, at least secure the thirst, and he doesn't get it, unfortunately. Splash somehow survive this fight and get the quick armor swap as well to bring back their Gibraltar player now, and they're instantly going for the skyward dive, which I don't feel like they were under that much pressure to do so. Never mind. Rakanishu hits that shot and take him out, and now we're down to 2 players for Splash as they're going towards Mini Dome, but there's already a duo in there, and they're going to have to try and find another drop spot here, maybe playing underneath Mod, as you were joining on board with Excedrin, who are playing off of the train station inside Lava City right now.
This is a very powerful position. We'll see where this zone is going to pull. There are 2 endings over here, so whether you're over towards the train side or on the big mod side could potentially be a 50-50. About to find out right now if Team Excedrin is going to have to move. And they get the zone. Look at that, Jamerson, perfectly on top of the train area. So they're going to be sitting pretty here for the next couple of minutes. It's all about how they can defend the teams that are pushing inside of their building. You have to have a presence on all sides of these doors.
Yeah, this can be a very tricky ring to play off of, though, even though they're in a great spot. They do have the interior of the train station play off of. The upper tracks here, the team could be existing, and of course, right on top, right there. It looks like we do have a 2-man up there. I'm wondering if that might be Cloud9 that are up there. Tether comes in for a cruising, and he spots out that it is a purple armor. Does he know? Was he able to count how many players were up there?
Either way, even if there are 2 players up there, they're going to be fine because no, it looks like that's not going to be Cloud9. So curious to see what team is up on the roof. But the beauty about Ash, and we've discussed this so much, is just taking that ultimate height if they really need it. Thing is you're really not in a position where you need to take that quite yet. And you know at the end of the game right here, there's going to be multiple teams that are going to Valkyrie on top of that roof. We've seen that from teams like Esports Arena a handful of times. They come and take this roof very late. Nerf, this is a tall task to ask for just 2 players and no bubble.
Oh boy, they're getting tagged up right now from that northwest side. Demi is going to be forced to drop down, and he still gets tagged up. Kimchi Lee creeps up behind him and ends up getting that knock. So now it's all up to Force to rat this one out, as Team Esports Arena are going to leave Big Mod. Knock taking a lot of damage throughout all of that. The evasive maneuvers did work out well. Skyward dive to try and take that rooftop, which was just opened up by Nerf. It is free for them, but throughout all of this, Razor ended up pushing out Ghost and taking them out. So it's going to be Team Esports Arena now on the rooftop, forced down to the low because of the Arc Stars, and they are well disconnected here. Noct needs some help. Naughty ends up taking out a few, but now it looks like Team Esports Arena is going to be forced down to the ultimate low here. We do have the barrels coming down from Skittlecakes. There's the bubble as well. Does he make it behind cover in time? Duplex body blocking for his bro to keep Skittlecakes alive.
Yeah, the bro's coming in right there. That's a really great teammate to go and sacrifice himself to make sure they go and get that heal. Great maneuvering coming in from Skittlecakes as well. Has the Nox gas grenade, cuts it off, multiple barrels to cut off the angles, also to heal coming in from behind. Madness, though, he's going to be eating some zone damage. He's trying to make his way over there. They don't realize that there's a team directly above them. That's going to be 100 Thieves and Razor collapsing to get those kills. Meanwhile, everything's looking great from Excedrin's point of view. Devotion in hand for Lee. That's something you do not want to mess with if you're the other team. Trying to time that Arc Star and the grenades off the wall. Unfortunately, this isn't Halo. Those grenades are not going to bounce off the wall as you're hoping.
Yeah, they just kind of like fall there limp on the ground. Ooh, nice thermite connect though onto all three members, forces them back at the very least, allowing them to pick up some much needed loot throughout all this. Kimchi Lee is so close to being able to get that red Evo. The flank though comes out. Enemy dropped down to about 35 HP, and now they are committed to the ultimate low ground. I'm surprised there wasn't a bigger push coming out from this squad right now, but you can see why. 6 seconds remaining, zone's closing. We got 6 squads left. Plenty of duos running around, a solo somewhere as well, I imagine, at this point. It was Oxygen. And we're able to push down into the lobby of this train station. Kimchi Lee going for that peek once again as he tries to bank grenade and almost catches Alkowski. Does a lot of damage, but he does have that gold armor. He'll be able to pop a cell, and he's right back into this one. Excedrin pushing out now, bubble out from them as they charge forward. Kimchi Lee with that devotion fully charged up. Needs to get a knock. It's going to be Cruisin that picks up the kill onto Aiden, but they don't get anything else. There we go. Finally getting the the knock onto Kubsky, and they finish off Oxygen. They need to get the quick res onto enemy here as the ring starts closing in on them. They've got a duel outside of their building. Kimchi Lee doesn't have a bubble for another 20 seconds, but luckily for them, this is the slow ring. They'll be able to buy time for the bubble push out from this door.
And look at the timing on the defensive bombardment, Jamerson, coming up in about a couple of % here. So they're going to be good on throwing that on top of the roof. If you're going to throw it, you might as well throw that as soon as this thing starts to close in on you, so you're not forced into it. And then once that happens, the players are going to have to drop underneath the bridge. Black hole, that has to be Zach Mazer coming out on the outside. You're also going to see possibly Skittlecakes over towards the right-hand side with Duplex. So now would be the time, if you're Lee, toss that defensive bombardment, because now the teams are going to be forced off of that high onto the low. Bubble time as well over towards the door. You do not want to be taking free damage over here. That's exactly what Duplex is thinking.
Oh man, as a duo, Esports Arena just charge on out while the other fight's taking place up top. Cloud9 about to get knocked out, it looks like, as Kimchi Lee is the first one to fall. Esports Arena, do they win out in this 2v3? They got another knock onto Cruz, and there's only one player remaining now for Team Excedrin. Might be stuck inside the train station, might have missed his train. Kimchi Lee ends up going down now. It's going to be, it looks like a 3-team affair. We got a 2v3 on the other side of this one. 100 Thieves finishing off Excedrin, their enemy going down. Barrels, it's just going to be a heal off here. We do have the medkit getting pre-popped by Duplex. Who's got the better timing on this one? And it looks like it might just be Vaxlon, and it is 100 Thieves with the heal off in the end. End up winning our 3rd game here on World's Edge.
Oh, that's hard to watch, though. Esports Arena take on Team Excedrin in a 2 versus 3 there. Lee needed to play more aggressive. The defensive bombardment never came. The bubble never came. Instead, they get aggressed by a team of 2, and they lose out on so many possible points. And when you're dealing with Nerf sitting in 3rd place and you're in 4th, those points really matter. I'm a little defeated there for Excedrin, but great job by the rest of the players on 100 Thieves and Esports Arena.
Yeah, it was a great funnel coming out. You know, if there's a duo that you want, Gibraltar Caustic is definitely one. If you're controlling one entryway, you can win that 2v3 very easily. Esports Arena It looked a little dicey for them, but they ended up winning that one out, and that was going to be a second place finish for them after the first place win they got in the second game. And so now we're going to take our halftime break. When we get back for more Series E, we'll be swapping on over to Storm Point. You're not going to want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams and talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Excedrin.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin. Game over for headaches.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top ultra flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Teams wins Game 3 in a pretty dire heel-off at the end there.
Yeah, I was surprised that Team Esports Arena was actually able to survive. They lost knocked a few minutes prior. They were able to hold outside of the train station there and win a very key fight against Excedrin as they pushed out of the building. And then, yeah, it does come down to the heel off. We saw Skittlecakes there right at the end trying to get his ultimate up on top of the overpass. Wasn't able to do so, and Hunter Thieves holds on and gets a clutch victory there to close out the first half, and a nice win here on World's Edge. And of course, we were talking a lot after Game 2, C9 versus Esports Arena. Neither of them win this game, but ESA getting into second place and getting the kills they were able to get is probably going to feel pretty good. I'm curious to see kind of who shakes out at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the first half, and now things get really interesting as we head to Storm Point.
Exactly. I can really notice a lot of teams I feel like are fine-tuning their strategies as we head into ALGS this weekend. I feel like the games have been very methodical, extraordinarily strategic, even more than usual. I mean, they already are, but I feel like it's really, everyone's moving with a lot of precision right now.
Yep, and it's going to be fun to see how teams adjust to the first time having World's Edge and Storm Point in ALGS, right? We've seen some of the action on that here in Series E and in other tournaments, but now at the peak of competitive play, how will that affect these teams? We'll have to see.
For now, let's check out the player of the game for Game 3. Fearing Live with 4 kills, no assists, and 1,000 damage on Valkyrie.
Yeah, Team Razor, we talked about them a bit last night, and you know, they had some good performances last night. While they didn't get up to the top of the leaderboard, they still had a few good, you know, performances then. Fearing Live getting 4 kills and 1,000 damage here is a good showing, certainly for Team Razor, just looking to string together kind of more of these performances in a row. Build, you know, kind of set that foundation and then build upon it. But at the very least, I would say the last couple weeks, some good signs for Razor.
Definitely. So moving into Storm Point, do you think that a lot of teams feel really confident on that map versus World's Edge, or do you feel like they're still figuring it out a little bit?
I think teams are still figuring it out to a certain extent. I remember when it first got announced that Storm Point was going to be coming to ALGS and they were going to kind of do the split format between World's Edge and Storm Point, and I know the players weren't super happy because they felt like it was a little too soon. I think it was announced like 2 weeks prior to at the very least the original start of ALGS. Of course, it got postponed for reasons we were all well aware of. But I know players were a little frustrated that, dang, we wish we had more time. And I know there was a ton of hunger and desire to get as many scrims on Storm Point. I know there was a push originally when we were making the adjustment to just do all Storm Point matches. We've ultimately decided to do the split the same as ALGS, but I know the players wanted that practice time, and I would say the ALGS delay, the players like that because it gives them more opportunities. So I would say they're feeling more comfortable than they probably originally would have been, and I think teams are settling in well and have a better understanding at this point as we get ready for the start of ALGS this weekend.
We'll see how well they know the map as we kick it to Game 4, so we're going to send you to a commercial break, and then for the first game on Storm Point and the 4th game of the night.
Welcome back to Series E. It's the second half of the day, which means we're swapping on over to Storm Point. But before we do that, let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who stands up top. Great consistent finishes coming out from Team Esports Arena, but it's not enough to take over that first place spot from Cloud9, Tom.
Not quite yet. One of the most surprising things is look at that right-hand side. Team Vizio, who's in first place in our cumulative leaderboard, really struggling. Nerf really struggling. Meanwhile, teams like Excedrin, Intel, they're starting to catch up, Jamerson.
Excedrin, Splash, Intel, all on the proper side of the leaderboard. Now, Team Intel did end up going down early on, losing out on their 50-50. The Team Nerf in game number 3 is going to slow things down quite a bit for them. And we haven't been able to see that same kind of performance from Team Intel that we saw last night, the record-breaking performance from them. Now, as we swap on over to Storm Point, will it be a different case? Now let's take a look at this fight once again, because this was just a beautiful fight coming up from Team Esports Arena versus Excedrin.
Yeah, this Mobile One high performance moment, they deserve all the gas here. Just look at Skittle Cakes. He's over there setting caustic barrels up over towards the door. Another one inside of the bubble. Perfect execution of the bubble coming in from Duplex. The thirst on the ground so you can hit the immediate armor swap. Just everything that you want to see, except for the very end here where you have 8% to go on that Nox gas grenade. And unfortunately, they don't win the heal off, but way to just hold the fort down, just slapping Team Excedrin inside of one of the most powerful positions. Again, you got to give credit to Esports Arena, but I think Excedrin is a strong enough team to be able to take that fight, especially in a 3v2. I would love to see the defensive environment come out from Lee. I want to see the bubble out towards the door. Excedrin, they have what it takes. They just need to put it together with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, again, I mean, we saw the kind of lack of confidence last night in game number 6 for Team Excedrin when they're healing in the storm and they're trying to find an entryway into the building, and then they get their whips stolen. But hold on, the fight's getting stolen away from start of fight right now. Nerf in that 50-50 up against them. They've already gone the knocks and the kills, and it's all up to one remaining player here. Nerf should be able to chase them down as they make their way on in.
Great patience coming in from Turns. He's going to go and try to... Oh, all right. Great patience, but bad execution. Matt Pickett. Hey, this isn't over quite yet. Pickett is a nasty player. He does take a decent amount of damage, which he's running away from. But there is an opportunity here with that initial knock. We'll see if Turns elects to go and go for the thirst over here and the res and slow play this one instead. It's going to be some great maneuvering from Pickett. And look at that. He takes him down to 1 HP. This could be a potential 3v1 here for start a fight. And you know what? He says, I'm backing off over here. We're going to come around and get the kill. There it is. Ooh, scary moment right there as Nerf almost blows that fight.
Yeah, when you end up changing legends, I don't know if they're planning to practice more with this fuse. You have to be careful with how you make those entries. If you're planning to use the knuckle cluster, if you plan to use utility in any fight, you should not be getting in the way of your players. That's what happened with that knuckle cluster. It could have been invaluable for them as that entry. It's on a relatively low cooldown, but it's still on a cooldown they have to deal with. He has one more knuckle cluster up now. They forced out the bubble, and they're going to try and chase after him. It's just Aves accepting his fate here, and he will go ahead and give them that kill. Luckily for them, they give them a good, at least, you know, goodbye celebration there with the fireworks and everything. First look at the rings, though. It's going up towards Command Center Storm Catcher. So 2 big POIs that this ring could be pulling away towards for our end game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the teams over towards that southern side, but you can see where TSM is, where Vizio is, two teams that love to rotate. You're also taking a look at Xset, big chilling over towards a very powerful position. OXG Auction, keep in mind, Kupski, again on Flashpoint, had the best overall record in the previous season of Apex when they were playing in terms of placements, getting 5th place on average, which is such a tough thing to do. We saw them playing underconfident too, just like Excedrin was yesterday in Game 6. I'm glad that you brought that up. That was really hard to watch when they were just healing in the zone and then got their whip stole. Also, no insurance on that whip here. Speaking of the whip, Trident, Splash over here on this one, making the way over towards the zone.
All right, Splash is going to share that damage on that Trident as Jibby is going to go ahead and get off for a quick second. All right, they pick him up once more. They'll continue to rotate up to the northern side of the zone right now. And this is really difficult for them because they're sitting on the double whites. And while they do have, of course, a black market boutique to try and play off of, I feel like it's much harder when you have these northern zones to try and find some like decent line of sight to try and charge up your Evo shields. We'll see if they'll be successful in that regard. They do have the Black Market Boutique going down, so it's going to be free looting for them. There isn't too much loot around in the area, but looks like they're finding some decent stuff. I mean, it's definitely going to be a lot of ammo for them, as Vizio starting to creep up on this northern side. I think it might be Complexity on the other side of this fight, as Fury is forced down to the low. He does have Phony and Scissors playing on the height off the rocks here, and he'll be able to rejoin them, and it is Complexity trying to force the issue now. Monsoon down that Ash, pushing forward, not getting connected with the tether. He does at least force them away from this beacon at the very least, and off the height.
Monsoon switch on over to that Ash instead of playing the Wraith, which is one of the things that is another great entry fragger, which we'd love to see. But yeah, it's just about getting this beacon, getting that scan onto the next zone, and figuring out how they want to go and approach this one. The big play typically for the Valkyrie teams is getting the scan from zone number 2 into round 3, and that's where you're going to see the major rotations happen and the priority positions really start to be taken. But don't expect a fast-paced game like we saw in the first 3 games. Expect a lot more of teams trying to get into that end zone, trying to get a feel for Storm Point, realizing which checklists are going to be the priority positions that they need to go and lock down. That's always good when you hit your Valkyrie rotation and get blessed with a drop right next to it. Plus, this is a completely vacant building, so really heads-up play from 100 Thieves, who's been playing pretty solid today. Keep in mind, this is a new roster. They did have Vayne on the roster for quite some time. They picked up CLG's Vaxlon, and then Vaxlon had a pretty solid ending to that last game with the heal off. Always nice to see the new player on your roster. Look at the view here, Jamerson. Anyone want to go fishing?
Well, I mean, I booked my flight to Hawaii in a few months, so I'm definitely going to be enjoying this sightline in a few weeks or in a few months now. CLG, though, taking that coastal drive, this is like going up PCH1. If you're from California, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm more or less concerned about where's the invite for the Hawaii trip, Jamerson. I thought we were friends.
Oh, it's my girlfriend and I, so you know, we kind of
you don't want a third party.
Team Liquid holding down the height here, not too far off from center zone. It seems like I don't know if they got the ring. It does look like they do have that scan for themselves, and they got to be careful. I mean, at any point, because of how much mountain terrain there is in an area, you'll have less warning of a Valkyrie ultimate coming around from you. So you do have to keep your head on a swivel. You have to keep looking to the skies every now and then, just in case the team ends up skyward diving onto you.
Yeah, and again, a change of composition coming in. We're going to always call this out when we see the Storm Point transition over from World's Edge. It's going to be Gilderson getting off that Bloodhound and then going on over to Loba, which is really interesting because right now they're trying to, again, get over towards the end game. And what's the best way to have an end game longevity? It's to continue to have your loot and your resources up, which that Black Market Boutique's really going to help with. But right now, Liquid seems like they're setting up some sort of ambush play.
Yeah, creeping around Nocturnal, of course, is going to be the one furthest away from the team, even though Gilderson's has that bracelet, and it is a bit more instant than Valkyrie slowly flying over back towards the rest of the squad. But right now, Nocturnal, he's got that 30-30 in hand. I imagine he's probably going to want to swap that on over towards a wingman a little bit later on. But for now, as a long-range option, it'll definitely work out for them. But at this point, like you said, Tom, first 3 games, they were incredibly fast. At the end of round 1, we had maybe 17 teams, 18 teams. Round number 2, we would be down to 15, but things have definitely slowed down here. Very few teams have found themselves in engagement, as they have found themselves a decent spot inside Stormcatcher to play off of.
Yeah, less 50-50s and less knowledge of the map creates a little bit more passive play here as we see what's going on with the rotation coming in. Vizio going to be flying in directly onto where TSM is. We may want to keep eyes on that, but look at the fighting actually happening in the zone. Maybe a little bit of poking back and forth just to get some armor checks. Doesn't seem like anything going too far into a full 3v3 quite yet. Again, everyone playing fairly passive because they want to make it to the end game. They want to find out where this zone's going to be, and they want to learn as much as possible. Keep in mind, we have the ALGS restarting this weekend, y'all, so make sure that you do tune in that. And every Tuesday and Wednesday here, we have our open days and our pro days. There's also Halo on Mondays and Wednesdays for all you Halo fans.
Well, we might have some engagements that are taking place right now. Team Intel poking away with Cloud9 right now. And Cloud9 have actually turned around onto them as this zone ends up finishing closing. So let's go ahead and swap off into that fight if we can, because Cloud9 are giving chase. You can see defensive bombardments or the creeping barrage might have been used there as Cloud9 are trying to chase after them. This is zone number 1, so they can take their time in this fight as Naughty will try and push forward and reconnecting with Albert Lately. The creeping barrage going down, and Cloud9 are going to go for the skyward dive to try and cut them off. This is ultimate aggression coming out from Cloud9 right now. Zach Mazer, though, on the low by himself is going to hold things down, and they have pinned Team Intel into these buildings here. Cloud9 either have a death sentence or they just want these wins, and it looks like they have them pinned. They're going to heal up and then go for the infiltrate.
So whether it's they have information or it's just an armor advantage, Cloud9 seems to be wanting to push this. They have something that says this team is weaker than them. They're feeling confident about going in. And it's also that Intel mentality that Intel's been using on the open days. We have to practice pushing into these buildings eventually. Why not do it now against the best teams in the country?
Holding down that R99, and they're going to use that grab lift to try and keep people close by, but you can see the instant back away from Team Intel, and so they don't get that wombo combo with that. Albert Lately takes a lot of damage there. He's going to be forced to hit that bat, and that's the first knock onto Slurpee G as he finds one more. Team Intel are knocked out by Cloud9. Zach Mazer, though, will go down to the ring damage, but they should be safe. There wasn't really anyone else in the area. TSM, though, in the middle of Stormcatcher, just poking and prodding at the other teams in the area.
Yeah, and they're going to be fine once that zone starts to collapse. It's just going to be Albert Lately alive to be able to get those reses. You wouldn't have any other player or any other legend to get that one. So perfect execution coming in. Not easy to do against a very strong Team Intel team, but there was a couple of things to look out for, Jamerson. One is that they're running Bangalore on the opposite side, so maybe they felt comfortable pushing. Maybe it was a digi threat. Nice tether coming in from Hal there. But when you see an enemy team doesn't have a Gibraltar, you feel like you almost have an advantage in that fight anyway because Gibraltar's kit is just so darn good.
And a lot of the cooldowns were used earlier on by Team Intel while they were running away. Maybe if they have that creeping barrage, they force the issue in that fight from Cloud9. Don't allow them to hit the bats and hit the syringes before they make the push. If they could have been inside of the building, throw down that Rolling Thunder, and then make the fight come to them a little bit sooner instead of allowing Cloud9 the luxury of just healing up, making sure that they're full for that fight. For TSM, though, right now, this is pure luxury for them. They've got the beacon building on lockdown. They've got full 360 sight above them. No one's contesting them, it looks like, from below either. And so TSM have been able to work up their EOs. They got triple purples along the way. TSM, this might be their game.
If anyone's going to make adjustments to the new map, it has to be TSM. Just think about how dominant they were on Kings Canyon early on in that Watson Pathfinder meta, with Wraith coming in as the third place. Alberilli on that Pathfinder, Reps on the Watson, Hal on the Wraith, the Covenant Wraith. They were just so good at getting into the middle of the zone and then fending teams off. Eventually, players with the Gibby meta started to play the edge a little bit more, and that's when you saw TSM fall back in terms of being that dominant dynasty. Now we're back into a meta where you have to figure things out, and Hal, as the shot caller, as the brains behind the operation, always so good at putting his team in the right position. Atlanta Premier, looking down at the scenery over here, kind of getting a little bit nauseous or scared that he makes a walk.
We do have another fight for Esports Arena now. Early bubble out from Dupe as they try to chase down this player. Ring of Fire on top of them, so I'm wondering if this might be Team Liquid on the other side, as they are getting challenged now, getting pushed up. Skittle Cakes cracked, dropped down to about 25 HP, knocked into the one hitting the bat. For the time being, Duplex got the knock onto Forcey. Never mind, it was Nerf on the other side of this one. I don't know why. I mean, I go back to like the last few seasons of Team Liquid and now Team Esports Arena, who are looking so good across the last 3 games, on the verge of getting knocked out.
He's not going to get that off, is he? This is round 2. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not going to get... Oh, he's just a sliver away. He gets it off, and the player pushes directly into him at the right time. A little bit sloppy shots with that Devotion. Are you kidding me? Turns coming through. Havoc, no turbocharger versus Devotion turbocharger is able to win that one, but they all lose out to C9 coming through in the zone. And C9, these guys are lurking in the zone. What is this, PUBG?
Wow, so much work was done there, but it was Cloud9 that ended up getting all the kills as well. They secured the Thirst on the ground. That's going to be additional kills going over towards them. Plenty of med kits for them to play off of. Still lurking around here on the south-hand side. Cloud9, they're playing like what we saw out of Team Intel. This is what we need to see Team Intel doing. They needed to transition and start playing like this. But of course, it is different compositions, and I think we've talked about it a few times. That lack of the Gibraltar might really be punishing them here in the harder lobbies. Team Liquid, though, in a fight now up against G2. They've traded, and they've traded in a big way as Team Liquid went out on that fight. They even get the bubble res. It's the re-knock onto Nocturnal. There we go. Fun's going to use his own bubble. This time around, Nocturnal shouldn't get re-knocked. Should have plenty of time to get a bat off. Instead, he goes for the armor swap just to be safe and heal up.
What's the record for times being knocked in a pro day? I mean, Nocturnal, that's not the reason why his name is Knocked, okay? He's a really solid player. He's just taking the brunt under the stick for the team over here, and look what happens. The collapse from Complexity, the bubble from Shiny, perfect execution coming through, and now the last player, Gildersons, is going to be dipping on out of there. But Reps is locking things down with the charge rifle. Look how easy these shots are. Just free damage to get that Evo shield charged up to red.
So I'll be honest, this is not a meme, this is not a joke of any sort. I'm pretty sure Nocturnal has the record for most knocks, or being knocked the most in a single game. I remember there was a Liquid game where they were just chaining reses, where at one point his bleed out timer was like 5 seconds. It was ridiculous. Like, it was the lowest it could possibly be.
It's like my ranked games, but the more ammo, the better here for Reps. He's going to be able to drop the Evo shield on over to Hal, so Hal has the red. Then he's going to be able to get Verholst and himself up to an additional one. And then once the zone starts to close, I wouldn't be surprised if they start to get aggro and look for some kills so they can swap that thing off. But look at this. Every single person, that's like whack-a-mole right now for Reps.
Yeah, he hasn't missed the burst portion of the charge rifle shot yet. He's been doing so much damage with it. Oh, right there. The tracking was still nice. They just got behind cover, behind that giant warp ring or whatever it is. And TSM, we talked about when we saw them in this position earlier on, they are sitting absolutely pretty. Like you said, plenty of charge rifle shots, 76 total, full connect onto that one. And he is just laying waste to the lobby around him. 42 damage off from the next red Evo.
Whenever I see TSM do something like this, I think about the people that are going to be copying them in rank. So when you play your ranked matches tonight, expect a lot of Gibraltars walking around with the charge rifle.
Man, it's like season 2, season 3, like flashbacks all over again. Here we go. They're just gonna, he's actually just dropping down to swap armors with Verholst soon, and then he'll be able to get another red Evo for his squad. He still has 60 full shots left in him as a team pushes that squad that he's keeping an eye on right now. It's a bubble fight. Cloud9 that's pushing in onto CLG. 2 members already down, and Gibraltar comes in. That's gonna be Vatro to fall. Now they should be able to get that res as Alberlele ends up hitting the medkit for himself, or excuse me, the battery, as Vizio now finding themselves in the crosshairs of TSM. Phony ends up getting thirsted instantly by Hal. And, I mean, he's running in the wrong direction because that's going to be Cloud9 that he's running up towards.
I heard you guys like charge rifles, so we put 1,000 charge rifle ammo in below and a charge rifle inside of your charge rifle. Reps is not healing. He's not dropping his armor for Verholst. He understands there is way too many kill opportunities on the map right now. This has to be the best spot I've ever seen to lay down damage. There is zero opportunity for them to lose out on this spot. Eventually, they're going to have to move here, but just look at how much hurting Reps has put on. I've never seen so much damage and so little kills. 2,000 damage, 0 kills right now.
Missile swarms along with arc stars that fall a little bit short. See someone coming up behind Cloud9 right now. Scissor's got the knock onto Naughty. And TSM, you know they're reading the kill feed. You know that they realize that this is Cloud9 that they have to put a stop to here. It's 100 Thieves actually starting to push up and try to finish them off. The knock shield proving pretty valuable so far, but the tether is going to keep it in place. Maybe they even go for the nades. Why are they so hesitant to try and finish them off? You can see the respect that's been given to Cloud9 right now. 100 Thieves, even though they got them backed into a corner, they're not going for the full send quite yet. And 100 Thieves We're waiting maybe for the last player to show up. Bubble is here. Now they're making the advance. Cloud9 are going to try and back away off of this one. Fancy feet coming out from Albralele as he's trying his best to dodge out on the damage, but he will get finished off. Cloud9 have been knocked out. We're down 10 squads remaining. 26 players left. 100 Thieves on the slow side of the zone. TSM with a nice phase breach to get into the eastern side of Stormcatcher, where this ring ended up pulling away from. And instantly, they reprioritize basically what they're looking to do in the lobby. It's gatekeep the teams that are coming in from the western side.
Look at this from Hal. He has a perfect tether coming around the corner. Also, the Thermite is just ripping his apart. They're going to have to move directly into his shots and into his line of fire. Another nade coming out. You also see the missile swarm coming in from Verholz. Only 10 more seconds until these guys have to basically get into the zone. And also that next Q is going to be up for Hal. Great job coming in. And Reps finally gets his kill. Congratulations, Reps. 3k damage, 1 kill.
Hey, value is value. I mean, you got the red Evos for TSM. Verholz does have to be careful. Took a lot of damage. Scissors ends up finishing off the rest of Team Excedrin. There is 100 Thieves now patrolling. They have the zone. They have plenty of cover to try and set up this crossfire. And you can see so many great angles for them to play off of here, but you still have to be careful as there are 7 squads remaining. It might be just one rat running around, and it was Scissors getting finished off by Imperial House. 6 squads remaining. We know 100 Thieves is alive. We know TSM is alive. Let's take a look at the rest of the lobby.
What a performance so far from TSM, though. The rotation on top of another priority position over towards the high ground. The Imperial House special. I mean, it's very rare to go from one god spot to another and do it so fluently. You got to give credit where credit's due. But 100 Thieves, the way that they're locking down the backside of this zone seems to be the game-winning position, Jamerson. The majority of the zone has been covered by them. This next zone, they've already taken 50% of the real estate, plus they know their back's covered.
They've got Bane, though, X-Set. He's got that Kraber in hand. So as soon as they become aware of it in the direction that it's coming from, they just, cannot peek that angle. They do have their work cut out for them because they still need to go up. First shot out, and it narrowly misses. So we'll see how much more 100 Thieves try to challenge this. X-Set now starting to move up. Not much cover to play off of, but luckily no one's peeking them, and now they'll be able to make it to this wall for safety. Maybe a small corner of this ramp might be in as they are working their way, wrapping around towards the northwest side of this building. We've got Complexity, we got Razor. Razor trying to make a push right now onto the rooftop. Bubbles out from either side. Defensive bombardment has gone down as well, and they don't have a bubble. Their bubble has just gone down. Fearing Live will fall here. Razor down to just a duo as they push up. Complexity gets the knock onto Firsty, and 100 Thieves steals one away. Muffin's going down. Razor falls first, but Complexity will fall right afterwards, and now we're down to our final 4 squads. X-Set, 100 Thieves. We got TSM as well to finish out this game, along with Team Oxygen.
Not surprising that TSM, with their performance, is continuing to do a great job. Look at the gold wingman coming in for Hal. He's ready to put down some serious damage. Wingman PK. That's going to be a combo that's going to be hitting for some serious damage, but it's going to be one of those instances like we saw yesterday over towards the thermal station. If you were here on our open night, we had an ending where 2 teams decided that they wanted to fight. It was Oxygen sending it on over towards Team Vizio, basically griefing the teams and creating an opportunity for Team Intel and Lazarus. So now we're looking at 100 Thieves with a huge advantage, keeping all 3 teams directly in front of them. But eventually, Oxygen, they're going to get caught out. X-Set, they're going to be pinched. TSM and 100 Thieves seem to have the best spots right now.
Yeah, the biggest threat to 100 Thieves right now is going to be X-Set, and especially connecting with a shot like that on the Kraber. It's going to keep them at bay at the very least, and give them valuable damage toward their shields, because they're still sitting on purples while the rest of the lobby is essentially sitting on reds. Reps is able to get the knock onto Kupski with that Devo, forcing out an early bubble from Oxygen as the slow ring starts closing up. You see Kenny wants to go for that peak. The defensive bombardment has gone down. Bane, will he have enough time to try and build up a defensive bombardment of his own? The headshot onto Aiden. He gets destroyed. A second one followed up, and he actually picks up the 3-piece with that alternator out. They turn their focus now onto 100 Thieves, and because of that, that might allow TSM to come in for free. How picks up the knock onto Klain. 100 Thieves don't want these kills getting away from them now, but they've got to be careful. Almu goes down. Hal picks it up with the wingman now, and instantly they've charged forward with that phase breach to get on top. Hal will ultimately fall, but TSM will have that quick bubble res and that gold bag res as well. Xset versus TSM now. We'll see. TSM just needs to finish this one out strong.
They need to focus Vaxon over towards the side. Remember that you do have just a duo over towards the bottom. Kenny taking a lot of shots. I love the aggressive play from Hal. Having that gold bag is huge for Reps as well. TSM looking like they are going to close this one out in a big way. Is Reps going for his 4K in a tournament? He could be.
He's got a Devo with only 2 shots left. Pulls out the Mastiff finally here. 3.5k damage on the line. There we go. The armor swap will allow him to get it. And that's going to be TSM taking our first win here on Stormpoint.
What a job from TSM. I mean, the aggressive play from Hal, Reps with the charge rifle the entire game, had to be so annoying from Cloud9's point of view when they were hiding behind that little corner, just getting ripped for all of their utility. What a performance from a handful of our teams. I mean, great shots there with the Kraber from Vayne, 100 Thieves putting themselves in a position to win the game too. But in the end, TSM does what TSM does, and they take the win.
That was game number 4. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our second match on Stormpoint after this break.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
TSM coming in hot to win the game.
Yeah, TSM have looked really good on Stormpoint since we've seen the map played by pro teams, so not a real surprise, and they do tend to get better kind of as the night goes on, so well played from TSM there. We got a nice look at the Reps there with the charge rifle, just holding high ground, like he's just chilling up there like, yeah, like I'm just gonna farm red evos all day. Like I'm just gonna sit here. I've got a ton of ammo. I'm just gonna farm red evos with this charge rifle the whole game. And we got a nice look at that. But ultimately, TSM getting into the late circles, good high ground positioning. They're able to finish off 100 Thieves and Xset there. So well played from the TSM side. And now we'll have to see what kind of wrench that throws into the leaderboard with just 2 games remaining, because of course I would expect TSM, even if they don't win the next 2 games, they're very much going to be in the mix in late circles for the rest of the night, and that's going to make things really fun as we finish off the competition.
Definitely. I feel like TSM is textbook heating up by the end of the night and just pretty much unstoppable. Reps makes it look so easy with the high ground, just taking out 100 Thieves, taking out Xset, getting the win. You know how it goes. Let's take a look at the player of the game for game 4. It's Alb again with 6 kills, no assists, and about 800 damage.
Yes, Cloud9 getting on the board once again, and Alb with a solid kill total there with 6 overall. Not a ton of damage, but I would say a pretty efficient use of said damage, securing 6 kills with just over 800 damage there. And Cloud9, of course, started the night strong with a win, kept things rolling through the first 3 games, and 6 kills there is going to certainly be a boon for them trying to, hold a top spot on the Mobile 1 leaderboard, because, of course, as we've already mentioned, TSM is going to be charging towards the top of the standings, and you're going to have to get as many points as you can to try and hold them off as long as possible.
Absolutely, and that Gibby bubble is going to be pretty crucial, as we've seen throughout a lot of these fights, so we'll see how many more plays of that.
Definitely is. I did want to ask you, do you have plans this weekend? You got anything going on? You trying to game this weekend, maybe?
I am trying to game this weekend, but I might be busy because I'm watching ALGS.
Okay, well,
what was your question?
I do want you to know, though, that if you go to one of our local esports arena locations inside of Walmart, you can compete in our PvE leaderboard competitions this weekend. They started today. They will run all the way through this Sunday. We've got a bunch of different games. Halo, Fall Guys, Mario Kart, a bunch of great stuff, and you go compete in the leaderboard, you can win some cash, and compete all weekend long.
That sounds super cool. Where can I find the nearest location near me?
So if you use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, it'll get you the link that you need, or you can just head over to esportsarena.com.
I was going to ask when are they open usually?
All the hours for the different locations are listed, so if you get that link from exclamation point locations, you can see the addresses of all the locations as well as all of their hours of operation. So.
Super cool. Make sure you check it out. We are going to go to a commercial break and then head into Game 5 on Stormpoint.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Welcome back to Series E. Just before the break, we had TSM taking the first win on Storm Points. It was a much-needed victory for them, a bounce back in the second half. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand after that. Cloud9 has still been on a tear. They are in first place with 51 points, but it was 100 Thieves who end up taking second place. Now TSM, though, put themselves in the running, now in fourth place after that victory.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Jamerson, this is the turn-up before the Collie Greens this weekend that's happening. That's the ALGS. This is the turn-ups right here. This is Series E. Everyone is putting their best foot forward in terms of trying to bring their A game because they understand this is when the new season, the new split for Split 2 is going to be taking place. So expect very similar leaderboards to translate this weekend because there's not going to be many adjustments that happen from now until Sunday.
Yeah, and taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And, well, it's going to be Vayne with some meaty shots here. That big one onto Oxygen, just completely decimating them with the follow-up body shot to finish off Protectful here. That brings down the lobby to the final 3. And this is where things just opened up for TSM afterwards.
Yeah, Protectful has to be butthurt after that shot. Like, literally, that shot was right in the cheeks. So, really nice job coming in with Vayne. I mean, not only that, the switch on over towards the alternator, which is still, even though it's not as good as the R301, is going to be able to put down some decent damage. Also, an extremely easy weapon to control that recoil. So, it's not surprising to see that even being utilized over towards the tail end of the games right here. But it was all about that Kraber, all about opening things up. And unfortunately for Oxygen, they started to play aggressive when they should have played passive like they did yesterday in the final zone, peeking out a little bit too much. And Jamerson, you called it. Once you understand where that Kraber's coming from, you have to avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, and one thing I will note, though, I feel like this setup right here, X-Set taking out Oxygen, is really what kind of laid the roadmap for TSM to end up getting this victory, because Oxygen was the biggest competitor on that side of the ring for TSM that they would have had to deal with. And so with that roadblock out of the way, TSM were able to play a lot more free. You saw Hal landing some great shots afterwards to just decimate 100 Thieves. But here we go, heading into game number 5 of the day. Let's join on board with our winners from our last game. TSM dropping down, I believe, over at Antenna, center of the map, and trying to, of course, utilize that early map knowledge. Quick rotates.
Love watching TSM with the loop paths. They're so fast at the way they're able to go through the situations. And it's so impressive to see how they, again, went from one God spot to the next. And I love watching Hal bust out the Ashe, but I also love watching these 50-50s. Let's see what Nerf has in store for us this time around.
All right, Nerf. Let's see. They are contained into a building right now. Force is the one peeking out from the outside. Their roof has been taken over here. Turns creeping to see maybe if someone tries to push up. Force is back down onto the low, and things have slowed. It looks like Dimmy might be coming up behind that squad. The pings are up top as Force tries to go for that double peek with him, and now it's a turnaround onto Dimmy, and they need to instantly respawn. There we go. We'll allow him back in, but they have been completely contained inside. This is going to be difficult for Nerf because it doesn't seem like they might have been able to pick up additional shield heals.
They're packed in like sardines, and there goes the nade coming out. The tether is what they were looking for. Perfectly executed, gonna connect right onto Crummy. That's the knock. A 2 versus, basically 3 versus 1 situation right there. Force, he can do whatever he wants. He can go and hit the cells. He can kick the door down. That's definitely the right play, considering that there is one player down. Can completely turn his back because he knows that should be answered right back with the amount of damage that he did. And that's all she wrote. Again, great heads-up play from Nerf. They were waiting for that play. You saw preemptively trying to toss out that Q coming out from Ash. The tether connects perfectly, and then they get the slow and the kill onto Crummy to open things up. Well done, Nerf.
Yeah, I mean, typically, you know, you don't go for that knockdown onto the door, but if you see the res on the other side, you go for the trade, you play off the trades, and that's exactly what they did. Great win for Nerf. That's 2 in a row on this 50-50. And now we take a look at the ring. And oh boy, TSM, they've got the ring. I mean, this is, I believe this happened last week as well. We had a very similar circle down here towards the antenna side. We'll see where TSM play off of. You can see Vizio making their early rotate down as well. And it looks like they might be just stuck on top of the hill.
See Casellas rotating in from behind too. They're flying in, trying to take a priority position. I'm always interested to see where these teams go. There's a rotate coming in from Complexity as well. You're going to have Exet making the rotation coming in from that northeast side. So now all of these teams collapsing right at that 1 minute mark on towards TSM. A potential fight happening here, which could create a domino effect of third and fourth parties. But everyone playing nice so far. You don't see any shots being thrown off as Razor now making the rotation, and Intel is going to have to push in. CLG won't be that far behind. My opinion, I think that we're going to see these teams that love to play edge, for example, G2, Esports Arena, they land out on the edge in both of the maps. They're taking their time. They're going to loot it up, and then they're going to make their way over towards the zone. Not a bad idea considering how congested it already is.
Things looked a little bit dicey on the north side of antenna there, but Vizio, we're safe inside of a building. They're utilizing that black market boutique right now. Complexity just off to their west along the hillside, playing off the fences, I believe. I'm trying to remember what other squads were showing up, but we had about 3 or 4 teams converging on this one building right now. But for Vizio, it's going to be all passive gameplay here. They're basically in the center zone, and another team has shown up. Another Skyward dive. That's going to be 100 Thieves on the rooftop here, but I don't know if you can kind of exist at this point on this rooftop. We know that TSM are playing the center of antenna right now, and 100 Thieves are going to go ahead and give up that height. Drop down to the low ground here. A Scurry just getting that bubble ready just in case, and they're going to try to make it down into the low.
I like that idea. I mean, you saw multiple thought processes happening based on the pings that we were seeing on the map, but you also have the Ashe ultimate if you want to go and try to phase breach out of there. So I like what they're thinking. There's multiple plans that they had throughout all of that. That's going to be claimed, getting out of dodge, but needs a Gibraltar bubble if possible. Vayne, does he have that in the back pocket? Kenny's getting shot in the back too as he's making his way over towards the door, but it's just not enough damage. A sliver of HP. Valkyrie going to make their way on over towards the door too. Very risky play, getting away from your team, and now the memo was sent. Back up, get back over here. That's a little bit too aggressive. I like that play from all players involved, really. I mean, scary moment for Exet.
Yeah, they were both literally one shot here. And then you saw that Arc Star narrowly missing through the window because of that small ledge on their stairwell. It kept Kenny alive. It looked like it might have actually connected onto him if that ledge were not there at all. Exet do survive, and they'll just be playing passively for the time being here on the northeast side of antenna. This is the slowest game that we've had, as round 1 is still closing right now. And Raps on that charge rifle once again. Kodagami will get thirsted off there. As Excedrin now find themselves in the crosshairs of Team Renegades. Kimchi Lee going down.
Vizio starting to get looted and scooted. Meanwhile, Hal joins the fight with the wingman too. That's going to be Klain going down, as he probably should have a little bit earlier. They got fairly lucky with that engagement. However, Scurry also with the 30-30. Those were the two teams that we saw previously before the rotation happened. And unfortunately, Exat, I'm not quite sure how they go from being safe in a building to being pushed outside and all 4 dead. They go out in 19th place, or all 3 dead. Excuse me, this is an Halo.
Yeah. And take a look at Vizio. They are really utilizing this black market boutique purple armor now for Fury, and so they're able to utilize the extra ammo that they get to poke out, get the damage off, or even steal away some armor that was left in a fight. Hal getting another knock as well. TSM really waking up now. And here in the second half, Cloud9 though just taking the time over at the Prowler camp, just getting some free damage off for their Evo. Zach Mazer still sitting on the blue, but he should be able to farm up to a purple from here. Albert Laley, don't know why he's not healing quite yet, but he should be hitting that medikit. There we go. I mean, these ads, these Prowlers just give you so much in terms of loot that, yeah, it definitely does kind of behoove you to take your time here when you have the opportunity to do so.
Also, a great little warm-up, Jamerson. Let's be honest. It's nice to get the confidence up against the noobs, a.k.a. the Prowlers, on top of getting that Evo shield charged up. But that's going to be 55 damage away, costing a little bit of ammo, but either way, like you said, a decent amount of loot is going to be coming out. And this is anticipated. This is what we expected coming out from the teams that are playing the edge. You don't want to get inside and do some sort of risky Valkyrie ultimate towards the zone. We saw 100 Thieves pull that off, but it's only so many teams that can get away with that once those teams really start to filter in. So a handful of different ways to go and rotate here. They have the Skyward Dive. Look out, don't get splattered, really, but they're going to be A-okay getting back into the zone.
Yeah, they were right on the edge here as well, so they are going to be perfectly safe. I mean, the Prowlers end up giving you so much in terms of ammo and loot that the investment, you definitely get an ROI on that one now. We'll see. It does seem like a lot of teams are giving Cloud9 a comfortable berth and just making sure that like they're staying out of the pathing. We'll see though. Would love to take a look at the map when we get the opportunity to, especially because Cloud9 are sitting right on top of a beacon to hit as soon as this ring finishes closing.
And that's the plan all along for Cloud9, and we discussed this earlier, what the value is for getting round 2 scan into round 3. That's when you're going to find out if you get some sort of unorthodox pull of the ring here, and they should be able to grab that information here for us very soon, if not already. So a lot of those teams are anticipating Antenna, more than likely going to end there. It's just a matter of which side of Antenna is it going to bounce towards. You can see the multiple chokes that are being covered right now. Oxygen is really covering that side over towards the east. You can see Casellas and his team over towards the launch pad area playing hard zone. That's going to be the focus coming down. They're either going to have to go one of two ways, right? Left or right, west or east. Right now it seems like going back around over towards the west is most likely the viable option here.
Team Intel versus Ghost, and they've already gotten the thirst onto Slurpee, and they've been able to bully them away from this beacon as well. Impulse picking that one up for his squad. Ghost, I mean, it's strange because they've been a little bit silent. They haven't had a big game, but they've been having consistent games so far, kills in almost every single game, pretty decent placements, but they haven't had that really big pop-off game quite yet. So we'll see if they can try and turn things around for our final 2 games of the night, as they are currently getting gate kept. It might just be the remnants of Team Intel keeping tabs on them to see if they can turn around and pick up Slurpee G's banner there and get him back into the game, as Ghosts are deciding to just go ahead and hoof this one. Despite having the Trident, they are on the edge of the zone. They can just walk this one in.
When you look at this team, you don't think, okay, this is some sort of crazy slang power squad that's going to really put it towards you. This is a team that's going to take a little bit of work. The honeymoon phase, throw it out the window. They've been together for a little bit of time now. But Six is such a great in-game leader that if anyone's going to learn a lot during these games, it's going to be them. They're going to learn how to rotate. They're going to learn how to fight. He's also got a boxing background too, so he's been competitive in the past. I really love Six's attitude towards the game, and I think that he's got 2 really great players in Impulse, Rack, and Ishu. So if they don't put it together today, I'm definitely expecting them week after week here in Series E and in the ALGS to do some big things. Team that's already done some big things as a full squad, that's going to be G2 making the rotation around the edge. As we were talking about, G2, one of those big teams that loves to play the edge. Esports Arena, They have the scan on towards over the next ring, and they're locking down, which we've seen some endings over here towards these buildings already.
Yeah, just gatekeeping the teams that are trying to come in from the southwest side for Team Esports Arena. If they wanted to, they can, of course, skyward dive. They got that other beacon, actually, to pick up to the north. We'll see if they can move their way on in onto the other side of that fence and pick that one up. There is a team there. It looks like I might have seen an outline, and yeah, there is. So that's unfortunate for them. They might have to try and bully that squad out to pick up that last beacon for themselves. Team Esports Arena is a squad that likes to wait a little bit later for that skyward dive to get center zone. They're a squad that waits for that round 3 ring and go on in. And so they are living up to their MO currently. And yeah, this has been an incredibly slow game for all things considered. 18 squads remaining, 53 players left. And so as the night goes on, action has been slowing it down. CLG, though, might have the action coming towards them right now. The phase breach used just to get inside this building. Mamba gets cracked, but he's going to be relatively safe inside one of these small buildings inside of Antenna. Dimmy, though, Nerf versus Cloud9. I want to see where this fight is taking place.
Really goes down. That's going to be the Gibraltar, which is huge for the team fights. You know, they know Bubble Rose is going to be coming through. Good shots coming in from Nano. Going to help try to charge this thing up. Only 75 away. 1 or 2 wingman shots, especially if it's a headshot, is going to be all you need. 143 ammo, purple mag, having a PK in the back pocket too. Keep in mind what's in the crafter. You have the Digi threat, which is why we could see some Bangalores, plus Bangalore has been utilized a little bit on our previous map on World's Edge, plus here on Storm Point. Ghost Gaming, one of those with 6 rocking that one. But when the Digi threat's inside of crafting, it makes a little bit more sense to rock that Bangalore because you're going to be able to utilize and have those smokes a lot more than you would be able to. But CLG going to be sitting pretty over here, and it's just a matter of watching their backs, right? Everyone's going to have the eye on the door, and then Nano's just going to cycle back and forth to see what's going on.
Naughty goes down to G2. Zach is the next one to fall. Albert Laley ultimately did get res, but G2 ready to pounce right on top of them, taking out Cloud9. And this is the first game where Cloud9 has not been able to put up a point, and so this is a huge opportunity for the rest of the lobby. Teams to catch up now. You have to imagine on the other side of this one that Team Nerf might have to push out. Don't know if they have like the clearance. It does look like they do actually have the clearance to go for that skyward dive just above them, so they're going to go ahead and back away, create some space at the very least as Dimmy hits that bag.
Really important to have that clearance, though. Otherwise, they are done for. Just look at the way that they have to rotate. They can't go right. It makes no sense to even continue to pressure this one unless they feel like they're going to win this and get this extra loot. I mean, it is round 2. The zone doesn't tick that much. You can see what it's doing to Dimmy's health right now. Not that big of a percentage compared to round 3 and especially round 4, which are absolutely done for. But Ping's going down over behind the rock. They know they have one player caught out. It's also going to do some health damage over here. So if anybody has a grenade on the side of Nerf, now would be the time to use that. Somehow, some way, this team is pressuring them and pushing. Dimmy has plenty of time to hit this Phoenix kit, but this is a very aggressive and weird play by the enemy team.
53 seconds left to go. There is time for this fight, but it needs to be concluded in the next 30-40 seconds here as he's connecting. Once again, Dimmy with the wingman shots. If he just had a mag on it, if he just had a mag instead of it being completely naked here, I feel like he could just be decimating the squad. Connecting once again, the 66. He's going to be forced back because of a defensive bombardment, and he does need to go back anyhow to top off. As it looks like we have another fight taking place. Plenty of fighting across the map right now. It is ring number 3 that's about to close up. Dimmy now going down to the low. Phase breach has been used by this team to back away. Dimmy, though, on the front lines takes a lot of damage, and now is the time. Turntail, go ahead and survive. You do not want to get caught in this next zone. Esports Arena in a fight with the creeping barrage, the rolling thunder falling right on top of Skittle Cakes. He's going to try his best to play that minigame to survive. And he only takes a little bit of damage for his efforts there as they need to refocus on this squad to their south now. Arcstar out as they're trying to push in for the right-hand side. And oh no, he goes for that the cell, and he gets caught out. Duplex does answer back though, taking out one just before his fall. It's going to be Team Intel forcing the issue on Team Esports Arena. There's the second knock. Knox bringing this one down to a 1v1, and he's got the car in the back pocket to finish it off. Team Intel tried to push the tempo onto them, but now here comes the third-party Esports Arena, not allowed to go for the reses as Duplex gets finished off by Ronnie, connecting midair, but looks like he will be safe, unfortunately, for Team Esports Arena. using that skyward dive. He's not going to be able to come back for these banners, so he's going to be ratting this one out. Throughout all of this, though, Splash end up getting finished off with the help of Kusky. Complexity picking up those kills.
And you also saw in the kill feed, too, Team Liquid was the team that got eliminated by AP. So Atlanta Premier gets rewarded with that fight by getting extra kills along the way that could have been over towards Team Liquid. So great job by AP. Meanwhile, Complexity picked up, I think, some kills too along the way, maybe one off of the ground if I'm not mistaken. But they have a little bit of a work cut out for them, Jamerson. You can see it's going to have to be either a Monsoon phase breach rotation or some sort of muffin skyward dive over towards the backhand side of this building.
Yeah, we saw the skyward dive being used in ring number 1 from Complexity to get them to the rocks to their northwest of the fence line. And so they haven't moved that far. AP picking up another kill, cruising and going down here. But with a minute and 10 seconds left to go, Complexity, what is their game plan? Like you said, the phase breach is there, but there's still plenty of teams in the area now here on the north side. We saw early on in the game, 4, 5, 6 teams ended up using that skyward dive to go to the north side of Antenna. Just pulled down to the southwest did really confuse a lot of the people here. Reps, once again, charge rifle in tow. He doesn't quite have the sight lines that he did in the last game. Still, though, we'll see how much work he can put in. Only 1k damage so far, Reps. Come on, you need to pick it up, buddy.
Yeah, Reps, what a noob, man. 3,500, that's just absolutely nothing. I need to see the 4K next time, but they do have a 104 to the dome. Who doesn't pick up the charge rifle? I mean, this gun is absolutely sick. Yes, it is the most annoying gun to deal with. Is it a noob gun? It's up to you. Depends on if you're a pro like Reps. You can make it look like it's just the most disgusting gun in the world. 88 to the dome right there. What an absolute nuisance. To make it even worse, he has Mozambique in his back pocket. I can't wait for my ranked teammates to try to copy Reps.
Oh my goodness, Mozambique here as Reps. I mean, he did have a decent swap off as well for that last game. I don't know what they have ready for him to change to an automatic weapon, but they're going to go for the skyward dive. Surprisingly enough, throughout all of this, in the middle of Antenna now to try and get to the far south side of Antenna. We'll see what the passives are, as plenty of teams in the skies currently, and there really isn't much for TSM to play off of. They're going to try and wing it, landing on the rooftop. The Reps does have his bubble, and he doesn't get it down. Dimmy gets the knock onto Reps, and he gets the knock onto Imperial. How? We're down to just Verhulst left for TSM as the defensive bombardment goes down right on top of him. Verhulst does get the bat off at the very least, but the pressure should be here. We'll see. Someone needs to go for that peak. You can see Dimmy is trying to find that little angle there, but he doesn't get it. He gets Reps up. The bubble goes down. Hal is getting bubble res now by Reps, and somehow TSM weather the storm and survive for the time being.
Because so many teams filtered in behind them, Complexity ends up helping out TSM without even knowing it, and now both of the players are back up. Yes, they're taking a lot of damage over towards the side. Defensive bombardment is going to be landing. You don't have the bubble. Verhulst now the last player alive again. Is he going to be able to pull something off miraculous? Keep in mind, it's a tough situation to be in. He cannot do anything here besides just use those knockdown shields. Unfortunately for him, the knockdown shields are going to be depleted, and the rest of TSM is going to be focused. You can see a little bit of this air conditioner is going to be safe. The full heal coming in, and then the thirst onto Hal. What a tough break for TSM.
No mobile respawn beacon for him either. So we get our first Tomcat rat cam of this game. 11 squads remaining, 26 players. So there has to be actually multiple rats running around still somehow. Verhulst now just down to cells. This is the last of his heals. He needs to try and find a way to recover the loot that Hal and Reps has, as now Team Ghost in the top 11 here. They've been pinned down. Missile Storm connecting on top of them. Fury, he's got his hands on a Kraber, and he connects onto Oxygen, forcing out that early bubble. See if there's a follow-up for Vizio here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, at Gibraltar. Nearly losing his arm, and like you said, getting butt hurt there with that shot right onto the flank. Fury connecting once again, retaking height to try and peek another angle onto Oxygen, but looks like Vizio are still backed up behind this corner currently.
And I love the fact that when you're in these situations, they're all very close to each other. It could be very common for Fury to get a little bit too aggressive here, but he's staying within distance of his team just in case any crazy bubble needs to happen. And there you can see he's within distance of his team, but if he needs to bracelet back on over towards them because he's got the off angle, that's a-okay. Meanwhile, is that Verholst still staying alive? A full 3-man squad. Look out! Don't get exterminated. Verholst is on the run.
Oh, Muffins ends up taking out Knocked as well, so Esports Arena knocked out now, along with Saucerer there. 8 squads remaining, 22 players left, only 1 rat left in this game. For the time being, Vizio. Fury still has that Kraber. We'll see if he gets a secondary swap off, or maybe he finish this game off in time. He doesn't need to, but he's left with 5 shots left in the pocket. They're on the edge of the zone. 40 seconds for the next ring. Starts closing in. That slow ring as well. They've been spotted. Scissors takes a lot of damage, and they utilize these boxes to try and find some cover to heal up, and they do return some damage, and so they'll be able to actually move up now. Missile Storm just keeps Fury pinned down, but he's going to take that time to heal up the top, and oh my goodness! Someone almost melted Fury there. I believe that's Oxygen that's up top right now. And he will be able to reconnect with his squad. I think on the other side of this wall, inside of the building, that is Verholst. You can see that blue kind of lavender outline there. That does indicate that he's inside. So Vizio have somehow been able to creep up, but they're getting tagged by the shelling. Now he's just down to a med kit. Black Market Boutique is up for Fury, and he should just drop it here to provide a little bit cover and, of course, pick up that additional loot that they desperately need. G2 end up finishing off Oxygen now, but the defensive bombardment of Rakanishu takes out Gentrifying. We're down to 6 full squads remaining here. Big shots coming out. The Missile Storm forcing out the bubble. Armor swap out for Fury. That's all he's got left to work with. Another armor swap onto the red. You can see the power of that Loba Black Market Boutique here in the late game.
So many armor swaps, yanking armors away from enemy players too, connecting on all of these shots. The grenades are hitting too. Fury, just a wrecking crew right now. Vizio trying to put it together. Keep in mind, they've been on the right side of that leaderboard all night. After today, they are trying to get that #1 spot and hold that spot for a reason. Fending off Intel in 2nd place, but they need to close this game out. You can see the damage so high there, 1,700. So many armor swaps overall. Does he have the bubble on the opposite side? He does. 4 squads remaining, 1 rat still somewhere throughout all of this. 100 Thieves completely healthy over towards the bottom. You can see Rakanishu and Ghost Gaming coming in from behind. It looks like Fury's just gonna have to play his life.
Complexity just as a 2-man as well. End up using that Ash. Ace Bridge, big shot onto Muffins. Will take him out. Complexity are knocked out. Fury picking up 1 more onto Ghost. And now 100 Thieves dropping down onto Phony. Plenty of rats, I think, still alive. It's going to be Fury trying to survive. Rakanishu challenges him here. And now he is the 1 remaining rat. It will be 100 Thieves that end up taking the win here in game number 5.
What a 1v1 at the end to finish off, to get 2nd place there. Great job from Vizio. Ghost Gaming was playing out of their minds too, but in the end, 100 Thieves laying low. They got into the zone fairly early, and they were able to execute.
Yeah, great games coming out, and of course, most importantly for the rest of the lobby, Cloud9, our lobby leaders, were taken out early in game number 5. We had plenty of teams right behind them in the middle of the pack, ready to take away that 1st place spot. We'll see who ends up doing that. We're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have the final game of the day right after this break.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
100 Thieves wins game 5 to win their second game of the night.
Yeah, honestly, just looking really strong there. And of course, this is a team trying to bounce back. They've made roster changes since they had just a very disappointing performance in the Split 1 playoffs for ALGS. But it seems like Vaxlon is incorporating well into this roster. They're looking solid tonight. 2 wins under their belt is good. And, you know, to an extent, it's kind of right place, right time. The circle kind of works in your favor. And 100 Thieves take advantage, finish off the game strong, and they look good there at the end.
Do you think they've been doing better and better as the season has been progressing?
I think they've looked better since they brought Vaxlon in. You know, I was somebody who was pretty down on the old roster, and you know, it wasn't specifically like Vayne, of course, because that is the member that they let go, and they brought Vaxlon in to replace. So I don't think, you know, I saw Vayne leaving and went, oh, everything's fine now. Like,
right.
Vayne was the problem, because I do not think that was the case. But it would seem like the addition of Vaxlon has kind of galvanized the roster. And, you know, it certainly could be kind of the honeymoon phase that a lot of teams run into, right? You bring in that new member, things are all kind of fun and interesting and new at the start, and then maybe things don't pan out. Well, we'll have to see, right? It's going to take time and just more games to figure out if this is the honeymoon phase or if the team has truly leveled up with the adjustment. But I would say at the very least, the early returns are good.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the player of the game for game 5, the second game on StorePoint. We have Monsoon with 5 kills, 2 assists, and about 1,100 damage.
Complexity has been in the mix quite a bit tonight. We haven't really seen them in the late circles consistently, but a good game at the very least here for Complexity. Monsoon showing up strong, 5 kills and 2 assists. That is a good showing. Of course, one of the teams, you know, there's a few sprinkled out there that are trying to incorporate the Ash into their compositions. Brings a little different flavor to the Wraith. Is a legend in kind of the similar mold, but brings some just different things to the table. And it's looking good. I like that teams are trying it out. And I'm also very excited because of teams like Complexity or Vizio and others, the teams that are bringing out these non-meta compositions. I feel like going into this weekend, we're going to get a real nice flavor tasting, I guess, is maybe that's where I'm going with this. We're going to get a nice variety,
yes,
is probably the best way I can put it, of compositions, and I think that's fun and interesting, and I like that we get to see it here in Series E. So
I think it's definitely more fun if you see every team doing kind of the same comp and just kind of like parroting each other throughout the map. It's not the most fun to watch.
Everybody was tired of it. Once we got to playoffs, they were done with the Valkyrie, Caustic, Gibby, meta. Things have changed. You know, that is still around. We've seen Esports Arena playing it tonight, and there certainly are other teams doing so. But it's more fun when teams are building compositions that fit their meta.
Right.
Not the global or the North American meta, which is cool. I'm all about it.
Definitely, their specific play style. I know we are really excited to see reps on the charge rifle again in this last game.
Enough of the charge rifle. It's a, you know, it's not the, you know, is it the easiest gun in the game to hit? I don't know, maybe not, but it's just like there's no drop. You just fires in a straight line. I mean, Reps did good with it.
Though.
Reps is a great player. Let's be clear, but I'm not over here going the charge rifle game. Personally.
One more game, game 6 on StorePoint. I'm really excited to see who's going to win and who's going to win overall on the Mobile One leaderboard later.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but we got one more game to go.
Let's check it out.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. 100 Thieves in game number 4 were so close to victory that they tasted it and they decided they loved it, and they went back for a second plate. They got the win in game number 5, and I believe they should be taking first place. Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand now. Cloud9 getting stopped early on allows 100 Thieves to now take away that first place spot. But it looks like it's going to be maybe a 3-horse race for the finish here. 100 Thieves, Cloud9, and Team Esports Arena.
No doubt about it. This is going to be one heck of an ending here, but you can't count out these other teams like Oxygen, TSM, and Ghost Jamerson. You never know what could really happen, especially considering that it's 100 Thieves with that 11-point win. So if 100 Thieves ends up going out and maybe goosing or breadsticking, that's going to set off the rest of the lobby. And we may see a little bit more aggressive play than we did in the previous 2 games.
It's our final game of the day, but let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. And I'm so glad that we stuck on board with Vizio, because so many crucial things happened here that really dictated how the rest of the game played out for the rest of the lobby. I mean, Vizio connecting with some great shots, but throughout all of this, small things like you mentioned, gobbling up the armor swaps as the kills were happening. They were picking up these reds as they saw the kills happening on the kill feed there. And this was why it was so crucial that Vizio were able to survive for so long.
Yeah, just griefing all the teams directly in front of them with some really great shots. Unfortunately, they get flushed out over here towards the side, and then they all have to split up. But if they would have been able to lock this down a little bit longer, have some more bubble support, maybe a defensive bombardment on the other side, things would have been looking really great for Vizio. But a very tough situation to fight their way out of. And when you look at 100 Thieves, the way that they're able to have this 11-point lead, it's crazy to think a team like TSM isn't there, especially considering the game that TSM had in game number 4, picking up all that damage, not really picking up as many kill points as they hoped. But 100 Thieves seems to be working really well with their new addition. I think Vaxlon's doing great. They've had some heal-offs that worked out in their favor. They've, I believe, won 2 out of these 5 games, so that's really fantastic for them. And then Vayne is over here playing on Xset, recently was replaced on that squad, and I think that things are really working out for 100 Thieves. The vibes seem to be right, and that's not easy to do. 100 Thieves is a hard org to play for. Keep in mind, this is the champions from the playoffs from season 1-2, so a lot of pressure is riding on their backs.
A lot of pressure on Nerf here to win out this 50-50 up against Team Start a Fight. I believe they're 2 for 2 so far. Oh, Crummy backed into a corner, and he's got claws, but not quite enough to finish it all off. It's going to be Nerf to win this out very shortly, unless Matt Pickett's got something to say about it. He does answer back, finally taking out turns, bubble down just to close the distance a little bit more. And the HP lines don't look great for Team Nerf, but it's still a man advantage. And so if they play off the trades here, they should be able to win this one out. You see the pings going down from turns to tell them exactly where he is, but they can hear the footsteps right underneath them. They're trying to hit that res right now, at least baiting one out. And you need to be down there. You need to play off the trades. No, you can't play on your ones like that. And now Matt Pickett, does he get the 1v3 here? Never mind. It's not enough, but it was so close. And it was honestly way too close for comfort in this fight.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what was going on, and now they get punished because of that. Free kills coming in for Cloud9, and Cloud9 desperately needed these. What great recognition, understanding, hey, we don't need to loot up. We know this fight's taking place. Let's go down, kill them, and then loot their POI. If we want more loot, we can go back to ours. Heads up play from C9.
Now we have the ring pulling up towards Thunderwatch. Very similar, fairly similar to the ring that we had in game number 4. Stormcatcher, Thunderwatch, all in. Renegades in a fight right now up against Team Liquid. Gildersons and Nocturnal has gone down. It's a 1v2, it seems like, for Team Liquid. Madness coming around from the side to go ahead and get that pinch. And this is what I'm talking about. Play off of the trade, and that's what they do. Knocking out Team Liquid here. 17th place. Or at least 17 squads remaining now as Renegades get the reses. They'll even have beacon control here on the edge.
Nice plays coming in from Renegades. Ubrili's not done yet, though. Let's go on board with C9 to see what's happening with Nestle. Splash. You can see Kodagami's down. Casellos is down as well. There goes the flush. C9 with another team fight victory. Where were they on the leaderboard? I believe they were sitting in that top 3 area. That's already 6 free kill points.
Now for Renegades, they're going to keep moving here as Saucer hasn't even hit up the heels quite yet. He might be struggling in that department. I mean, Pau is sitting on 1 syringe, so Renegades need some help in that department. Cloud9, though, here on the south side of the map, will continue to loot up. And, I mean, they've almost closed the distance up against 100 Thieves. It was only an 11-point difference, I believe, between them and 100 Thieves. So halfway there. And now Team Oxygen getting an early position in the center of the zone. They've got a team underneath them. Aiden doing some decent damage with that alternator. Again, though, would love to see the swap off on to an R9 or an R301 ultimately here. We'll see. As Oxygen, what is their game plan? Do they try and push the issue? Nades out to control the stairwell. Kubsky holding a really wide angle outside the building, which is, I find, surprising because you already have Aiden that's controlling roof.
Yeah, Aiden locking things down, understanding he needs to get back on over towards the teammate. Cubsy's going to go and queue out and say, all right, you guys are on your own. All of the resources being spent just to cross the street and see what's on the other side. Looks like Freedom is on the other side. They're safe for now, but that was a very interesting rotation coming through. I mean, they don't have the portal throughout all of that, which would have been a lot easier and a little bit better on their utility, but this is an ugly setup. I mean, alternator, no mag, you have the hollow, you have the massive. I just feel bad for Aiden at this point. It's like, what do you do? I take a fight on. Speaking of fighting, 100 Thieves getting into it with complexity. This could be huge for the lobby. Bubble is going to go down. There goes the res immediately. Are there any collapsers coming through? The armor swap already on the ground, and you can see why 100 Thieves is in first place, making quick work of complexity.
Yeah, that 6-point gap that Cloud9 were able to close in on, well, it's been cut again. It's back up just a bit more. Xset, though, coming in for the third party up against 100 Thieves. We'll see. One person is caught out, stuck behind, but he is forced back. Klane is going to go ahead and use that phase breach as Kenny needs time to heal up as well. Goodbye. Parting shots coming out from 100 Thieves, forcing them back. And now, they might have actually turned the tides onto them. You can see rooftop control coming out from them. Xset have been able to reset, hit that battery for Klane and get back up to full. Kenny still 50 damage off from the next Evo shield. So now both teams going for that reset. It's really going to happen here. We did have a team flying to the north of Exit with that Valkyrie. So the third party could be coming in. Vizio here on the eastern side. Have to be careful as they back away. Oni already getting cracked here. Forced to early bubble, but Hubsky ends up getting thirsted with the help of TSM. Now making this fight maybe a little bit easier. We'll see what Oxygen have as they drop down. Here comes the peek out from Phony, but he's not able to connect with the shots. He ends up going down. Here's Fury, though, to follow up. Phony still on the ground, getting instantly rezzed now by Scissors. Able to get him back up. We'll see. It is Reps, though. He's on that charge rifle, so it's hard to tell the distance that TSM are fighting from.
TSM, they don't care what's going on. Reps, he's got the charge rifle. Just look at how much ammo this guy has right now. 104 bullets plus 2 in the chamber. Just ridiculous output of damage going to happen from Reps, and he's also getting rewarded with these kills this time around. So put this man in a position where he can snipe, and he's going to be putting in some serious work. Going to need some cells. All y'all are going to need cells for when I charge this Evo shield up to red for you.
Yeah, so TSM was the team that we actually watched using that skyward dive to take that northern side of the building. Now, though, they're going to go ahead and rotate up further north over towards this Trident. Reps getting hit up from behind, and you really want to be poking at Reps right now with that charge rifle. Looks like they're just going to look for additional loot, and might as well. I mean, there's a Trident that was left here, and the bins, looks like maybe Hal picked those up for his squad. Hey, more sniper rifle ammo for our boy Reps here. And oh boy, things are starting to look dire for the rest of the lobby now.
Yeah, name a better combo, right? We have peanut butter and jelly, you have like hot chocolate and marshmallows, and then you have Reps in the charge rifle. Very, very good combos coming through. But you know what? When you're in this open area, when you play the way that TSM does, you need someone with the long-range weapon. And with the current meta, why not? The Sentinel, pretty hard to use. Triple take, it's a little unforgiving if you don't hit the shots. Charge rifle with tracking like Reps, it makes complete sense. Dunna. Design fill coming through, trying to make the little flank ski Jaws style. Look at that. Tether over towards the side, cutting off one angle, taking another angle, maybe baiting off a little bit more than he could chew, and that's why he's getting out of dodge. Perfect phase breach to get back to his team. However, where's the help from Resulta and the rest of the squad? Gentrifying, they need to lay down some cover fire. Hasn't taken any damage quite yet. Resulta have to back off and do the bait and switch. And shout out to someone that we gave a little bit of hype up earlier to. We got PvP in the chat, Jameson.
Oh, nice. G2, though, here on the south side right now. I mean, that was A nice little flank effort coming out from Designful, but the timing, unfortunately, got caught as soon as he got up to that building. We do have a fight for Team Intel up against Renegades right now. Madness trading with Mooney, taking one down. It's going to be a 2v2, but Slurpee hasn't been able to heal. Fearless is the healthiest member on his squad currently, but they do end up finishing off Renegades here. So Mooney instantly getting rezzed up. Team Intel finally finding something here. The last few games have been pretty rough for Team Intel. They started off They started off the day decently, but in their first 2 games they only got like 14 points, and since then been largely silent so far. We're not seeing that same performance. We were seeing maybe even a fraction of what we saw yesterday would benefit them so much today.
I really just don't think you can play Gibraltarless on the pro day. I'm sorry. And we saw this last week where Ghost Gaming was struggling with Bangalore. Intel was struggling with Bangalore. You need to realize this competition level is way too high. Gibraltar is just too strong. There's a reason why all of these teams are picking Gibraltar. We don't even have to iterate that. It's the kit. He's so strong. He's like the glue of the team. When you come out in these open circles, you're going to need the bubble. You're going to need the defensive environment. You're going to need that extra shield for when you're playing with a sniper rifle, similar to what Reps is doing. Excedrin making the rotation and still a decent while before they make their way on over towards the zone. But as anticipated, Game 6 tends to pick up the pace, and we already have a lot of squads down.
That's right. Round 2, and we're down to 13 full squads remaining. Another team showing up behind Excedrin. It might be 12 squads very shortly here, but looks like Excedrin don't really want to quite take this engagement. I mean, there are a lot of worries. They do have to worry that maybe a team's inside of this building, so they're going to charge forward together here as they make their way on in. Largely, though, it looks pretty empty for the most part. As a lot of the northern teams, I think, already got into their fights, right? Oxygen and Team Liquid, but here's G2 now making their push onto the squad once again. Big connect with that PK now. Missile Swarm just to try and cover things. Oh no, it's Vayne already going down now. And Exit have been cleaned up just like that. I mean, as soon as we swapped over to G2, this fight was over.
They disintegrated them right there. I mean, the PK collateral shot, I think, hit for double 40 throughout all of that. That's big damage, even though it was on the 2 players that were staggered. However, big fight happening. CLG and C9 getting into it. Albarelli is going to find one. That's going to be 2 knocks plus the quick armor swap. Naughty's going to have to heal. Looks like a bubble res could potentially be going down. You know what that means. Full send on over towards that side. Albarelli also pushes that player down. So if they want to go and get the res right there onto Zach, they potentially could kick it in the door, waving the 4-4. Can they find the final player? And they can. Nice job coming in for C9. They live to fight another day. 6 kills for your boy Albarelli.
They are, I believe they have closed the distance at this point with 100 Thieves, or they might be about maybe 3 points off here. And now it is going to be a race between Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. See, Zach Mazer will go ahead and top off. They have plenty of loot to pick up from. They're still playing on the south side launch pad now, moving their way on up, slowly creeping their way up the map of domination here. And I'm surprised that they're still just sitting on purples throughout all of this, throughout all the fighting that they've basically seen. And now it's Team Esports Arena making their way into this shuttle. There is a team up top, as that black hole has been used by Skittle Cakes, getting no one really in that. Additional utility on the ground for them at the very least to try and challenge Tex the stairs. And there's a Wraith down there, Nox with a follow-up onto Asura. Atlanta Premier now down to just 1 player remaining, as Hal ended up getting a knock onto Crook. So just 1 player left, Ronnie. We'll see. I guess we're back to the E-Rat Ronnie days.
You know, you really have to pay attention to the process of elimination and also the situational awareness that these pros have. There's a mental checklist that is just happening in milliseconds throughout all of these that makes these decisions so crucial to maneuver out through the map. And like you said, Tomcat Rat Cam time for your boy Ronnie up here. There it is on the right-hand side. He's going back to his old days.
Yeah, the only saving grace right now for Ronnie is that I believe TSM is tagging Team Esports Arena from the side. I mean, I see a charge rifle, so I'm just assuming it's them. So Ronnie is still alive for the time being, but it looks like they're ready for the top down and multiple angles of push. It's going to be a double push up the stairwell and then 1 dropping down from the top. Throughout all this, G2 end up taking out Team Intel. A nade to flush Ronnie out, and now he gets pushed I love that Esports Arena. They utilize the tools to take no risks in that fight, finishing off Atlanta Premier. Team Vizio ended up in a fight coming in for the third party up against G2. They've already gotten 2 knocks, only 1 left, I believe. And that is going to be gentrifying. He did take one down with him, but Scissors gets instantly res. We're down to 8 squads now, 24 players left in round number 3. And you said it, round number 6 or game number 6. That's where we expect the games to be incredibly fast, but this is kind of ridiculous.
Naughty goes down in the kill feed. That's huge for 100 Thieves. Bad for C9. Let's see if Albarelli and Zach Mazer can answer the call over here. It was fairly far away, and you can see how far that zip line actually is. One of the longest zip lines that we have in Apex. So they're not interested in setting that one. It looks like C9 should be able to get that res back on up and get their boy back into this game. But a scary moment there for C9 and the fans. Excedrin, see what the rotation is going to be. We have a minute with 8 teams left. There should be a lot of open space that isn't occupied, so we'll find out what the teams are electing to do. One thing's for sure, I feel like 100 Thieves is kind of waiting in the wings for their opportunity to just look at that kill feed and get as many placement points as possible considering their lead.
Yeah, the fact that they've picked up some kills gives them a small bit of insurance. And taking a look at the ring, it's going to go ahead and pull all the way up towards that northeast side. And so Underwatch, we're really looking at TSM, Team Esports Arena, basically, but it's TSM that were able to get that final spot. They called it early on. They moved up here early, and they are definitely getting rewarded for it. Vizio and Razor, they're going to be fighting over a choke point. The southeast. Ghost currently trying to gatekeep Cloud9 as they're using that skyward dive. They're putting themselves into that choke that we were talking about just before. Vizio and Razor down there. This could either be a lot of kills for Cloud9, or this could just be the win for 100 Thieves. Here's Excedrin, though, with a skyward dive as they make their rotate. Uphill now for Cloud9, though, with 2 teams looking to gatekeep them.
Keep in mind, you were looking at these 2 teams potentially fighting, so if it works out for C9, they are the team that's coming into third party throughout all of this. They're going to be rewarded with some loot. Looks like they're completely stacked already. You have the Digi-Threat, the Gold Mag coming through. That car is looking strong. The Wingman's strong. 6 batteries overall in the back pocket. Black Market Boutique over towards the right-hand side if they want to go and grab that one too. But I think I saw a player outline from somebody inside of that building still.
Yeah, and it's surprising because there are no rats left. It's 8 full squads remaining. And so that might be a full squad that can kind of lurk up behind Cloud9, and they will be unaware of it. We do see that player once again as Naughty kind of peeked on over there. No, never mind. It's a Black Market Boutique.
Debated. We saw the Black Market. We called it out, but I swear we saw a player outline too. Boomer eyes. What can I say? That's why I'm casting. But either way, C9 in a great position here to potentially catch up to 100 Thieves. And it looked like 100 Thieves was eliminated. No, they were that cruddy yellow color. That's really hard to see directly in the middle of that previous zone. But all the teams going to have to make their way over towards where TSM's at.
All right, Excedrin here on the western side. That's where they ended up using that skyward dive to get across the mountainside. They do have a team stuck on the low. Arcstar's coming up, not going to get anywhere near enemy. He does have the angle, but he's getting tagged from the left as well. The double peek is going to force him back. Try to play off this head glitch if they can, but they're still vulnerable to their back. Cruisin gets tagged again. Team Excedrin need to really find the opening. They need someone to find the openings for them. They've got a minute to work with. They have to run into Team Esports Arena along with TSM that are already set up in the zone. Kimchi Lee using that bubble phase breach just to get him out of there. As soon as he hits that bat, the phase breach goes down. Kimchi Lee gets tagged once again. That's going to be Ghost getting the knock onto him. Now they don't have a phase reach, but they do have the rooftop smokes coming out. That actually provides cover for Excedrin, so 6 doing them a little bit of a solid, but they're right on top of them. There they go to finish off the rest of Team Excedrin, but enemy ends up trading back at least 1. They've lost out. It's come down to a 1v1, it seems. Rakanishu, what has he got left in him? 66 with the 11. He just needs to hit him one more time, but the melee ends up going into the knockdown shield. Oh, that is so unfortunate. 100 Thieves finishing off the rest of Team Excedrin here. Cloud9, though, have made their way on in. They've got TSM above them. 6 squads remaining here in the final ring.
What a job from Cruisin'. What a heartbreaking situation there for Rakadishu. Those are the things that you can't be mad at. You have to just reset there. I'm sure Six is going to be looking at that fight in detail, saying what the heck happened. That was the worst case scenario for what was happening for Rakinishu. There's a random light post that the Valkyrie randomly is on right there. Perfect perch. You have 1 shot left in the Massive. Of course, he's going to get away with 1 HP. The new pain, the new team growing pains right there, hitting hard for Ghost Gaming. But here's 100 Thieves sitting in first place. It's all about them in Cloud9 now. Who can walk away with this victory in the cash?
Cloud9 were able to back way into that building here. 100 Thieves. They need a few more kills to try and secure this one now. Duplex getting the knock onto Dreza, so Razor's still alive throughout all of this Esports arena. Have been able to take that northern side of the map. You can see charge rifle shots coming in, and he's just not in, just slightly, and take some ring damage for that. The nades coming out. It might be TSM up top. The black hole has been used. Zach Mazer gets the knock onto Bursty, and now knocked, finding the kill onto Razor as well. So it looks like Razor about to get knocked out. Dreza is down. Esports Arena have to take some cover here as Duplex needs to heal up. Skittlecake's holding down the southern side for his team right now, starting to set up for this late game. 5 full teams remaining. Verhol's got a knock onto Naughty. TSM, are they going to go ahead and full send it onto Cloud9 now?
Oh, they're full sending it. Look at that. Verhol's coming through with the dubskis, looking for some more blood. There goes the thirst right there onto Stay Naughty. The final thirst right there onto Zach Mazer. It's only Elbrily trying to rat this one out. You can see he's lost the majority of his purple armor over towards that southern side of the map. ESA on the opposite side of where TSM is. 100 Thieves, big chilling over here. It's just a matter of picking up maybe a couple more points there for 100 Thieves to secure this one. And Albrily, he's been spotted. The lone Gibraltar on the opposite side of the map. He's not left for long.
Oh boy, Imperial Howl trying to spot it out. It looks like Vizio also trying to push that one solo left. 100 Thieves left to themselves here on the western side of the map. They're not in the zone, but there's no pressure on them whatsoever. Cloud9 knocked out now. It's the final 4 teams remaining. 100 Thieves, TSM, Team Vizio, along with Team Esports Arena for our final game of the evening. Onmu's going to use that phase breach. They're not going to risk anything here. Just push up. They know that Cloud9 got into a lot of fights. They picked up a lot of kills. So they just need to finish strong. Just another placement point might be enough for them to secure this one in the bag as Esports Arena. Duplex gets a good spray down with that R301, forcing TSM off that rooftop at the very least. But right now, it looks like Esports Arena might be set up for the win. They do have a team underneath them, though, so this is a little bit scary. That's going to be 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves with a great phase breach to go underneath. Playing similar to what TSM did in their win. I think that was in game number 4 when they were holding down that low ground. But you also see on the opposite side how TSM is still in this game coexisting with Vizio. So for the fact that these two teams are right next to each other, maybe there's enough pressure coming in for Team Esports Arena to force these squads into each other. But they're both, all 4 of these teams, so disciplined and so talented towards the end of the game. They're going to have to wait for this zone to collapse before any mistakes are made.
The timing's close here, but it looks like Vizio might be a team that would be last forced out of their cover. That small corner on the southwest side of this building might be the saving grace for them. They've got a Black Market Boutique going down. They've got one door covered by a mobile respawn beacon as well. And so now it's all about Vizio playing the patience game. We'll see if they can try and win this one out. TSM trying to go in for a small tether there to see if they can get anything, because if they can to clear out Vizio, that could also be the win for them. Getting double peeked from the stairwell and from that doorway. Scissors need some time to hit up this bat. Backing away, Verholz tries to find an angle on the right-hand side, but he's been instantly checked and forced back, as Scissors now will take the time. Just go ahead and reset himself. Verholz looking again for that angle on the right-hand side. They try to go for a 3-man wide swing out. Only one person covering the stairwell behind. Verholz goes down. It's going to be Knocked that picks that one up.
Again, with these two teams coexisting, it just creates a lot of friction, a lot of action throughout that entire time. There's so many sound cues that are going off, and you know the pressure is going to be coming from that opposite side, from 100 Thieves, from the rest of the squads that are eyeing them. And Team Esports Arena taking that high ground is such a great play, because you can see if they continue to lock this roof down, all they have to do is give you bubble over down towards the ground, and they're most likely going to be collapsing on the final players alive, as it's a dog-eat-dog situation on the bottom of the map.
All right, they were able to get Verholz back up from the TSM side. You can see Duplex holding down the rooftop with that defensive bombardment ready. But we all know the order of operations: force out the bubble. Do not try to use it to force the bubble first. See if they can do that. 100 Thieves poking out from the left-hand side. Duplex has that angle down. Got plenty of ammo left in that R301. It is fully decked out, essentially, with that stabilizer. Doesn't matter at this range. The defensive bombardment will be tossed first from another squad. The bubble not going to be used by Team Esports Arena. Again, utilizing that beautiful gravity lift. And now we do have the phase breach being used by 100 Thieves, dropping into that building. Now they have been spotted, though. One connect from the defensive bombardment. Now it looks like TSM Vizio might be forced to just heal off inside of the building. The ring is pulling away from that, the center of the ring. So it's going to be a fight between Team Esports Arena and 100 Thieves on the outside.
This is crazy because typically you have the high ground and you have the advantage throughout all of this, but now the team's on the low ground will because there's going to be some sort of little gun punch. And you know what you do to get back out over towards the high ground? You take the grab lift, and yeah, this is the purest state of Apex. Welcome.
Yeah, everyone's taking their fizzy lifting drink here, but it looks like Esports Arena really coming out on top. Fury does get one knock onto Scurry, and there's one more. TSM have been knocked out. 100 Thieves are out. It's Esports Arena to take the final win of the day.
The fizzy lifting drink, man, that's a classic right there. The schnozberries taste like schnozberries there for Team Esports Arena. What a job, what a performance. So many different layers towards that end game. It was a lot of fun to watch. But one thing's for sure, great performances from 100 Thieves and C9. We'll see if the rest of these teams caught up in the leaderboard when we get back.
Yeah, that's right. One last break, and when we get back, we'll be able to announce our top 2 winners of the evening. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true slide trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Team Esports Arena wins Game 6 in an insane game finish.
Yeah, Skittlecakes on the horizon. You know, you throw down the horizon tactical, and it can breed a little bit of chaos in that small of a space. A lot of players kind of floating up in the air. But in the end, Team Esports Arena comes out on top. They're able to finish off a few kills, and they grab their second win of the night. Now, we are waiting for the final results of the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who wins it out tonight. I think with 100 Thieves getting into the top 4 there, and with having some KP, I think they probably have enough to take it all. Of course, you know, the TOs will do all the math for us, so we don't have to worry about it, and we will get our answer. But I think while Team Esports Arena does match them with 2 game wins tonight, I think they are probably going to come up just a little bit short, but we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. I feel like the heat has turned up on all these teams. I really feel that everyone's playing pretty much like at their best. I feel like there wasn't a team where I was like, oh, they could play better. I know they could do a better job. I feel like people overall.
There might be one team who, you know, shall remain nameless for now, but, you know, you may be able to look at the leaderboard and figure out who I'm talking about.
We'll find out. Let's check out the player of the game for Game 6 on Stormpoint. We have Nox with 5 kills. Now assists and about 1,300 damage. A lot of Valkyrie player of the game today.
Yeah, a lot of Valks, and if memory serves, Noct second player of the game for today. So Noct having a good showing here today. Of course, the combination of Noct and Skittlecakes is those kind of main fraggers for Team Esports Arena, looking really, really good right now. And they come out on top to close out the night. And I would say, you know, at the very least, even if they don't end up taking first place tonight, I think this is a solid performance for them. It would, interestingly enough, if they do finish behind 100 Thieves, be back-to-back Wednesday nights for them finishing in second place. It was, of course, behind TSM last week and now possibly 100 Thieves this week. You know, of course, you want that first place, but that is good consistency. They've been playing really well, and that's the kind of performance you want to have leading into a competition like ALGS, so they can be feeling pretty good right now.
I agree. Even if it's not first place, I feel like it's not necessarily maybe better, but I feel like it's definitely super strong to come in at second back-to-back weeks.
It's definitely pretty good. I don't think they have a lot to be unhappy about, so well played.
Any last thoughts before we start to
I just want to know who's at the top of the leaderboard. We'll find out real soon. I just want some answers.
We want to see it. So we're going to kick it to a commercial break, and then the casters will be back to tell you who has won today's game.
Where are you looking? There's nowhere that you
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking about. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that I was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top ultra flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Welcome back to Series E. Just before the break, our very own Team Esports Arena were able to get another victory on the board, but was it enough to try and take first place or even second place throughout all this? So for the final time tonight, let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who ends up walking away with the victory tonight. It was super close, and oh my goodness, 100 Thieves do get the win. Cloud9 were only off by 6 points, securing themselves second place. But Team Esports Arena, Tom, they were only 3 points away.
And you got to be really proud of these teams sitting at the top. But let's talk about Ghost Gaming a little bit, sitting in 5th place. They were flying under the radar, Jamerson. I don't really know how they were able to accumulate so many points with us not seeing that, right? I mean, that was amazing. All we saw was Rakinishu towards that tail end, not able to pick up those kills. They could have been playing on par with TSM, who was playing out of their minds today. Yes, not the best performance we've ever seen from them, but if this is any type of indication of what we see this weekend for the ALGS, I'm stoked.
Yeah, I think this is a really good just lesson in like what it means to play Apex consistently, right? Even though you're not getting like 10-point games, 12-point games every single time around, across the 6-game set, getting 5, 7, 8 here and there definitely helps out, which is honestly what happened with Oxygen, Vizio, Excedrin, G2 throughout all of this. The middle of the pack really tightly close, but it was our top 3 teams, 100 Thieves, C9, Team Esports Arena that really showed up. And of course, TSM with their 1 win tonight.
And also keep an eye out on that 8th seed right there, that 8th team, Team Excedrin, who's trying to battle it out with Nerf for that 3rd and 4th spot in the accumulative leaderboard. That's going to be big because Nerf is taking 50-50s on both of the maps. So if Excedrin can continue to put things together, they may catch up.
Yeah, I would love to take a look at that cumulative leaderboard, but first let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moment, our final one of the evening, and it's just the ending here. Esports Arena used that grav lift first to get over to this position from the building that they were at before. They were able to force off the teams that were trying to play roof, and you can see them really just trying to hold on to, well, before this, they were trying to hold on to all their tacticals for as long as they can. And right here, the bubble was used for that first defensive bombardment. And then another one ends up going down, and they have the grav lift for it. Skittle Kicks should be dropping that one down very shortly here, as he accidentally, I believe, fell down. But throughout all this, you can see other teams trying to get a free ride here. But Esports Arena said no.
Yeah, Esports Arena has so many different layers again to this end game. We're able to pull it off from getting the roof when they were originally on the other side to where 100 Thieves was. So like you said, staggering their abilities. That's all communication. That's all experience. So many times you see players use one ability and then all of a sudden maybe the bubble goes down. They had a complete vision on how they wanted to go and execute that one, understanding which cooldown is going to be back up faster, which one's a little bit more valuable than the other, and that's how you play the game.
So really good signs for a lot of the teams that we're really looking forward to when we make that swap over to Stormpoint in the ALGS. So taking a look at the cumulative leaderboard, this is where it's so important. Team Nerf versus Team Excedrin. Excedrin ended up catching up with Team Nerf by 15 points today. That lead on the bubble for Team Nerf, it's been cut down to 22 points, Tom.
22 points is just basically one game here. So we're one game away from potentially seeing who's going into Series E next season and who has to play back on through. But congratulations, 100 Thieves, on taking the dub today.
Yeah, that's right. That's going to do it for us, and that's it for us this week. So we're going to go ahead and send it back on over to Kaisa and Yesa to close out the show. We'll see you guys next week for more Series E. Guys, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Jamerson and T-Squared, and congratulations, 100 Thieves, for winning first place.
Yeah, great night from them. Honestly, a couple of game wins under their belt, pretty consistently getting into the top 5 there. They closed with a solid game, getting into the top 4 as well, and well deserved. They win Pro Night tonight, and Team Esports Arena even doesn't get into top 2. They actually finished 3rd. They're a few points behind C9, who is also a team that I feel like didn't crop up as much in our conversations after game 1, but just showed that, they started strong, and despite, not winning any games after game 1, they stayed consistent, they continued to frag, they continued to get into late circles, and it shows on the scoreboard. They're a solid 65 points. Second place, only 6 points behind 100 Thieves, so really good showing for Cloud9, Esports Arena, and 100 Thieves. All that top 3 had just kind of a really good night across the board.
Their hard work definitely pays off. Consistency is key for a lot of these tournaments, to be able to play throughout each game, to try to have a good game, or at least a decent one, to try to get those points on the board. So great job, 100 Thieves, and great job, Cloud9.
Yeah, honestly, well played, and it just makes me that much more excited to continue to watch more Apex action. Of course, we'll be back here with Series E next Tuesday and Wednesday, but the nice thing is that we don't have to wait until Tuesday.
We don't.
Because ALGS is happening this weekend, and I'm really excited about that. The action will be going on Saturday and Sunday, and we're certainly excited for it to be coming back. And now it just means, 4 days a week for the next month or so.
Wow.
I get to watch Apex Esports, and I'm kind of all about that. So I'm here for it.
And the esports doesn't stop this week here at Esports Arena, because tomorrow we have Guilty Gear Strive.
Yes, we do.
And then on Friday, Yeso and I are going to do the series recap show.
Yeah, what are we going to talk about on that?
We'll have to figure that out.
All right, we'll figure it out. Who knows? I don't know. We got a couple of days. We can
nice watch.
We can put something together. Yeah. All right. I gotta draw some new batteries on.
Before we go, I was going to ask again about PvE. If you could just remind me what exactly is going on at our Walmart location.
Yeah. So PvE is our kind of new competitive format at our Walmart stores all across the United States. You can go in, compete on different leaderboards in multiple different titles. You can see it behind me. We got Home Run Derby and Smash, Mario Kart, Halo, Fall Guys, and more. Each individual leaderboard has its own prize pool as well. The competition runs from Wednesday all the way through Sunday, and you can enter, put up your best score, and if you don't like it, you want to keep playing, you can keep entering all until the competition ends on Sunday night. So use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat to get the link that you need, or head over to esportsarena.com, find an esports arena near you, and go out and compete and say hello to all of our friends over at our Walmart stores.
And anyone can play. You don't have to be a pro player. Nope. There is money on the line, though, so you can win money if you compete.
Yeah, and that's what we're all here for, right? The cold hard cash.
Here for the
top of that leaderboard. Take some scratch home with you. That's what it's all about.
Hey, great job, Mr. Twister. Yeah. First place. Any final thoughts before we close out?
Good week of games here for Series E Apex Legends. Great performance from Intel last night. Team Esports Arena and the other squads looking really good here tonight. I'm looking forward to next week. I'm excited for Guilty Gear tomorrow. That'll be really fun, so I'm looking forward to that. And just another packed, fun, exciting week here at Esports Arena. It's great to come into work every day.
Definitely. Great games. Well played, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Kaisa, and Yeso and I, as well as the entire production team at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot, watch you fade like a thought, skull town, where I bang, watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. 301 in my hands, different drop, same plan. To my squad, I'm the man, I'm a witness, no I can't. Sending shots, no spam, accurate, watch them slam, watch them run while they can, make them slump. Give me the loot, take what I want, all of my rounds, I light like the sun, yeah I am the one, lighting you up. R301, you're all that I need, you're all that I want. We at the top, act like we scum, taking your life and leaving the crumbs. Do what we want, we get the dub, living that life, yeah R301. I got the size, H-Cog, mega stabilized, no rock. Standing mad, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. I got the sights, H-Cog, mega stabilized, no rock. Standing mad, more shots, standard stock, ready pop. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot, watch you fade like a thought, skull town, where I bang, watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah. Ooh, like the 301 hum, bats of bullets off your chest to the armor falling off, oh god. All those gas making you cough, feeling caustic when I drop, leave your body in a pile, let it rot. Shield cells got a lot, watch you move, you a bot, watch you fade like a thought, skull town, where I bang, watch your life, watch your drain, never getting off the train, never drop another game, yeah.